151, ch 151 Going into seclusion. A lot had to be done after my graduation. Orders to give, plans to enact, people to kill, new magic to continue developing, and that's without considering my duties as lord, to my loved ones, as a businessman, and my confirmation as a new member of the Wisengamot and Board of Governors for Hogwarts. Kind of felt like I was turning into something someone could easily view like the headmaster from those dark Dumbledore fanfics I had read a lifetime ago now. But all that was going to be put on hold. I have been immersing myself in that feeling that took me over when I was dueling Baldy Tom. I felt a calling from within me and from around me. I needed to delve into it properly because I believe it is the path to the next level of magic. A level unseen since the Founders or Merlin, and I am not going to lose it. So I basically put everything on autopilot. My plans are already made and ready to enact. I simply waited to be out of school so that I could react properly if something went wrong, but I would simply delay most of the risky plans until I was done. I had very skilled, intelligent, and disciplined subordinates. They will be more than capable of overseeing everything. I decided to release the first volume on white magic around the world, but not in Britain. Meaning my magic was going to be tested by ministries from around the world before it was even going to touch this place. No way anyone is going to be able to bury my magic after I've gotten the approval of pretty much every other ministry on this planet. I even added modified versions for places using things like shamanism, talismans, certain forms of wandless casting, and so on. Good luck stopping me. I then gave permission to my spy mistress to begin sweeping the Ministry of the Death Eater sympathizers and supporters. We had marked pretty much all of them already and were just waiting to begin. The plan relies on using multiple methods to make those people either lose their jobs or quit. My favorite is using the two birds one stone method of making Fudge believe they are Dumbledore spies working to bring him down from the inside. That makes the supporters lose their jobs and Fudge's reputation takes a bigger hit the more he does it. And my second favorite is using our own agents with higher standings than the bigots and making their lives so miserable at work that they quit. They might be assholes, but I'm trying not to kill dozens of people for that trait. So non-lethal for now. I have fortress protection on high alert with pretty much everyone on the UK. The only people not ready for deployment are those still in places which have been useful for monitoring marked pureblood families. We've also deployed a proper dark magic detection ward over the country, not like that shit version the ministry uses. That fucking thing is so rigged and the people monitoring it are paid to act like nothing happens or are reporting false signals so much that they don't even care if the killing curse is being used right next to Diagon Alley. So I made my own using principles from my white magic to show where dark magic is being used by having it show places it wants to reject on maps. The stronger the rejection is, the darker the dark magic. It also makes it a bit harder for dark magic to be cast, and I'm sure that'll confuse those cunts. And thanks to modern day maps being so accurate and detailed, I only had to protect/reinforce the paper to have a proper monitoring system. I've also had my men go through with learning the white magic they could learn. This will be the thing saving the most lives in coming times, as well as the spells which will probably help I'm taking the most lives. The Herald was going to be mostly passive during the summer. It will continue to bring relevant pieces of news and try to stimulate the thoughts of readers, but it will not talk about Fudge, Dumbledore, Harry, Voldy or Death Eaters for now. The ministry can and will mess with the Prophet using their majority and some laws regarding emergency commandeering or whatever, but the Herald is privately owned and operated by the richest man in Europe. Trying to force things would not go well for the minister, as he's noticed when he tried a month ago and had a minor scandal posted soon after. It wasn't anything bad really, just an interesting story about him getting shat on by one of the dragons from the tournament. He thought he got hold of everyone who knew, but we had been sitting on that little number for a while due to its comedic value. Going through the firm centers, I've had protected complexes built for anyone having troubles in the wizarding world, capable of accommodating all sorts of various lineages. I can have Hagrid or Flitwick live in one of these places and they would both be perfectly happy. Muggleborns are very welcomed, and so is anyone not feeling particularly safe. And what I mean by protected is warded, enchanted, manned, and set for mass movement of fortress agents. We basically made safe zones for the coming war under the guise of helping the homeless, hated and downtrodden. I've had new grounds apothecary pumping out healing potions for pretty much everything in my new stuff I've created with Tori. Gotta stockpile medical supplies when you're fighting a war, it can save the lives of your own soldiers and civilians. I've also had all my ingredient farms focus more on the herbs we need for said potions, and the creature breeders I own are on the same boat. Natural cultivation is simply monstrous in that field. Even with my orders they're still projected to make a killing next quarter. The most dangerous thing I have set up is Jennifer's infiltration. The idea is to have her take the role Fenrir was supposed to have in Tom's army. I want her to become the Snatchers. We use the orders to make people disappear, and after making sure they're safe we hide them until the war is over or make it seem like some were missed. It gives us a person on the inside which will be able to inform us of large movements and allows us to save many we could not if the man uses others. I have obviously not ordered Jennifer to undertake this task. This was a long and thorough discussion with both her and Scott, who finally proposed. There was no way I was going to send her undercover without both of them approving. But they ended up agreeing, and with their trust I did everything to cover our bases as best as possible. The first thing was to camouflage her mind properly. As much as I mock him, Voldemort is undoubtedly a powerful Legilimens. Powerful but overconfident and brutish at times. The man can manipulate others and whisper into their minds to trust him, but I know that this is the limit of his cunning regarding the arts of the mind. I know because I know everything the man can do. Sure, he can influence and persuade the weak-willed, unprotected and children, but against a properly trained mind he can't do anything except try to bulldoze his way through like a fool. It's no wonder Snape was able to play the double agent. The man never had to develop his skills due to natural abilities, so he is simply annoying to true masters. Too bad for him. I am naturally gifted, then further enhanced, creative and thoroughly trained, and most importantly so is Jenny. She was trained to be my hidden hand, so of course she is skilled in the mind arts for offense and defense. So with my help we modified what anyone could see. We made altered memories of her killing and beheading Fenrir to take control of the pack, changed the desire to serve me and help her people to wanting her people to be free of the ministry's oppression. Her merc group is completely her own and she hates the current ministry. We completely covered and hid everything to do with me, the werewolf village, Scott, or her actual desires, effectively making her a perfect person to join the enemy. To prepare, we've also had people spreading rumors of her getting annoyed at clients, had her act out in a few bars out of frustration against the ministry, and generally made her seem appealing. Not too much to arouse suspicions, but enough to get noticed. It's also good that only her truly loyal will be involved in this, and all of them will be under contracts stating their willingness to have memories obliterated for certain operations. This will mean they know they've had memories taken, resulting in people being unable to read anything from their minds. We also had various other failsafes and backup plans for anything going wrong, had to make sure at least she would be okay. Aside from war preparations, my friends began working in earnest. Tori went to work on finishing healing the Longbottoms and start with her mother. From what I've been told before exams hit, the couple was nearly back in working order and would be able to leave the hospital within the month. Christian and his parents went to his island project to manage things. He would have support from my people as always. There were hundreds of various tamers, breeders, and keepers of magical creatures helping make the biggest magi zoology project of the last couple of centuries a reality. The idea of getting such an island in the modern age was very exciting for creature lovers everywhere. Even more so when they were told people would be able to visit these places. Made me doubt my decision of talking about Jurassic Park to my friends, but he's got his bases covered. And it's not like they will be trying to make some ungodly super dragon. I have a contract signed against that. And I've set up James with his own workshops in-house in the UK and France since he was going to Seafleur. It's basically a setup where he can create and smith whatever he wants and I can sell or use what he will agree to. I supply him with everything he needs and he makes me interesting or useful things. This way he doesn't feel like he's not earning his keep in general. Everyone has their own pride and we both have a good amount of that, even if his is quieter. It is also good that his skills in the workshop will help impress his possible father-in-law, mostly because no good father will let his little girl be with someone who can't support and cherish her. Having a solid source of income, skills, and connections are a very good way of getting through the door. Tori and my family were annoyed I was going to be secluding myself for some time, but they ultimately understood. I told Mother I had people capable of taking care of most of my paperwork for a while, promised Susan to take her out for some fun when I got back, and told Victoria this would give enough time for our place in Hogsmeade to be built properly and that a few dates would be coming her way. Also had to notify Dumbledore about me being unavailable for a time and that Harry wouldn't be able to go out. Nothing I could really do there. With that I departed for a place I didn't think I would use so soon, my ritual site on Skellig Island. The place had a proper ley line I could tap into, it was still properly secluded and warded, and I owned the place. All I had to add was weather and temperature wards and then I was all set. The next thing I did was set up a small continuous ritual link to the ley lines, allowing me to have a constant flow of magic going through me while it is active. This will let me focus on my goal without having to worry about running out and having to recover all the time. And so with everything in place, I removed every piece of equipment and clothing with magic in it, and donned simple white robes made to be light and comfortable. I sat in the middle of the circle with only the robes and my wand, closed my eyes and began to focus on magic. 152, ch 152 a month in Britain. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, 4th floor, Janice Thicky Ward. And with proper diet and physical and magical exercise, you too will be back to 100% in about 3 months. Don't overdo it and make things worse, follow the plan I drew up for the both of you and you'll be golden. I don't need you to overexert yourselves and make it take longer. The beauty known as Victoria Traverse said to the couple she had been in charge of for months now. We certainly will miss Traverse. We can't begin to thank you enough for what you've done. A grateful Frank Longbottom said as he took the paper his healer gave him. We've missed so much, but I agree with Frank, we will be eternally grateful for being able to truly live again. His wife agreed as she was handed her own paper. You don't have to be. You two were also basically test subjects for this treatment course. Victoria replied coldly as she filled out forms regarding the married couple. Oh, don't be like that, dear. I know you are very proud of yourself and are happy to be closer to your goal. Too bad the boy who gave you that ring isn't here. You did say he helped a lot, replied Alice Longbottom with a smile. He's always been incredibly supportive of my goals and I support him in his. Isn't that what a part of being together is about? Victoria responded with a gentle smile as she thought about her man. Ooh. That's the smile. I love that smile. Now excited, Alice said as she watched the young woman standing in front of her and her husband. Reminds me of our wedding and when Neville was born, that smile does. Frank added as he looked lovingly at his wife. Yes, yes. Now before you two go off into your own world again, take these 3 forms and have the Dowager Longbottom sign them before giving them to the discharging desk on the ground floor. You'll have checkups scheduled each Sunday for the next 6 months. I want to make sure there's no relapse. After that I'll ask you to visit me again a year later, but contact me immediately if any issues or head pains start happening. Victoria informed them as she stopped something she had seen too often with her 2 patients. I still can't believe there's such a convenient form of communication now. And you said your fiancé created them. Frank said as he still marveled at the vanishing box his son brought them to keep in touch. Yeah, he made those things before he finished his 3rd year. Tori answered with some pride in her voice. Can't wait to meet the genius known as Lord Adenbones then. Amelia must be really proud of him. The man said with conflicting emotions of excitement over meeting one of his benefactors and one of his son's idols, but also sad over the passing of that same person's family and his own good friends. I am sure he'll be more than happy to meet you both properly when he gets back, but for now I have another patient to attend to and your family is here. Victoria said as she excused herself since she had finished everything she had to do here. Thank you, dear, for everything. If you need help with anything in the future, our house will be there. A very serious Dowager Longbottom said as they passed each other at the door. Thank you, I will not besmirch those words. Tori responded with a polite nod as she resumed walking. She began walking through the long and quiet hall of the hospital. Not many people visit this place since it is a place for those considered hopeless, and it is difficult for families to visit people they care for when there is little hope of them becoming better. Well, until me and my Raven started coming here anyway. She thought with a proud smile as the memories of more and more people being able to leave the hospital since she begun working as a healer. Now it is time for my loved one to come back. She thought as she stood in front of a door she dreaded coming to since she was a child. She fidgeted as her heart beat faster and faster due to her nervousness and anxiety. She was scared of seeing what the beautiful and kind mother she remembered had become. But then she felt her ring and necklace, remembering that even though she wasn't okay now, she would make her okay. She was ready and she wasn't going to fail. So with a deep breath she opened the door to begin healing the one person in this world she wanted back more than anything. Hi Mom, it's been a while. Ministry of Magic, Minister's Office. We have been able to remove 15 more Dumbledore sympathizers from their posts in the last month, with only a few handfuls left to be checked properly. I am sure the man will be pulling at his beard, said a sickeningly sweet voice of a pink monstrosity as she gave her report while looking very pleased with herself. What about the bones? What have they been doing? Asked the supposed minister as some nervousness showed on his face. That woman has been ignoring your previous goals of defunding the Aurors and hit wizards. She's been using the money her family has gained to supply them. She had the audacity of saying she was using her own money to make up for the budget cuts and that it was well within her authority to do so. Answered the huffy toad. As long as she isn't supporting Dumbledore or is actually doing anything beyond that, we can't act against her, Dolores. Her reputation and standing are far too solid, and her actions are well within her duties as the head of the DMLE. Attacking her now would be suicide. The cowardly man bemoaned. What about her nephew? The brat? He hasn't been seen in a month. His business has been moving well, so he must be giving someone instructions. Griselda wouldn't budge when I said given such a young child with so many masteries at once was too much. She said he had more than earned the titles and made most of the masters who tested him feel bad about being the ones to test him. Multiple have stated that it was like a mere formality that he was tested. I also can't touch his seat in the Wisengamot or all the other members would not sit still, and the Board of Governors had already approved his position unfortunately. She answered as she remembered her encounters with Adenbones. That's still good. Not heard or seen is good. He might even be cooped up inventing another thing, and this helps us. His new titles would be more concerning if he sided with Dumbledore as a second witness with actual credibility, but he chose not to say anything. As long as nothing changes we can focus on the biggest threat, said Fudge in relief. Yes, now we can take Dumbledore down a peg, agreed the pink amphibious. The prophet is doing as asked then? Asked Cornelius. It took some maneuvering due to that blasted Falster, but things are rolling. They have refused to run articles on the young Mr. Potter due to his past deeds, young age and his status as an orphaned heir. Holding Dumbledore responsible for his words and actions was more than acceptable though. She explained just as a certain hand behind the curtain had planned. That is fine. No use in forcing people to attack a single boy. What about our idea to get you into Hogwarts? The man dismissively said before asking for another update. Wonderfully. Everyone Dumbledore has tried to ask has been politely informed of the repercussions of such actions or has simply doesn't remember any such offer. She happily answered with her hated voice. Good, good. With any luck we will be able to remove Dumbledore from all his posts by next year. You may leave Dolores, I trust you are more than capable enough to handle everything. Fudge said as he nodded, looking pleased with himself as a feeling of having power and control grew within him. Don't you worry Cornelius, I will make sure nothing gets in our way. She said as she turned around and left his office. I will definitely make sure no one gets in my way. She then repeated to herself while plans were made behind the self-important smile she wore on the toad mask she called a face. -12 Grimmauld Place, Islington, London, England. Thank you all for gathering here. Sirius, I must thank you as well for allowing us to use your home as a base. Albus Dumbledore said to the people gathered in the renovated manor. No problem. After you and the kid had a look at this place, I can't even imagine someone getting in without permission. The new Lord Black said with a smirk on his face. Nevertheless, it is appreciated. He said with a nod, then turned to look at those gathered before him. The Weasley family turned up in force, with all adult members present. Alastor Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Minerva McGonagall was able to make time for the meeting, even with her handling most of Dumbledore's duties as headmaster. Mundungus Fletcher had come as well, between shady dealings of course. Severus and Sirius were glaring at each other, but keep civil for now with Remus mediating between the two. And finally a few old friends like Sturgis Podmore, Emmeline Vance, Elphias Doge and Daedalus Diggle had also been able to join. I swear everyone mentioned was part of both versions of the Order. The last ones were very minor, with most not even appearing in the movies. Now, as I am sure you have all noticed, this is a gathering of people who haven't come together for a long time. I am also going to be truthful in the fact that it is as each present would fear, I am asking everyone here to once again join the Order. The Hogwarts headmaster said seriously. You can't meant that. He's back. A horrified Molly Weasley said in realization. I am afraid so. Both young Harry and Aiden have confirmed this fact, as well as Severus and the former Barty Crouch Jr. Voldemort has returned. And unfortunately, the minister has decided to deny this and began a smear campaign against me, believing I am after his position. Explained the elderly man. That ridiculous. You didn't want the damn job the last 2 times they almost begged you to take it. Why the hell would he think you'd want it now? Asked an upset Sirius. Because Fudge is an incompetent clown, so attached to his office that he forgets to earn it. Drawled Snape in response as he answered with a mocking look at his former tormentor. Thank you Severus. Said Dumbledore as he stopped an argument before it happened. But this would mean that unlike before, the Ministry will be almost completely against us instead of Voldemort. A calm Remus said as he frowned slightly. Yes, and I am already seeing some actions beyond recent prophet articles. Dumbledore added. I am certain Cornelius and his assistant are responsible for none of our potential defense against the dark arts professors accepting the position. An upset Minerva said with a huff. They even tried getting Amelia to back off on her spending for the department. Seeing her shut down that damn toad was satisfying to watch. Even shared the memory with a few other Aurors. Moody said with a small smile appearing on his scar-filled face. That was a good day. Agreed Shacklebolt with his own smile. It's good that Amelia isn't getting blocked. Even asked if she wanted me to help out with that. She said no, but it's cause the kid said that if someone in Dumbledore's corner helps out then it'll give the minister an excuse to hammer her down. Said Sirius with a relieved look on his face at the mention of the DMLE head doing well. Yes, I have no doubt young Aiden would make sure nothing could harm his loved ones. Chuckled Dumbledore as he imagined Fudge's inability to touch someone ignoring his orders. And why have you chosen to exclude Mr. Bones from this meeting, headmaster? He is strong enough to duel the Dark Lord alone, intelligent to an annoying degree and incredibly thorough. Clearly you also have a good relationship with him as well, so why is he not here? Asked Snape with an odd expression present because of the suffering he has just been released from, Aiden's homework, tests and classwork, and his admittance of the boy's power. He has already warned me he would be unreachable for some time yet. I will invite him when he is available. His boss answered calmly. But I would like for all of you to answer the question I have asked you, will you once again join the Order of the Phoenix and pick up the fight against Voldemort for our futures, the futures of our children and loved ones, and our country's future? Sirius immediately agreed, followed by the Aurors and Deputy Headmistress, Snape's apparent reluctant agreement, Remus joining in, the younger Weasleys were more than willing to fight, the old members didn't shy away, and the Weasley mother and father finally joined after hesitating a bit. Thank you all. Now I will have to ask you to begin some assignments as soon as possible to begin our preparations for what is to come. The headmaster said as he was grateful for their trust. Minerva, I will need you to continue taking care of Hogwarts as I maneuver. He said as she simply nodded in understanding. Alastair and Kingsley, you two will need to support Amelia and keep an eye on the Aurors. We don't want to have a repeat of last time and have some jumping ship. The order getting serious faces from the two as they nodded. Arthur, your position will help us know if attacks on Muggles or Muggleborns have begun, keep an eye open for such cases. Severus, you already know what to do. Hinting at his role as a double agent, something he has already begun as he had met his former lord and returned alive and reinstated. Mundungus, you will need to be my ears for the underground. A lot has been happening in the last few years and I will need to know if change once again. The request getting the twitchy man to nod in understanding. My old friends, I will need you to see if any of your contacts are willing to join the fight or help us. We will need more people to win. He said to the older returning members, getting agreements from them. Bill, Charlie, I'm afraid for now you will mostly be on standby unless you have people you are certain could help. I doubt the goblins would offer any assistance or that we could unleash any dragons anytime soon, but your colleagues could be welcomed. This getting some slightly reluctant nods as they knew they couldn't do much yet. Molly, I would appreciate if you and your family could stay and make young Harry's stay here more homely. The boy needs to be able to have good memories to face what is to come. He said in a softer tone as the woman agrees. And finally I am not sure how this will play out, but I need you to help me convince the werewolves not to join Voldemort again, Remus. I know this is a lot to ask but... Dumbledore began but was surprisingly interrupted. Headmaster, there are probably no werewolves in entirety of Europe who would join him. Said Lupin with a confident smile. And your certainty comes from where, Remus? Curiously asked Dumbledore. Because they are all already in the country, living the lives they dreamed of. He answered with a smile. That statement shocked everyone in the room. But that means hundreds of werewolves are in the country and no one knows about it. Molly said with a look of horror. Actually, everyone knows about it. Smoothly answered Remus with a smile. Then how come none of us have heard anything about this? Questioned Moody with narrowed eyes. Oh, that is true and very clever. Young Aiden has played his hand magnificently. Suddenly said Dumbledore with a small laugh to himself as he realized what was going on. Albus, what do you mean? What has Bones done? A confused McGonagall asked. It is simple, who was it that young Aiden employed when his business began that caused much controversy at the time? He asked to the group. If I remember correctly, wasn't the Ministry trying to take a businessman for gathering a lot of werewolves together to court a few years ago? Shacklebolt said in his deep voice, causing a lot of people to start connecting dots. And I never heard anything about that being stopped. Added in Arthur Weasley this time. And the goblins are always praising Bones' works due to its owner's talent in making enormous sums and him being a friend of their nation. Bill Weasley then said as he remembered things he's heard while working for goblins. So the kid was never stopped from hiring werewolves, constantly expanded and everyone just kind of forgot about his workforce since his products were just too good and no problem was ever reported. That means... Sirius then summarized as his eyes widened. Yes, he basically gathered every werewolf on the continent and then some, and no one realized. He's built an entire functioning town for us, with homes, shops, schools, hospitals, security and many other services. And with his suppressant stopping everyone from transforming at all, he's given each and every one of them everything any one of us dreamed of since we were bitten, normal, happy lives. It's become the second largest magical settlement in the country and no one knows it actually exists. Remus proudly said as he happily told them that the problem Dumbledore feared was already addresses. How do you know all this, Lupin? Asked Snape with narrowed eyes. How do I know? I live there. More than that, I've been in charge of the schools there for a while. The werewolf happily answered. That great. Now I see why you finally got some proper clothes, Moony. A cheerful Sirius said as he patted his friend's back. Yes, I couldn't even imagine such a life not too long ago, but now I will protect it like nothing else. I am certain the other residents feel the same as I, Headmaster, but I will keep an eye on things just in case. The werewolf said with conviction. Thank you, Remus. I believe that will be all for the moment. If anything arises I will contact you using one of our old codes. Good luck to you all. Dumbledore said as he concluded this meeting with some pleasant surprises. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, London. I am disappointed in my so-called loyal Death Eaters. So few returned to me even after they felt my return. It seems I will need to remind them why they fear me. But I must also reward those loyal to me, and for that I must free them from their chains. Now Lucius, tell me about our progress. The Dark Lord said as he looked at the half-filled table before him. Yes, my lord. It seems the minister is hell-bent on denying your return, instead believing Dumbledore is after his position. It has been easy to whisper in his ears and make him believe his delusions. As a result he is currently working to remove the man from all his current positions, even his place as headmaster. The smear campaign using the Prophet has already begun and I have been using my network to support his endeavors. The long-hair Malfoy Lord informed his lord. Good. Dumbledore cherishes his place at Hogwarts above all things. Taking that away would hurt the man deeply. His loss of power and the buffoon helping doing our work for us is useful to gather power. The less lovable close encounter ripoff said with a creepy smile. The vampires clans we've been able to contact have also been coming around to agreeing to an alliance in order to create a solid foothold in Britain for the first time in nearly a millennia. They are looking forward to feasting again and are ready to take some targets for us already. Lucius now said as his master sat in his seat. Those creatures will be useful for now. Make sure they do not infect anyone and that we are to be the rulers, not them. He replied as he looked down on the bloodsuckers. Now unfortunately my lord, I have some disturbing news. The lieutenant now said with nervousness creeping on him. And what would that be, Lucius? Tommy Boy asked as the room became deathly silent. Our investigation into a few old colleagues who have not returned brought back some troubling news. Aside from McNair getting himself killed in a drunken bar fight, it would seem a few have simply disappeared within the last 2 years. I believe someone might have had a vendetta and took matters in their own hands. We have not been able to find any clues to even confirm their deaths, much less who could be responsible, but whoever they are it is apparent they are not amateurs. The man explained with caution as he observed his lord's reaction. You mean to tell me someone out there dared to target my men? Those who would have answered my call. And you can find no trace of anywhere. Voldemort said as the tension in the room built. I beg your forgiveness for our incompetence, my lord. These events happened so long ago and no one ever investigated them due to their past. We have failed you. Lucius said as he dropped to his knees in the hopes of mercy. This is troubling, Lucius. My loyal followers should be rewarded and now someone has killed them. I will look into this personally after we liberate those in Azkaban. Now finish your report. Tom said as relief washed over the Malfoy head. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. And as for the rest of your report, 2 leads to gain allies have been found. The first is the unrest and resentment towards the ministry within the underground due to a great increase in arrests and deaths occurring. The so-called Golden Wand is both respected and feared there, with many wanting revenge. A good source of wands to add to our cause. The second is that I should contact Greyback. Interestingly, it is a different Greyback that I found. Fenrir has recently been killed by his own daughter, who took over their pack and turned them into some kind of mercenaries. She hates the current ministry and wishes to personally behead Dolores Umbridge for her efforts to collar her people. Simply pay her and she will be more than willing to follow. She is also less savage than her father, but much more skilled and efficient. We already have a contract ready and are simply waiting for your approval, my lord. Lucius reported, glad nothing else went wrong so far. Good. Fenrir was a rabid dog which would need to be put down anyway. Sign the contract with the daughter, she will do. And bring me men from the underground, our numbers are lacking if we truly want to achieve our noble goals. The Dark Lord said as he was pleased to gain more forces to do his bidding. Now tell me about the boy. He then ordered as he cooled his feelings. Potter has disappeared, no doubt Dumbledore is doing everything he can to protect him until the school year begins. After that it will be near impossible to touch him after what has happened in the last few years. Too many threats have put his guard up. Answered Lucius with seriousness. As expected. The old man will not let go of his pawn so easily. Now what about that insipid Bones who dared challenge me? The Lord asked as he got heated again. This matter has troubled us because he has simply disappeared. We have not been able to get anywhere close to his family either since it is now under Fidelius and we do not know who the secret keeper is or if Dumbledore was involved. What is even more troubling is his rise in stature happening all at once. He is set to become a member of the Wizengamot. He has been confirmed as my replacement on the Hogwarts board and has been cleared to receive numerous masteries even after we've tried bribing officials. The troubled Lucius answered, hoping to not anger his master further. From what Severus has told me, the boy has not joined Dumbledore's little order, this means he stands on his own so far. He has no force to call his own and is merely a child wielding power beyond himself. I was still weakened after my revival and could not put him in his place. For now Dumbledore will be our focus. We shall crush him first and then it will be all too easy to end the boy. Voldemort said as he focused on his longtime enemy and obstacle, instead of someone he didn't see as a true threat to his army. As you command, my lord. Lucius answered as he bowed. Now all of you prepare to assault Azkaban. Tom then commanded, making all Death Eaters bow in response as he stood up and left. 153, ch 153 Wandless. Skellig Island, Ritual Site, Third Person POV. Throughout this lone island major changes were occurring unbeknownst to anyone. If someone capable of observing or even properly feeling magic came close to the island then they would have noticed it without fault. The massive amount of magical energy constantly being gathered and then released, as if a giant was breathing the energy in and out. That was not all. A strong and steady heartbeat resounded throughout the island as well. Thump. 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 thump, thump, thump. And sitting in the middle of the constant flux of energy, sat a lone young man, from whom the heartbeat which could be heard from anywhere on the island emanated. His silver-white hair gentle floating as if a breeze was flowing against his near-perfect face, eyes closed as his expression showed a peaceful mind, his simple white robes were spotless even after being outdoors as they softly floated as well. But the most interesting thing about him was that he did not sit on the ground, no, he was floating as he seemed to have achieved the fabled levitating meditation. The young man then gently opened his eyes, revealing glowing white eyes with hints of blue dancing across them. The simple action making the pulsing magic enveloping the island to rapidly gather towards him, forming what appeared to be a vortex of energy as it all gathered within him. As everything rushed to him, he inhaled deeply, feeling the every bit of what was occurring within him as he let it flow. And as the last bits finally, he calmly unfolded his legs to stand on his own 2 feet and exhaled slowly as his eyes slowly returned to normal, showing his strikingly blue eyes. "I hope not too much time has passed," he said with a calm face as he took in his surroundings. The area around his ritual circle had greatly changed since the last time he looked. New greenery now grew between the cracks of the marble flooring, all of it being magical plants of one kind or another. The ritual circle he had drawn had been expanded as runes were carved into the stone itself, a sign of the immense magic mixed with the young man helping create what was needed for what had occurred. Even the 7 pillars were not left untouched as they now radiated a constant stream of magic, the runes, now present on them, linking them to the ley line which had been constantly flowing through the place. "I'll memorize these runes now and study them later. It'll be an interesting project to understand what magic itself crafted," he said as he looked at every new line, after removing the new flora with a wave of his hand to not miss any details. After being satisfied, he lifted his hand, making a small keychain, with what looked like a rectangular box charm on it, fly right into it, having summoned exactly that. "A quick clean, some proper clothes and I can head home," he said as the small box grew into a large trunk with the initials AMB written on it with gold lettering. He opened the trunk and reached into it, only bringing his arm back after he pulled out a white t-shirt, blue jeans, black boxers, socks, white Nikes, a pair of silver bracelets, and 2 rings, one golden with an emblem on it and the other silver with a ruby. Casually removing his white robe and letting his now naked form free, one could see masterfully sculpted muscles across his entire body, but also the scars which showed that it was not without sacrifice. He quickly dressed himself in his casual outfit after a soft light covered his body for a moment, put away the white robes he had been wearing and shrunk the trunk back to keychain size. Then with a satisfied smile, he nodded and suddenly burst into blue flames, disappearing from where he stood a second ago. Bones house, first-person POV. With a burst of blue light I appeared in the home I grew up in and smiled. "Hey, I am home," I loudly announced with a smile as hurried steps could now be heard from different sources. "Young master." A tiny as always Tilly cried as she popped in and hugged my leg with tears in her big eyes. "Hey Tilly, glad to see you too," I say with a warm smile as I pat her little head as she hugs my leg tighter. "Big bro." Another voice cried out as Susan came from outside wearing her magical gardening gear. "Puberty is really helping my little sister. I am going to have to make sure the idiots know as teenage boys don't get any funny ideas," I thought as I looked at her. She had a light tan from her time outside as she tended to her plants, with an athletic look from her training with me and her hair gaining the reddish taint which runs in the family. But the problem was, her secondary sexual characteristics were coming in and with a bang. Her chest was seemingly developing by the day and her hips couldn't be hidden even with school robes anymore. And with her face turning from cute to elegant, she is going to be able to wrap those hormonal twits around her fingers. That train of thought was interrupted as the maturing girl enveloped me in a crushing hug. "Hi there to you too, sus," I simply said as I hug her back, making sure Tilly isn't being crushed between the two of us as they both keep hugging me. "I missed you, bro. Nobody has heard a word from you in a month. I was getting worried," the girl said as she hugged me even harder. "Sorry for worrying you. I honestly didn't know how long I'd be gone," I said as I tried to appease the emotional girl. "At least 1 month is pretty good, means I shouldn't have missed that much. I wish you would be correct when you say that, Aiden, but this has been a difficult month," a third voice then said, making me notice Mother standing at the bottom of the stairs as she looked at me with an expression of relief. "I'm back, Mom. I'm really sorry for worrying all of you, but I had a pretty good reason." I apologized immediately for worrying one of the people I cared for the most in this world. "You better, young man. Leaving for so long without a word during this kind of political climate," she sternly said with a light glare my way. "I'll explain as soon as these two can let go of me and we sit down," I answered with a troubled expression as I gestured to my 2 additions. "Not happening," Susan said as she dug her way in further. "Tilly will never let go of the young master," the house elf declared as she clung to my leg. "It does look like that might take a while, doesn't it?" Amelia said with a bit of schadenfreude as she left me to deal with it. It took 15 minutes and promises of pampering for Susan and getting pampered for Tilly to obtain my freedom. After that we could all sit down and have a proper discussion. I did send Victoria a message, telling her I was back, but she was busy doing her shift at St. Mungo's. I wasn't stupid enough to just assume that's what she was doing and not send her a message because she couldn't come anyway. That would not end well for me. Women tend to want to know these types of things as soon as possible. So here I sat in the lounge with Mother and Suz, while Tilly happily went to prepare snacks, drinks, and food for later. So tell me your reason for disappearing, Aiden. It better be good because, even if you are considered an adult, I can still give you a tongue lashing which will haunt your nightmares. Mother said as she narrowed her eyes. Alright, during the tournament finals, when Harry and I disappeared, I did more than just see what happened, I fought Voldemort. I truthfully said, getting a flinch from both Bones ladies. You did what? A very angry-looking Mother yelled. I fought and tied Voldemort in combat which I held back a lot. I wanted to see what he could do and I couldn't kill him because of that stupid prophecy, so I made it a tie. I answered calmly, not wanting to add gasoline to the fire by getting emotional. He's really back. A pale-looking Susan said as she asked softly. I got up from my chair and gave the nearly trembling girl a hug to comfort her. Yes he is, but your big brother is better and stronger than him. I fought him without using my original spells, without my white magic and without my modified spells and I still tied with him. Hell, the only reason that happened was because of why I went away this time. So don't worry about him, Sus. I'll be there and protect you both from that fool. And if he tries to even touch the two of you, he will learn to fear someone in this world. Like our school motto say, never tickle a sleeping dragon. I say in an effort to reassure the girl. So he won't be able to take you away? She hopefully asked with tears in her eyes. I'll never leave until you want me to, Sus. I gently answered as I give the girl a head pat. I took a few minutes to get her to fully calm down, but we had time. So now I had a teenage Susan sitting on me for reassurance as the conversation resumed. You mentioned a prophecy involving Voldemort. What did you mean by that, Aiden? Mother asked cautiously as she found that particular detail to be rather important. The one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as an equal, but he will have powers the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The prophecy which created the boy who lived. The thing which stops me from hunting that hairless fool and ending him. Harry needs to be the one who takes him down. It's also why Professor Trelawney is at Hogwarts despite not being a good teacher. I explain as I say the prophecy word for word. Something no one besides Dumbledore actually knows at this point in time. You mean to tell me that unless Harry kills him, he will never truly be gone? Amelia asked, thinking of the boy they had brought into their home for a few years now. Yet, neither me nor Dumbledore can kill him because fate has been spoken for. Harry needs to be the one to confront the man. After that I don't know, but I will not stand by and do nothing while this is happening. He's like my own little brother and I'm not going to let him fight on his own. I'm also not going to let those bigoted idiots help their Dork Lord either. I declared with absolute confidence in myself. And this is why you disappeared for the last month? Mother then asked. That was for 2 reasons. During my duel I felt the next step in the growth of my strength and I needed to take that step before I forgot the feeling from my duel. I answered with a nod. And how strong are you now, Aiden? From what you told me last year, you should have already been stronger than Dumbledore and Voldemort. Mother seriously asked. Wait. You're how strong? A surprised Susan suddenly said as she jolted up from her nuzzling position. Last summer I was as strong as the headmaster and Darth Bigot, but now I should be stronger than both at once if I'm right. I answered with a confident smile. That statement made Susan's jaw drop and even Mother was having some difficulties. Tea is ready. I also have all the best cookies. A happy Tilly decided to say, breaking the women from their stupor. Thank you, Tilly. Please just leave that on the table. Mother said as soon as she snapped out of it. Yes, mistress. The happy elf said as she set the tray of tea and cookies down and went back to the kitchen. And how did your month away help you achieve such power, young man? She then asked as she focused her attention back on me, the question also making Sus look at me with great curiosity. That's a bit more complicated. You see, during the duel, Baldy unleashed fiend fire when he was on the back foot. To counter it, I summoned a bunch of water and form a barrier out of it in order to contain and eventually put it down. During that intense clash, I suddenly went into something like a trance, feeling magic flow through me freely, as if I was part of magic itself. The feeling let me summon an insane amount of water to douse the cursed flames, but the struggle resulted in both of our energy reserves to run dangerously low, so I called it a draw and fell back. I then held on to that feeling for the next month, trying to grab a hold of it any time I could get some time to practice, but the feeling was always just out of reach. So I decided to plan things out to succeed and prepare for what I knew was to come. I planned for everything I could think of and prepared my subordinates for my extended absence the best I could. I finished my masteries, tests, and paused any experiments and projects which would have to involve me. I set up our plan Mother, making sure we couldn't be targeted by Fudge's idiocy, and I made sure everyone else was protected properly. After school was done, everything went into motion and I secluded myself in a place with plenty of ambient magical energy to help. I tapped into a ley line running through an uninhabited island and stayed there until I could properly grasp, control and master that state without using the ley line as a crutch. The results were surprising and spectacular. My magic is no longer contained in my core until I need to channel its energy to cast something. It is now constantly flowing throughout my entire body. It is like my own blood now. My body is stronger, faster and more resistant. My mind is clearer, can think at faster speeds and can take in information with even greater ease. I can cast any spell with at least half the time required and effort necessary over before. And the amount of energy needed to achieve any spell at the power I could before has also been reduced. But the most surprising thing is that I no longer need a wand, because my wand fused with me. We became so in tune with one another, and I become so strong that we became one. I have a few theories on how that could happen and if this could happen to others, but nothing concrete yet. The end result is that I am now, probably, the only wizard alive who uses magic, without any assistance whatsoever, freely. I said as I finally finished my explanation of what I did, why I did it and how I have changed. I am still not pleased with you taking such a risk during the tournament, but I am glad you did not do something foolish during the last month. I do not want you going down the wrong path for power. Mother said with worry in her voice. I won't, I promise. I am also pretty sure this is going to be a one-time thing, or at least it's not going to happen for a long time. I've been getting stronger too fast and even if my body is way stronger than most people, it is better for me to let it properly adapt and develop from here on out. Plus, no way I am going to start using dark magic, it'll ruin any chance of me ever creating more white magic. I reassured her with a smile, making Mother nod in response. So you don't need or even have a wand anymore, right? Susan suddenly asked as she looked up at me. Yeah, it's part of me now. I answered simply. How are you going to be able to make everyone able to use your new magic if you don't figure out the wand movements then? It's not like most people are capable of wandless casting. She asked, bringing up a very good point. Solid point there, sus. I'm guessing I'll have to go see Mr. Ollivander for something at least adequate. He'll be positively ecstatic to hear I fused with my wand and I'll need something which can at least conduct some of my strength to keep making new spells. Guess that's something else to do this summer, thanks for bringing it up. I say to the girl as I nod in acknowledgement and give more head pats. I am sure the man will almost faint from the excitement you will bring him. Agreed Mother with a smile. But you will have many things to do to properly catch up to last month. Our so-called minister has been giving Dumbledore a very hard time lately and the political climate has been shifting lately. They've even managed to pass that horrid werewolf law that Toad kept trying for while you were gone. They will get what is coming to them in due time. The law is completely useless anyway since all of those in the town are protected by their magical contracts. I'll talk to Dumbledore about how to handle the pressure and continue preparations for Voldy. We are going to keep helping your department, but you'll also have to sweep it clean of those with other allegiances. I've had my people getting ready for the last 2 months in secret, I'll have to check up on all of that. Gonna also need to catch up on my lordly duties, accept my masteries since I'm sure I aced them, and fulfill some promises to my lovely fiancé. But for now, let's just enjoy our time together. Tori will come after her shift is done and we can all enjoy a proper family supper. Turbulent times call for these moments of peace to help us keep going. I say as I let my worries and future actions go for the night. Merlin knows that sounds perfect. Mother says as some tension leaves her body and she reclines into her seat. Sounds good. That was a lot of shocking news for a night and I think eating without a care is just what the healer ordered. Susan nodded as she agreed with the plan. Then Tilly shall make a feast. The house elf said as she popped in and out of the room with stars in her eyes. I don't think we'll be able to move after supper, much less worry about things. I say with a chuckle. I hope she going to make that new lamb dish she learned, it's awesome. Susan added as she drooled a bit at the memory. Tilly has the lamb sauce. Was the reply to that statement as she double popped again. That statement gave me quite the laugh, letting me fully enjoy the feeling of being back home. 154, ch 154 Gathering. My time with my family is always something I treasure. To protect those I treasure, I will not hesitate to do what I must. And in these times, protecting them also means following through with my preparations, so I ordered a gathering of my subordinates. It has been a while since a full gathering had taken place, mainly due to how busy everyone had become. But this time they were all asked to come to the Falster home for a very important meeting. All of them started to arrive either together or one at a time, making me remember all the progress had been done since everything had begun. The Cromwell husband and wife are usually preoccupied by the Herald. Julian is the chief editor of the paper and he's done a fantastic job in getting the Herald to where it is. I might have helped in its creation, but this paper has become the man's baby. His wife Martha has become one of the most trusted names in the industry, known for being an unyielding seeker of the truth and not being afraid to step on the toes of high-level ministry officials and nobles. Darius Stone, the third original founder of the newspaper, has been taking an active role in its expansion. He was one of the managing editors right under Julian, but has since moved to take charge of the booming wizarding radio networks we've developed. He is the voice of Magical Britain, bringing life and emotions to a story. Sherry Holmes is, without a doubt, one of my most valued people. Her abilities and connections have risen to an incredible level. I guess having access to the most influential companies on the continent, vast sums of money, prior connections, and many frustrated people does give one many opportunities to grow a spy network. Fun thing is that most people see her as someone who helps others get a job, and very few know just how terrifying she can be, with even fewer knowing she works for someone else. Then we have the Golden Wand herself, Elaine Summers. Her meteoric rise, occurring after being suppressed by a bastard with money, resulted in her being the idol of many women in the country for being strong and overcoming the corruption in the ministry. Even if I helped her, she deserves the accolades she's received. I took care of that pig harassing her, gave her training and access to information, and that was enough for her to take off. Although I pointed a direction for her to go down, she still took down drug rings, dark wizards, murderers, crime families and even ministry officials. She's tough, honest with herself and others, and skilled enough to put most Aurors to shame. The man in charge of my potions business, Master Timothy Matthews. After achieving an insane level of success, he helped my people basically take over the industry in Europe and Africa. Under his zealous lead, we've gathered potion masters from around the world who are almost begging to join us. We've created the Holy Land for any potion master or aspiring master. Even if you aren't famous or a child, if you can create a new or improved potion, then you are to be welcomed with open arms. It has been hard to maintain such attitudes when people start feeling superior to others for being part of this, but Tim knows how it feels to be put down and does not tolerate any such actions. Next is the Mistress of Plants, Melody Chambers. Her success is beyond impressive, taking hold of the herb market and causing a revolution. Under my guidance and her own ingenuity, Breaking Grounds has become the leader in the field itself, always testing new methods of growing plants thought impossible to grow commercially and trying to create new and better hybrids. It also one of, if not, the largest employers in the continent. From my firm centers we have Anthony Wall. Development in that area has been rather slow by design. He has been in charge of helping new Muggleborns joining the wizarding world in acclimating as best as possible and give them the resources they need to actually understand what they are getting into. He is also the one organizing the various seminars happening in the centers and funds created to help those incapable of paying for their education or help them get back on their feet after it. He's also involved in politics in a lesser extent, focusing on the passing of new laws which would make the conditions of Muggleborns and magical creatures. The head of the Muggle Toy Box, Arthur Norm, was also asked to come. Now, although he is not too directly involved in politics and this business isn't as prevalent as my others, it is nonetheless important. The goal is to change the subconscious desire to reject Muggle technology in the magical community, and removing the idea of complete superiority which is still rampant within ministry officials and nobles. So he helps introduce smaller, but useful pieces of tech to help out and bring in Muggle literature, entertainment, and products to further that goal. Then there's Mr. Oliver Gunn, the man in charge of fortress protection. His role is probably one of the most important for what is to come. Under his leadership and my funding and training, the men and women we've taken in have become a recognized force. Strong, skilled, smart, and determined, with all of them being determined to try and do good. He also leads my shadow force of elites alongside Scott and Jennifer, my most trusted ops unit. He is also one of the few in the know about what is going to happen in my own identity. I have also invited 2 more people to this meeting. The first being the man responsible for building my many safe houses, planing the Werewolf Town, constructing the hidden Muggle and Muggleborn sanctuary, and the future head my the development company, Samuel Fox. The man was hitting a very rough patch in his life, wife leaving with his daughter, debts because of various health and business reasons, and no one willing to hire in either worlds because of his dwarfism. So Scott brought him in and we got everything under control after check for his skills and experience. The man was beyond what I expected, like if Professor Flitwick didn't go into charms but construction instead. Hired him on the spot and helped him gradually build up his own team and crew as they fulfilled my orders. He's been extremely loyal and dedicated ever since. My second new guest was actually an Auror who went through a similar experience like Elaine. Her name is Selene Rosier, a niece of Druella Black, née Rosier, the mother of Andromeda, Bellatrix, and Narcissa. Due to her belief in actually doing good for others and refusing pure-blood ideologies, she was kicked out of the family at the age of 19 and left to find her way into the world. Luckily she managed to get a job as a trainee Auror before all that, and Mother and Rufus Scrimgeour weren't about to let some dark family tell them how to run their Aurors. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop some of the corrupt seniors or officials from harassing her and making her complaints disappear, leading for her to become oppressed and some pig trying to blackmail her into become his mistress in order to have pure blood in his children. We got Elaine to support the woman, I took care of that pig and got most of the people fucking with her suspended or fired, ending with an offer to help her out like I did with Miss Golden Wand. Fast forward a few months, we got her trained up, helped her get a few good missions under her belt, and helped her name spread using the Herald, resulting in an up-and-coming aura with a good story behind her rising. We also have a new couple since her and Elaine really hit it off when they talked about their pasts, go on assignments together or hung out as friends. Turned out Elaine wasn't just really open with her sexuality, but was bisexual. Not something most people are fond of showing off yet, but why should I give a shit about who you want to bang as long as it's between two consenting adults? And so, with everyone gathered within the Falster Manor, I showed myself as my persona, followed by Scott and Jennifer as they had their game faces on. Jenny was able to use some tricks I taught her to come here under the radar, with a few of her trusted subordinates covering for her using some polyjuice potion and a few redirecting wards which will show the stand-in if someone tries to locate her magically. Welcome back to my home everyone. It is a great pleasure to have you all here once again, all looking better than before. I say with a smile on my face as I make my way over to the group. It has been some time Sir Michael, it is saddening that we could not discuss potions due to both of us being so busy in the last few years. Not that I am complaining, the last few years have some of the most fulfilling in my life. Timothy said as he enthusiastically shook my hand. I am glad you have found joy in what you've accomplished, Tim. And I do hope we have a chance to talk as well, it is rare to be able to properly discuss advanced podiwondering. I reply to the potion master. Yes, dear Tim has been ever so excited to talk to you once again Sir Michael. It's all he's been talking about for the last few days. Melody said as the mistress of herbology looked at the man with a teasing smile. Oh please Melody. Not like you weren't feeling giddy at the possibility of getting new ideas on how to grow a few of your plants. You've been humming all day. Tim countered as he made the madam blush slightly. So when are you two getting hitched? It'll be front page worthy for sure. The union of plants and potions sounds like a grand title no. A mischievous Martha said as she came near. Now dear it isn't our place to interrupt the process. Remember how we were when we started out in the profit? Always at each other's throats we were. A chuckling Julian Cromwell said as he reined his wife in a bit. Yeah, certainly could argue your point in a way that made a lady angry back then. You're much better now, letting me have all the juicy news. His wife said in response as she traced his chin with seductive eyes. Keep it in your pants in front of the boss you two. I get enough complaints about some of our single staff about your flirting during work. I don't want to have to deal with that from him too. Darius said as he broke up their growing pink atmosphere. It's all right. Nice to see passion in a long-standing relationship. Too many let that part die off as they age. I said to them with a smile. Yeah, well I'm guessing our elusive boss didn't invite us here with all this shit happening to see how we're all doing. So what's the news scoop boss? A slightly huffy Martha said as her fun time with her hubby got interrupted. I was wondering about that as well. Is it finally time? One Oliver Gunn said as he approached me seriously. Unfortunately the time has come. I affirm with a nod of my head. Yo boss, what does Oli mean is it finally time? You told him something the rest of us don't know about? That just isn't fair now is it? Elaine said as she burst through the crowd. Elaine, I am sure Sir Falster will explain things. You just have to wait a section. Selene said as she tried to rein her girlfriend in. I am rather curious myself. Does it have to do with the fact that you're always gone and I can never seem to find any information on a Michael Falster anywhere? The investigative journalist asked as she narrowed her eyes. Very much so Martha. But I will ask all of you to join me in the dining room for this discussion, it is a very serious matter. I answered as the seriousness of the issue was reflecting on my face. If you would all follow me. Scott said as he took the role of my assistant/Alfred. With a quick change of scenery, all of my guests and I were now seated at the table, with Scott and Jenny standing behind me on either sides. Today I asked for all of you to gather because you are all to be involved or heavily affected by what is to come. You are all people I have trusted through years of work together or services done. 4 of those present already know, to some degree, what I wish to discuss today. Scott, Jennifer, Oliver, and Samuel have all been involved with projects directly impacting the situation, hence they are aware of what I am about to tell you. I say with a somber expression, pausing for a moment. Voldemort is truly back. The room becomes silent and still as those present took the declaration in. Pretty much all of them have been impacted by Voldemort's last campaign. They have had to run or hide, lost people, been attacked, have lost their homes or have been told about what happened by those who've suffered through it. Most of them are Muggleborns too, making them clear targets of Death Eaters. Sir Michael, are you absolutely certain about this? Dumbledore has been claiming the same thing, but I thought you were skeptical about this due to your orders to not involve ourselves. Julian questioned as he was the first to put away his shock and having his inner journalist take over. I would not be involving everyone present if I was not 100% certain. I also have proof of the fact that the Dark Lord was never truly dead. I answered as I drop another bomb on them. But Sir Michael, what about the boy who lived? Does that mean he never defeated him? Timothy asked with nervousness apparent in his voice. Harry Potter was never truly the one to stop him at the time. From what I've learned, his mother was the true cause of his survival and Voldemort's fall. She used an ancient form of warding and intent magic as she sacrificed herself to save her child, and as a result the Dark Lord's magic backfired, leaving Harry with his iconic scar and his attacker supposedly dead. I answered evenly as this revelation shocked the residents of the magical world again. How have you found this out, sir? Darius asked this time. Various clues, but the biggest was me being able to look at Harry Potter properly. I answered simply. You found him? He disappeared after that night. How did you find him, sir? Martha suddenly burst out at my response. He was hidden away so that those who were able to escape proper justice would not be able to kill him in retaliation. His location has changed due to various circumstances, hence any further information would be useless. I responded to the journalist. The information I had revealed was rattling the group in front of me, causing them to stew in silence. Sir, how exactly have you found out about all this? I have been closely monitoring everything ever since the end of the TOE Wizard tournament, but even with my network I have not been able to confirm what you just did. Sherry asked as she felt a bit of a blow to her pride as a spy mistress and information specialist. It is very simple, I fought Voldemort and talked with both Harry and Dumbledore directly. I directly answered the woman as her eyes widened. You fought him and lived? Oliver asked, blown away. I tied against the man. And that's without the new magic a few of you have been learning. This fact is part of the reason I have been unavailable so much, I needed to grow stronger for the times to come. I said to the whole table, getting everyone wide-eyed. Why you re as strong as Dumbledore and he who must not be named? Elaine said as she forced out her feelings. Much stronger now actually. That's why I had to delay plans for a month. I felt a new path during my fight and needed to follow it before it was too late. I wasn't even sure how long I would be gone for. Luckily it was only a month. I corrected her, making a lot of people look at me in disbelief. And is that the second thing you wanted to discuss with us, sir? Because I don't think we can handle another surprise. A nervous Julian said as most of the group nodded in unity. Well, it looks like you should all brace yourselves then. I answered with a chuckle at all the mind-blown guests. Boss, I think you've had enough fun. Just do the big reveal. A tired-sounding Scot said from behind me. I was getting to it. I said with a quick glance backwards. Well, as a few of you know and some might have guessed, Michael Falster is not my true name. I knew it. I knew that was the reason I couldn't find anything on you. Suddenly erupted Martha as she had a triumphant look on her face. Dear, you could have let our boss finish what he was going to say. Sighed her husband. Phew phew phew, I suspected this as well, but it is a very common thing to do when one deals with things in the dark. I just assumed you wanted to stay hidden and let this puzzle lie. Sherry said with a smile. He does have his reasons, that's for sure. Grunted Oliver as he heard her statement. Oh? You knew? How surprising, I didn't take you for the sort to keep such a shady secret. She then teased the man as she leaned towards him, displaying her rather large assets. Nothing shady about it, just a safety precaution and smart move to not get stopped. Oliver defended himself as he looked away. Era. No need to be so flustered. She continued to tease in response. Just fuck you too, honestly. I for one, want to know who our boss really is. Interrupted Elaine, coming to the rescue of her former trainer. Ahem. Thank you, Miss Summers. Now you were saying boss. The head of one of the best trained forces in the wizarding world said as he forced his face to remain impassive. I don't mind watching the show play out a bit. This is good stuff. I replied with a grin on my face as I make the man groan in embarrassment. Boss please? He asked as a cold sweat started to form. Fine. Anyway, a picture is worth 1,000 words so I'll just show you who I really am. I said as I undo my disguise with a mental command. And so, under the eyes of over a dozen people, I change from the mature-looking Michael Falster that they know, to my true appearance. It got quite the reaction. You're Aiden Bones. Exploded Martha once again. I knew there couldn't be so many geniuses in such a close time. Now it makes sense why Falster and you could bring out so many new potions. Exclaimed Timothy as he stood up. Well then, it's no wonder you supported the Creature Island project young Christian started. Melody said as she understood more of my reasoning. How in the world have I never picked up on any of it? I feel like I'm a bad spy mistress now. Pouted Sherry as she sulked a bit. Yeah, threw me for a loop when I found out I got schooled by a kid too. Agreed the former Aura and badass Death Eater hunter. Wait. Does that mean I tried to fuck a kid? Elaine then yelled out, making everyone quiet down real fast. Except for one person. What do you mean, you tried to fuck him? Selene said as a sinister aura seemed to materialize. Oh, don't worry, she thought I looked a wound up when we first met and offered a casual thing. It happened years ago, so no cheating. I clarified, making the demon face that started appearing recede. That means I said some mean things to the boss's face. Martha suddenly realized as well. No worries. It was interesting being at the other end of your pieces. No offenses were ever taken. I say as I calm the explosive lady down. I am sorry to say this, but does this mean everything has been a lie? Do you even actually care about how Muggleborns, magical beings, and half-bloods are being treated? Or was this just a way for you to make money off of us? Anthony Wall, the firm manager, asked as he now made everyone quiet down. No, I have not lied about my goal of truly improving this side of the world. Too many things are in the wrong and so much could be done to improve. Each and every one of you is helping and doing exactly as I hoped. The Herald is now the trusted news source for the UK, with truth and journalism as its core concepts, keeping everyone accountable for their actions and publishing fact-based news. Breaking Grounds Apothecary has kick-started a new wave in potions, allowing for more innovations in the last few years than the last few centuries. Natural cultivation have helped bring in a new age of herbology and helped employ hundreds if not thousands of people from all levels of our society, helping reduce homelessness, poverty, and improve their positions. Firm has become the true welcoming grounds for Muggleborns, a place of learning and acceptance, where anyone can improve or find employment. It has become the spark to help improve the way people deal with Muggleborns and a shield to protect them from worsening conditions. The Muggle Toy Box helps the same cause, breaking down the wall between both worlds and showing that things can be better if we stop looking down on Muggles and learn to assimilate what we can. And finally, Fortress Protection has become a symbol for proper protection in Europe. When Ministry forces are too corrupt, tied up, limited or incapable, we have shown that no one is truly above the law and that you can be safe. Everyone else is helping change how things are in the Ministry itself, one step at a time, by helping good and dedicated people shine in the face of blood supremacy, bribes and corruption. Everything we have built up in the last years was to prepare our influence and importance to make true and lasting change. Hell, even as myself I have been doing just that, but focusing on werewolves. My creations also help bring new ideas and push for development to better magic and how we interact with, while also helping one of the most marginalized groups in the magical world. Nothing I said to you about that was a lie, but now things have changed. We must first deal with Voldemort and his ilk before we can truly change how this country works. Only by defeating the very embodiment of what is wrong with today's society can we make the lasting changes needed to help future generations. And this is why I came clean to all of you today. I answered as I told the pure truth as I looked directly into his eyes. Everything I said is true. This is what I wanted to achieve, but I knew I had to get through Voldy first. I just never said that part to anyone besides a few who would be directly involved in the fight against him. I believe you. I am sorry for doubting. I just didn't want my hope dashed again. I am too old to lose everything. Anthony said as he apologized for his doubts. I understand, when a relationship is built on a lie, doubts are inevitable. I said to the man, fully understanding why he asked his question. Now, I am Aiden Michael Bones, Lord of Noble House Bones, your boss and one of the only people capable of beating Voldemort himself. Will you continue to stand by me and help me defeat this symbol of fear and bigotry from a bygone age? I then asked with me finally letting out my majestic aura, letting feel some of my strength and will for themselves. I've been waiting for this for too long. Oliver simply said since he already knew all this. As long as you don't tell your aunt about that little offer, I'm down. Elaine said with a chuckle. It's already my job to take care of people like Death Eaters and it would be wonderful if that old pig starts doing naughty things again so I can take him down personally. Selene added as she squeezed her girlfriend's hand. I can't really stand in the front lines, but you'll have all the potions and poisons you'll need from me. Timothy soon said with his own determination. I believe many of my babies will be more than helpful in the times to come. I am also sure some of our allies would be more than willing to help us acquire rare things. Melody joined in. I believe my eyes and ears will need to change their focus for a bit. Don't want any little snakes to slither unnoticed. Sherry added while a little laugh. Humph. I'll show all those inbred idiots just why people say the pen is mightier than the sword. Declared Martha with a fire in her eyes. I would rather you not get yourself killed, so I'll make sure my lovely wife doesn't do anything too stupid. Her husband followed up with a sigh. Gotta make sure they don't get away like last time. Darius said as he backed him up. Firm will definitely be a target, but with Mr. Gunn's men, I'm sure we can beat back those fools. Anthony said as he stepped up. I know we can't do much to really help, but I am still not afraid to keep the course. Arthur added as he stood beside his former colleague. I'll keep working on the sanctuary like I promised Lord Bones. You gave me a chance at a real life again, I didn't run then and I'm not running now. Samuel said as he stood on his seat with determination on his face. Thank you all for standing by me. Not much will actually change for most of you for some time in truth, all plans will continue on as previously agreed. The main differences will be Fortress sending a number of guards at each of your business and also additional hidden troops to fool the enemy in case they attack. Sherry will now focus on the ministry and noble families. Elaine and Selene will help keep an eye out for turncoats within ministry ranks, with anyone you suspect can be looked at immediately. Tim will be focusing on products helpful for healing, combat and infiltration on down low. Melody will do the same but also think about defense. Anthony, you and some selected staff will be trained in proper emergency protocols to control the situation if something were to happen. The Herald will continue to maintain its neutrality for now. I want to catch Fudge and Umbridge by the nuts and remove them from the ministry completely. We wait for them to slip and make them pay. We'll need real leaders in the coming days. Everything else will continue as planned and all preparations will be done in absolute secrecy. I do not want any side catching wind of our war prep. I order as a king would his vassals. Yes sir. Everyone in the room said in near unison as they accepted my commands. With that, everyone quickly departs to start working on what they need to do with determined looks on their faces, leaving me alone with Scott and Jenny before I also excuse myself to leave the two alone. They haven't seen each other in a while. Now that that's taken care of, I need to deal with Dumbledore and his order. I have no doubt he'll try to recruit me. But that's for another day. I thought as I returned to my family for some relaxation. 155, ch 155 The Order of the Phoenix. After my meeting with what I would call my inner circle, I've been very busy catching up to what I had missed during my month-long absence and making sure my new and prior orders had been and are being implemented properly. From what my network has told me, the ministry is behaving pretty much as predicted. They've put pressure on the Prophet to run what they dictate and have avoided trying to antagonize the Herald due to it being privately owned, and even Fudge wasn't stupid enough to poke a sleeping dragon when he's already dealing with enough fires. The pressure I've been exerting on the Prophet from my side stopped it from trash-talking Harry so far. I'm sure I'll manage to keep it that way. It seems like the minister is currently focusing his attention on removing Dumbledore from his positions in the government. His first goal seems to be the Supreme Mugwump position so he can try and pass whatever he, his toad and the little snake in his ear, want. Funny thing is, Dumbledore never cared about any position beyond his headmastership. The man just wants to stop others from repeating his mistakes and help young minds grow in positive directions. Even if he hasn't really done the best of jobs. It seems Mother took my advice to clean up her department. Only a few Death Eater and Ministry stooges are even in the ministry at the moment and everyone else has been sent out on crap assignments while she consolidates her position. It helped her that, after his assassination attempt 2 years ago, Fudge decided to have his bodyguards be from Fortress instead of Aurors. Many were insulted by this and became less enthusiastic in following the man's orders, followed by constant cuts to the department and then Mother stepping up. It was almost easy for her to completely take command. Now she only has to worry about ones who would follow Dumbledore's lead like the last war. On the other side of things, Jennifer has given me a good enough report for someone who's only recently been brought into Voldemort's side. She obviously hasn't reached his inner circle or gained the trust of anyone in it due to her statuses as a werewolf and a mercenary, but it is still good enough information. The most important piece was that they've hidden themselves in the Malfoy Manor like the canon, under the Fidelius charm as well, making searches generally useless. Now, although we can't get in or find the building itself, we can still do plenty to monitor them. This is linked to a minor detail people forget when they lay the charm. You might make people forget about its location and force them to not be able to find it, but you can't remove the records about it from existence, and Malfoy Manor is at least 300 years old. So instead of monitoring the house, we focus on the surrounding area and make sure we know what happens as best we can. It helped that we already had known Death Eaters under varying levels of surveillance. I know they are capable of using apparition or maybe portkeys to get in or out, but they need to appear outside the manor unless the Malfoys add everyone that needs to go there into their family wards. Fat chance of that happening, so logically most would need to show up outside and within the range of my people. We also have people in the Ministry of Transportation at all times, helping us keep track of Flu network activity. Her second piece of intel she brought was about their plans to break their people out of Azkaban. Voldemort already knew where the prison was and already began the process of getting the Dementors on his side again. What he was really planning for was on how to remain hidden while he builds up his power again. He knows that he can't take on the entire country with what he has so far, and the people he'll get from the breakout will need months to recover at least. This means he needs to stay in the dark for now. There was a minor change in canon from my decision to remove a few of his men before his return, and that is the moving up of the jailbreak. It is minor so far, but I will need to keep an eye out on what he will do to build up his army after my other actions in the underworld and werewolf communities. Her last major piece was her own assignment from her new lord. He seemed to be testing her abilities by ordering her to track some people down and recruiting them. He wants her to help his lieutenants find old allies still in Europe and some of the outcasts of the magical world. I didn't have a problem with such an order since it lets me monitor who his allies will be for a while and give me a chance to poach some people who could actually do good from the ones who don't want to follow the maniac. Then we have Dumbledore's side. His honestly hasn't seen much action or progress so far. I know for a fact that he's recruited Shacklebolt already and I assume Moody brought in or is about to bring in Tonks, but that seems to be his limit in terms of activity in the ministry itself. I don't know how many personal connections the man truly has, but he is limited by the fact that he is currently the minister's #1 undesirable. Remus sent me a message about staying in the village, which I am told is asking permission to be named Free Wolf, most likely to keep an eye on the population in case some decide to follow Voldemort. Cautious but ultimately kinda pointless as long as I maintain the trust I've built over the years. As for the name, I don't mind since it isn't stupid. Beyond that, most of the order is focusing more on Harry and keeping him safe instead of properly building up a force capable of standing against their enemy. Not a sound strategy to just try and stop your enemy from gathering allies while not building up your own. I understand why the man does things like this, but it tells me he can't fight a war. He's already too broken to take on the burden of being a general in this fight and ending his foe. His only other move was to contact me almost as soon as he received my notice that I had finished my seclusion, asking for a meeting at Grimmauld Place as soon as possible. And this is a meeting I would attend after I finished dressing myself properly since I only sent Dumbledore the notice after I had finished the majority of my work. I simply chose to wear one of my black bespoke suits. This meeting will be a very serious affair due to him most likely asking me to join his order. I had warned Mother that I would be heading out after my work was done, saying it was business. She was used to it and simply acknowledged my notice. No point in telling her what I am truly going to do when I am not going to become a member of the order. Mentioning this particular topic would make Mother freak out due to the actions of my parents and their subsequent passing. I sent a quick message about my impending arrival so they could send someone to let me in on the secret and operate without a single sound. With the silent apparition just outside of where I remembered Grimmauld Place being, I was suddenly struck with the realization that I couldn't remember where the address I was going to was. I couldn't see nor remember it. It felt really weird for me to forcefully forget something due to my eidetic memory. Then I noticed one Sirius Black coming my way with a cheeky smile on his face. Well, looks like even you can't escape the effect from that spell. The smirking man said to me. And that is why so few people are actually capable of casting such a spell in the first place. Doubt you could Padfoot. I responded as I countered the man's grin with my own. I'd have that spell figured out in a week. He cockily answered. Yeah, after Remus explained it to you step by step and then helped you cast it. I say as I make his ego take a solid hit. You can't let me win, can you? Serious with a bit of drama. If I ever let you win I'll never hear the end of it. But seriously, how have you been? How's the lordship been treating? I ask, moving on from the messing around. I can say with certainty that I could live without it. So many pieces of paper, stuff from years ago, people annoying me to go to this ball or that function, idiots asking for money and then I have to deal with those annoyances who are indebted to the Blacks. It's all such a pain in the ass and I'd rather be bitten by fleas again than sign more papers. I feel like I can't even wave my wand after finishing everything. Sirius said with a great big sigh. Yeah, the paperwork is a pain. But that's what happens when you don't have any real training or experience in dealing with it. I replied looking at the man's pained expression at the memory of paperwork. There must be something good that came out of having full control over the Black family. I said as I tried to help him out of his funk a bit. Well, it was fun to kick out cousins Bella and Sissa from the families. Andy's been great and her daughter is a barrel of laughs. Glad to reconnect with some decent family for once. I also can't wait to see what will happen as a result of me cancelling the marriage contracts my two less likable cousins have. I hope it makes the papers. He answered with a smile as he tells me about implementing the suggestion I had given him. Ever the prankster, hey? And wait a minute. Did you say your hand hurts from paperwork? Haven't you gotten one of my paperwork quills? They're a great help. I informed the man as a realization hit me, making him look at me like I'd just provided him with the key to salvation. How come no one told me about these things? He then exclaimed with what appeared to be sorrow. Well, they probably assumed you would have already looked for any way to have to do less paperwork and gotten at least one already. I answered as I thought about the man's usual character. The man didn't even answer me at that point, probably due to me having just correctly guessed exactly what he's done already. He just passed me a piece of paper with the address of 12 Grimmauld Place and I could immediately remember the place as it appeared. When I got to the place it was quite the surprise. The renovations Sirius arranged did wonders to the place, and with the wards and expansions properly reactivated by Lord Black, the place looked quite different from the movie. The floor was redone using nice cherry wood, with the old dark green wallpaper replaced for a rosewood one and the carpets removed. I'm guessing he essentially changed the place out of Slytherin colors and into Gryffindors. He also took down the old portraits of past Blacks besides his uncle Alphard. The various cursed objects were removed, old furniture replaced or fixed up, and I could see a newly redone kitchen as we walked towards what I would assume was the meeting/dining room. We reached the place, and sitting at the table was most of the order waiting for us. Dumbledore was obviously there, but neither Professors McGonagall or Snape were amongst those present. Tonks, Moody and Shacklebolt were seated with Molly and Arthur Weasley. Mundungus had made it and was trying to sell something shady to Remus as Bill and Charlie Weasley watched. "It seems I've made you all wait, my apologies," I said as I entered the room. "Ah, Aiden. A pleasure to have you with us. I assume you know most present today," Dumbledore said as he welcomed me. "Actually, I at least know of everyone present today. 3 Aurors from my aunt's department, one being our supposed to be teacher last year, the second being someone my aunt thinks highly of, and the third being an old friend. Then we have one of my successor's parents and people I've been in contact with regarding Harry's well-being, their eldest son who recently transferred to the English branch of Gringotts after working as a curse breaker in Egypt, the second eldest who worked in the Dragon Preserve in Romania I nearly had majority ownership of. There's Remus, who actually works for me, and one Mundungus Fletcher. I know everyone here, but I am surprised someone as selfing as him would be invested in fighting again. I guess you can find courage in the most unexpected places after all," I say before Dumbledore does unneeded introductions. "How could you possibly know about my transfer?" "I've just done it," Bill asked, stunned I could know about him. "I am a friend of the Goblin Nation and I am very good at finding information I want. And in these times, I make sure to keep track of those related to the ones I am related to. Your family has done good by Harry, and Ron could almost be considered my student in the art of dueling and combat, hence I know about the entire Weasley family in great detail," I answered smoothly as I revealed a bit of my abilities. "Madam Bones has not exaggerated your abilities, it seems. Thorough and intelligent indeed," the deep voice of Shacklebolt said as he evaluated me. "I have heard more than a few positive comments about you as well," I politely answered as he chuckles a bit. "Watcher, where have you been for the last month? You said we could hang out this summer," a wild Dora said as she looked right at me. "Sorry Dora, after my little fight against Voldemort I felt the next step in my growth and it couldn't wait any longer. I am actually surprised it only took me a month to finish, but I am back and stronger than ever. You can come visit whenever from now on, all right?" I say as I try to placate this emotional friend of mine. "Fine, but you better show me the good stuff when I come. You promised to teach me some things, Mr. Super Genius," she said as she relented and smirked. "Nothing but the best for my friends." I agree without hesitation. "You said you fought the Dark Lord, kid? Then why aren't you saying he's back?" It could force Fudge to admit it. Moody suddenly piped in as everyone looked at me for a reason. "A few reasons honestly. First is that Fudge will never admit to it unless everyone sees that Voldemort's back. He's always done everything he could to bury the problems left over from the last war, and the Dark Lord being back would ruin everything he has ever achieved. Second is that this way we can actually have Aunt Amelia get her department ready using our family's wealth. We also decided to clean the Aurors and hit Wizards of Death Eater sympathizers and limited the activity of blood purists. This wouldn't have happened if Fudge wasn't afraid of pushing me over to your side and making his life a nightmare. This way only Dumbledore is under fire and at risk of losing positions he doesn't care for, while we can get ready. And lastly, the Order of the Phoenix has nothing to do with me," I said calmly as the last words make the majority question me simultaneously before Dumbledore raises his hand to stop them. "What do you mean, Aiden? Will you not fight against Voldemort? I know you have a strong dislike for him and his followers. Please tell us why you do not wish to join the Order," the headmaster asked as he urged me for an answer. "It is simple. I believe the way all of you have chosen to deal with the situation is wrong and that you are all severely weakened as an organization without the Ministry," I answered without showing any emotions. "That's preposterous. Your own parents fought alongside us until their death. How can you insult their ideals?" Sirius loudly responded as he almost glared at me. "And that's why they died," I coldly countered as I made everyone present shut their mouths right quick, listening as I continued. "They fought a war trying not to kill those willing to slaughter, torture, and rape countless innocents to achieve their goals. They decided to try to imprison animals who would escape, be jailbroken or simply let go by corrupt officials, fighting the same people over and over again while those same people killed more and more of their allies. And I remember that even as they waited and hoped for help from this very order, as my entire family was being slaughtered, they still fought to defeat and not kill. They then left me to be taken by Death Eaters and suffer under their hands. They then left the woman I consider my mother to weep at least once a week until myself and my cousin managed to help her move on. And even after the war was over, those same people who everyone here fought or lost loved ones to, were allowed to walk away from every horrible act they've committed using piss-weak defenses and continue to harm people to this day. So I think I am fully in my rights when I say I do not approve of the way the Order operates and that I will continue to do as I wish to actually win the coming war. Aiden, I know what you've experienced as a young age has marked you, but you cannot let yourself get lost in your hate," Dumbledore said with concern apparent in his eyes. Headmaster, my decision is not based on emotions alone. This is the result of me taking every bit of information I had on the subject, every possible conclusions I could think of as a result of my choices and even historical precedents. This is my choice after listening to both my brain and my heart. I responded calmly as the man ponders his options for a moment. I know you are strong, Aiden, far stronger than me now, of that I am certain. That statement got a lot of shock from those present. But you still cannot fight this battle alone. Who said I was alone? I replied with a confident smile. I am more than ready for what is to come. Then how about cooperation? I am sure we could help each other to push back the encroaching darkness. Dumbledore suggested hopefully. I am open to such, but it shall be limited to my side providing logistics and information for your information and possible movements. I cannot tell you about my movements for reasons I am sure you can guess, Headmaster, and your order has nothing else which I do not already possess. I answered, laying down my terms. I cannot possibly tell you about all of our movements. I am sure you already understand this, so I will only agree to disclose movements we could use your assistance with. Anything else would endanger our operations. The elderly man countered. I am fine with that. I understand the need for secrecy and reporting all of your movements to someone creates problems. In exchange, if it involves Harry, I want to know. I will not be left out of the loop when it comes to my little brother. I offered in response to his downgrade. I am more than willing to agree. Now, what do you mean by providing logistics? Dumbledore asked after closing issue. I can discreetly supply you with pretty much any ingredient, potion, poison, equipment, trinket, or book you'll need for nothing. I don't lack money and your group is too small to make any kind of dent in my stockpiles. I also have a good number of safe houses in the country no one knows about, perfect when on the run or to meet up. Anything else would have to be discussed ahead of time and you'll need to ask to use one ahead of time because they are very well defended. I answered in a succinct manner. That would be greatly appreciated, Aiden. Dumbledore said with a grateful look on his face. I don't want to join, but that doesn't mean I want good and honest people to die, especially when it's not like I dislike any of you. I am more than willing to help, but I will be handling things my way and doing my own thing. I responded as I let myself relax a bit. Thank you. The man simply said. A smile returned to his face. No problem. But now I believe I should take my leave. This is an order meeting and since I have refused to join, I should get going. I said as I excused myself with a slight bow. Ah, a moment, Aiden. Dumbledore said before I could leave. What's wrong? I simply questioned. It appears I might need to call on your assistance sooner than I realized. This is just as an insurance policy, but could you keep your schedule open this year? He asked as the man's mind seemed to be troubled. Aside from my new positions in the Wizengamot and Board of Governors, I will be taking care of my duties as Lord during the day, hence not usually busy. The latter can almost be done whenever and the others will only happen occasionally, so my schedule is fairly free at moment. I answered truthfully since those would be my most regular activities. That is good. I should be able to let you know if your aid will be needed by the end of the month. Dumbledore nodded with some relief. If that is all, I shall take my leave. It is good to see all those present and hope everyone is the same the next time we meet. I finally said as I take my leave and exit Grimmauld Place. 156, ch 156 Summer Meetings PT1, Getting Some Blessings. The rest of my summer was more eventful than I had anticipated, with a few key occurrences happening in the month. The first of which really threw me for a loop. Flashback to a week after forming an alliance with the Order of the Phoenix. Aiden. This missive is to inform you that we have successfully found the safe houses and no issues occurred in the process of sinking ourselves into the wards. Also, I would like to schedule a meeting next in a week and a half to discuss a rather stressful matter. Do burn this after you have read it. A thankful ally. Albus Dumbledore. Guess the headmaster likes to make extra sure the message reaches me, Fox. I said to the bird currently eating one of the treats I give Soul, getting a happy chirp as a reply. I wrote a quick response agreeing to another meeting and gave it to the Phoenix, which flame traveled as soon as it finished its treat. Just as I was about to sit down to resume my daily portion of work, I was called for by Mother. Aiden, could you come down, dear? I have something I wish to talk to you about. She said as she stood by the now open door to the office. Of course. I've always got time for the ladies in my life. I replied with a smile as I stepped away from my desk. It shouldn't take too long, but we will have a guest. She informed me as we made our way downstairs. It certainly seemed like a guest was coming since 3 cups of tea had been set in the common room, with an excited Tilly standing by. So who's coming and how come you need me here? I decide to ask due to it being kind weird for my presence to be required when Mother is here. It's because this requires the head of the family to be here. And the guest is someone you know quite well. She answered, avoiding my question slightly and making me raise an eyebrow. She then gestured for me to sit behind the single cup, which tells me that I will be on the receiving side of something like a proposition or request from whoever is going to visit, and that they are fairest close to mother since she is bringing them in and subtly siding with them. A moment after I had sat down, a knock could be heard, making Tilly excitedly pop over to the door to let whomever in. I calmly poured myself some tea as I waited for our guest, only looking up after I was done to see a fidgety mother and Sirius sitting in front of me. Now this is certainly a surprise. I did not expect Lord Sirius Black to show up to our home without being told about it. I doubt this has anything to do with what we've discussed last week, so this begs the question, why are you here with my aunt as your inviter? I asked with no small amount of curiosity as I calmly look at the two of them. Ah, well, you see, it's a funny story really, Ak. He stammered before mother elbowed him to get it together. We have something to tell you dear, and it would be wonderful if you could listen until the end. Amelia then said after helping the nervous man out of his stammering. I am all ears. I replied as I gestured for them to go on, while mother gives a commanding glare to Sirius. Well, I'm here to ask permission to re-establish the marriage contract between myself and Amelia. The man squeezed out as mother nodded, leaving me a bit dazed for a moment. Excuse me. Was all that came out of my malfunctioning brain. A marriage contract, Aiden. Mother repeated as if she was making sure I'd heard correctly. Yet I heard him, but what do you mean one between you two? And since when did you have one in the first place if you want to re-establish it? I replied as I questioned the two adults. You see, when we were younger, we were both aurors. We teamed up a lot, worked together on cases and watched each other's backs. We got closer and I proposed since no one else could reel me in like she could. To make it official, the Bones wrote up a contract and we hashed out all the details. Then the war came and well. Sirius explained as he was trying to deal with a serious topic which was obviously still sensitive for the both of them. You then went off and started fighting outside of the department and got yourself locked up. Amelia finished, still looking a bit peeved at the memory. Mel, I'm sorry. I thought you forgave me for that. The man said as he tried to placate mother. Ahem, sorry to stop the show. As much as I love to see you make the man sweat, I still have to clarify a few things. I interrupt before they can do a weird not married but acting like a married couple bit. Like? Mother simply asks as she ignored Sirius pleading looks for forgiveness. So both of you want to get together? I asked straightforwardly. Yes. We've been talking and seeing each other for a few months now actually. I wasn't sure what would happen, so I didn't tell you or Susan. She answered after a small sigh. And you're going to give this guy a second chance? I asked with a questioning glance to one of the marauders. Hey. Sirius responded, probably feeling my thoughts about how irresponsible he is. Yes, as childish as he can be at times, he is still fiercely loyal and protective of those he cares about. She answered as we both ignored his responses. Even when he's going to be acting as part of the order again? I questioned again since I knew just how much of a sore point that is in our family. We've had long discussions about that little decision of his. He took it without talking with me first again, she said as she gave him a quick glare to cow the man, and he did bring up good points about his possible actions being limited this time. Him being a Dumbledore and Harry supporter is well known, so if he helps us as Lord Black it will give Fudge ammunition to restrict Mother for sure. I quickly thought as I continued listening. And as much as loath to have people I care in that man's group, I also know he would never stand by and let Voldemort do as he wished. If he did, he wouldn't be the only man I love. Mother concluded with certainty as she looked at Sirius. I promise you that I'll do right by you this time, Mel. Black said seriously as he looked into her eyes. You better, or I'm putting you in Azkaban myself. She responded with a decisive nod, making the man shiver at the prospect. At least I'm sure Mother won't be soft on you. I chuckled as I watched the two. Humph, he already owes me 10 years. If he screws up I'm not forgiving him again. She harumphed decisively. Then I don't really see any issues as long as Mother is happy with this. I know what kind of man Sirius is. At times reckless and irresponsible, but he is also kind, caring and loyal. I don't really see him cheating, even if he was wild in his youth, and if he does I know it won't end well for him. I said as I give the two my approval. Thank you dear. Mother happily said with a really warm smile. Yeah, thank kid. Sirius followed in with a relieved one. But, I said then interrupted before they could get too excited. The announcement and wedding will most likely have to wait until next year due to the political situation. You two marrying at the moment would turn Fudge's paranoia and stupidity up to 11, and I don't want that to happen on your special day. So it's either wait until Voldemort is revealed or hold a secret wedding. Unfortunately, he is right Padfoot. Mother said looking a bit deflated. Hey. Listen Mel. I don't need any kind of extravagant wedding as long as it's happening with you. Sirius said with determination as he looked into her eyes. You now what? I don't need any of that either. Fuck that sorry excuse for a flobberworm. I've waited 10 years and I'm not letting his pathetic ego and intelligence stop me from marrying you," she declared in response as mother got very fired up. "If that's what you two want, I can get everything organized in secret relatively easily. I just need to know who you'd want to be there and camouflage a few things. Honestly, wouldn't even be that hard to be ready by the end of the month." I chimed in before the two could go off the rail completely. "Oh Aiden! What did I do to get such son?" the now very emotional Amelia said as she hugged me. "Haha. With the kid taking charge, I doubt anything will go wrong," a happy Sirius proclaimed with a hearty laugh. So with a laughing Sirius, the huggiest mother I've ever seen and a house elf who apparently had her own camera, I added wedding planning to my list of duties that day. End of flashback. After that, I started preparing for 2 weddings, mother's and my own. We agreed to have Amelia and Sirius marry on the 30th, then they can both take a week or 2 to one of my private islands or villas for a honeymoon after the kids all go back to Hogwarts. Mother taking a week off will probably surprise a few people, but an excuse of her wanting to get away from all the politics for a short time isn't really shocking, especially with the woman not taking many vacations since she took office. As for my own wedding to my lovely fiancé, I am just waiting on her mother fully recovering to have it happen. So I thought since I already have all the people who make the best stuff for a ceremony coming, why not have it made for us as well? It's not like our bodies will go through significant changes between when we get everything made and when we hold the wedding. The only thing that can do that is Tori getting pregnant, which we both know she isn't. So with her approval, of course, I began the prep work. I was trying really hard to get both weddings done before the start of the Second War. I want to break that death flag which pops up when someone says they're going to marry after the war's done. Not letting that have any chances of happening. Fortunately, I know for a fact that Victoria's mother is recovering very well. Another flashback, this time it's 2 days after the Amelia/Sirius bomb. It's like a Naruto episode during this chapter. "Master! Master! The mistress sent you message!" Tilly yelled as she ran towards me holding my personal vanishing box. Her excited voice broke my focus away from my training, forcing me to return to the ground. I was in the middle of understanding how wind and the sky interacts with magic, and being close to both helped a lot during the process. "Thanks Tilly. Can you check and see if you'll have enough time to whip up all the food we'll need? I just want to make sure we won't need to call the Black Family Elf since he isn't nearly as great as you," I asked the little elf as I received the vanishing box. "Tilly can make everything. Who needs crusty Black Family Elf when Tilly shows him that all he can really make is an idiot sandwich?" she declared as I once again wondered if she's met Gordon Ramsay at one point. She then popped away as I chuckled at her enthusiasm and read the message Tori sent me. "I need you at the hospital. She wants to meet you." It simply said, but it was enough for me to know how important this was. I quickly ran inside to get ready. A quick cleaning spell, a nice black bespoke suit with a white shirt, and I'm ready to go. I then head to the fireplace and wave my hand to change it to the flue setting, grab some powder and yell Saint Mungo. Not telling anyone since Mother is with Sirius today and Susan is hanging out at Neville's place today. The two really hit it off when talking about herbology, and she's been helping him pass potions. He's a good kid, so I trust him to take care of her. What I forgot in the heat of the moment was that my sudden appearance caused quite a stir. I had momentarily forgotten about my rapidly growing fame, something which skyrocketed after I formally received my masteries. Still didn't care as I snapped the receptionist awake and signed myself in without wasting any time. Approaching my destination, I spotted my fiancée as she stood outside of it. And I wasn't sure if my love for her makes me bias, but even in a matron outfit she looked damn fine. So as soon as I reached her, I picked her up with one arm and gave her a deep kiss. After a few seconds of enjoying that, I let her down, leaving her a bit out of breath at the sudden show of affection and red-faced as she tried to maintain her calm demeanor. "So do I look presentable?" I asked with a grin as I received a light glare. "Yes, yes. Hard not to look good when it's you," she answered with a slight smile as she got over the kiss. "Feelings mutual. How do you make that frumpy outfit look so sexy?" I respond with an appreciative look. "Stop it. Don't want to get excited right now," she scolded as she slapped my arm. "But thanks. My pleasure. But yeah, I should probably calm down too. Kinda nerve-wracking meeting the in-laws, you know," I say to her with a small grin. "At least you didn't meet yours when you were barely a teenager," she shot back. "Oh please, that worked out great for you. Mother loved you before we even got together," I responded as I gave he a little nudge. "Well, look on the bright side, at least you'll never have to deal with actually meeting an overprotective father-in-law," she joked a bit. "Yes, and the closest on my side is Tilly, so I think you're good. You might still have to pry her off of me when we move into our place," I added as we both chuckled a bit at the thought before Tori got back to the matter at hand. "All right, well, she's up and pretty much recovered. What she needs is time to rehabilitate her body and magic, as well as counseling to work through some psychological trauma. Apart from that, she's looking great. Just don't talk about the shit stain and you should be good. She explained as she broke down her own mother's condition. Alright, easy enough. The only thing I would even bring up about him is the contract. I said with an understanding nod. Yeah, I already explained that part, so you're good. I would be with you, but she asked to see you alone. Victoria said as she looked a bit worried. No need for that look. It'll all be fine. I say with a quick peck on her forehead. Now wish me luck. I added as I opened the door. When I saw the woman, I could immediately tell she was truly Tori's mother. They had the same raven black hair, only hers resting onto of her right shoulder with an elastic holding it all together near the bottom. Classic dead anime mom hair. The same emerald green eyes, proud and noble features, and they apparently shared the same look when they were assessing others. I just calmly closed the door behind me, walked up to her bed and sat on one of the chairs beside it as I looked into her eyes. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, ma'am. I am Aiden Bones, your daughter's fiancé. I politely introduce myself to my future mother-in-law. Just Aiden Bones? Why not use your titles? Surely you have plenty. She questioned with curiosity. I am talking to my future mother-in-law, status means nothing in front of that. I could be the Minister of Magic and I would still be scrutinized. I answered with a bit of a chuckle. At least you understand that much. She said with a slight nod of approval. So let's get to main question and get this over with. Why should I approve of you marrying my child? Why wouldn't you? I asked back with a bit of an amused smirk. Excuse me. She responded with a surprised look on her face. I mean, I'm sure you've thoroughly questioned Victoria about me already, so I am certain you already picked whether or not you approve of me. I clarified since there's no way a mother and her daughter didn't talk about their love lives. Certainly wasn't expecting that response. No matter, I want your answer. She said before basically demanding an answer from what her eyes told me. Well then, I only have one answer to that question. I said as a smile on my face grew. And that is? She said as she wanted to coax the answer out. Because I love her. I simply said with a bright smile on my face. Because you love her? That's it. That's your answer? She asked for clarification. Yup. I affirmatively nodded. That caused the room to be quiet for a few seconds as it computed. And then she just started laughing. Ha 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 ha. That's right. That's the only reason that matters, isn't it? Ha 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 ha. She said between laughter so loud Tori decided to come in. Why is mom laughing so hard? What did you do? She immediately questioned. I answered her question. I answered with a proud smile on my face. That he did. And a proper answer he gave me. Mrs. Travers said with a happy smile on her face. What do you mean, Mom? Questioned Victoria in her confusion. You found yourself a keeper princess. Her mother answered at the same time as she avoided really answering like I did. Does that mean we have your blessing, ma'am? I then asked as I moved on from Tori's question. Just call me Selene. And yes, you too have my blessing. She answered, making Victoria forget her questions as she just went and hugged her mother fiercely. I'll do just that, Selene. Now all we have to do is get you out of this place and we can have our wedding. I said with a great big smile on my face due to the happiness. Then I guess my genius princess will need to get to work so that she can marry her Prince Charming. She followed up with a teasing smile as she patted her daughter's head. I said I wanted to marry a prince one time after you read that story and you still hold it against me. Murmured Victoria in embarrassment. Of course I will, I am your mother. Selene smugly answered with a little chuckle, making me feel happiness for Victoria getting such moments back at long last. End of second flashback. Yeah, I can see why Tori loved her mother after meeting her. A woman who loves her family and wants the best for them. Good thing I left when they started planning her husband's downfall, cause those two can be quite scary. I think the man would prefer my hit squad over what his own wife and daughter have planned. I thought as I finished signing a few papers for mother's wedding. The signature making me think of another rather surprising meeting I had during the month. 157, ch 157 Summer Meetings PT2, Unexpected Request. You see, besides mother introducing Sirius as her renewed fiancé to me and finally meeting my future mother-in-law, those were not my most surprising event of the summer. A completely unexpected event which, I could only assume, occurred due to my actions and suggestions. Flashback to 2 days before meeting with Dumbledore. And that's how you create my original Protego charm. I proudly say to Tonks as she began her 5th attempt of the hour. Yeah, I got it. Just watch and I'll show you how quick an aura can learn this. The stubborn woman replied as she once again attempted to cast the spell. She had met all the requirements to cast the spell, but it is hard to get initial results due to some of the new concepts and emotions it uses. Kinda like how the Patroness charm can be difficult for people to properly master. I could tell she was on the right track though, and having the creator of the spell walk her through it just sped her progress up immensely. It's also been fun to hang out with her again. Victoria and I have been coaching her in my white magic ever since I made my little alliance with the Order, which Dora had finally joined. Although the two girls are pretty different, they've still formed a good friendship with each other. Tori has had troubles in that department because of her relationship with me and her own achievements which had intimidated our peers, while Dora was always ostracized due to her natural gift, petty jealousies, and her fiery attitude due to having to deal with everything else that comes with being a metamorphmagus. So they found friendship and respect in one another, even if they're a few years apart. But, as I watched Tonks finally forming a faint golden circle where her wand was pointing, a very familiar voice took my attention away. "Master, you have an owl waiting for you. It's very mean." Nipped at poor Tilly when she tried to take the letter. The little house elf said from behind me. "Could you tell who it's from? I don't really get any owls anymore and I wasn't expecting any." I asked curiously as I looked away from Tonks. "No, Tilly couldn't get the letter from Mean Owl. It's not Little Master Harry Potter's or any ministry owls either," she answered with her head shaking. "Well, isn't that odd?" I said to myself as I thought of the possibilities. "What's going on, Aiden? Your mum needs something from her precious boy?" she teasingly asked with a grin. "No, just an unexpected owl from an unknown source. But I don't think you want to go to Mother's considering how you still live under your own thumb," I replied with my own grin. "Hey, I can totally move out whenever I want. I just prefer to wait until I become a real Auror. Besides, you're the famous Lord Bones while I'm just an apprentice Auror, who should be ashamed of living with their mum now." She fired back as she defended her still living with her parents. "Well, unlike a certain someone, my house is just about finished and that's with me having only graduated recently," I offhandedly said in response as I brushed off her reply and turned to leave the training area. "Hey! Where are you going, you prat?" she yelled as I left with the final word. "Gotta do my job. Someone sent an owl and not even the family elf can receive the letter, so that means it's for my eyes only," I answered without turning back. "You're doing a good job on the spell, Dora, keep it up." With that said, I followed Tilly to the owl. It seems that the fellow was defending the letter on top of the dining room table, looking at both myself and Tilly in wariness. I calmly approached it, making the black and grey eagle owl look at my face as I do. He apparently decided I was the one the letter was for and just did the owl equivalent of a nod with a hoot as I took the thing. Trained to recognize the receiver, means it's from someone from a rich family, secretive, or just some shady people who know how to work properly, I thought as I analyzed some possible scenarios. I opened the blank envelope after a few quick scans to make sure it wasn't cursed or a prank. "Lord Bones. I have found myself with information you would find more than useful in these changing times and would like to request a meeting. I will be waiting at the White Wyvern whether you believe my claim to be true or not. If you do decide to meet, simply ask for room 3 tonight. Hopefully we can begin a mutually beneficial relationship. No signature, pseudonym, or titles." Annoying, but the letter does at least give me a few clues. The style of writing itself is precise, elegant, and holds its own unique traits consistent with strict noble families who train their progenies from a young age. It looks like it should be a woman who at least wrote the letter itself, but that doesn't guarantee the person who wants to meet me is one. Wants to keep their identity a secret and hints at knowing my true stance regarding the political climate, meaning this person knows I am against Death Eaters. The only ones who know this are my own people, the Order, and the Death Eaters who've joined Voldemort already. Almost definitely from the third group since my men would have just told me and Dumbledore would have been straight with me instead of doing this. So the writer is almost certainly someone from a Death Eater family, wants to deal with me because they don't believe Dumbledore is an option, believes I can be manipulated or easily fooled, or is looking for some kind of protection. This could just be an interesting assassination attempt too, but I think it's the least likely possibility at this point. Overall, they have my curiosity, I thought as I tried to gauge the intent behind such meeting request. "Tilly, tell Mother I will be out tonight and get my concealing gear ready for me," I ordered the elf, making her pop away immediately. I then sent a message to Oliver in order to have men waiting in the White Wyvern before I get there, just in case. They know how to be subtle. Couldn't have Dora over for dinner today because of this surprise meeting, but we scheduled another lesson after my meeting with Dumbledore. And after a month of training she's been showing a lot of improvement, leaving Moody quite moody that his apprentice was learning more under a kid like me. Yes, I had to do that at least once. So after dinner, I equipped myself properly before heading out for my mystery meeting. I wore a basilisk/dragon hide vest under enchanted robes, had my hidden bracers on, my enchanted knife, my detection ring, emergency port keyat, and all of it concealed by an enchanted hooded cloak which shadowed my face and body. And don't judge, being the strongest doesn't mean I'm invincible. Too many stories about betrayals, poisons, alliances just to take a person down and assassinations to believe no one can kill me. Heck, there's still technically a possibility I could get killed by a random muggle. So constant vigilance and all that. So with a message from my people saying they were in position and myself being ready, I used the flow network to reach the leaky cauldron before calmly making my way to Nocturne Alley, always keeping my magic sense open in case of an ambush. Fortunately those who saw me were smart enough to not get in my way. A 6'3" man with a calm and steady walk, silent steps, and leaking a small amount of my predator's aura. It lets people know I am dangerous, or at least too dangerous to mess with for minor gains. Reaching the White Wyvern, I asked for room number 3 as instructed, giving a hidden signal to my men that I had arrived at the same time. The place hadn't changed at all from the time I had my first meeting with Jennifer. Still an even worse version leaky cauldron. But I just ignore all that whilst focusing on possible movements and what lied ahead. Reaching the correct room, I prepare myself and let my magic flow through my entire body as I ready both offensive and defensive magic. I gently open the door, but my senses only feel a single occupant, which I doubt is Voldemort himself, so assassination attempt has dropped down on my list of possibilities. And just as gently as before, I close the door behind me. I then walk to the unoccupied chair set for this meeting as I look at the cloaked person sitting on the other. With every step I use my magic to form wards to block any form of apparition, portkayat, elf magic or spatial movement, firmly locking the room off from anyone trying to get in or out besides me. This is a demonstration of my ability to cast magic from anywhere on body. If I understand what I am trying to do well enough and practice, I can cast a spell, set a rune/ward and block magic using any part of my body. Of course, my limbs are much easier to use when I want to be accurate, but I can do full body magic. Then I add intent and deceit detections just as I sit down and give my focus to the one who I assumed called me. That was certainly an impressive demonstration. I assume I am speaking to Lord Bones then. The female voice asked as my piercing blue eyes were the only thing she could really see because of my enchantments. The cloak she was wearing covered her face and body well, but the materials gave her status away. Then her body language screamed that she wasn't in her preferred environment and her tone of voice and the state of her magic tells me she isn't hostile at the moment. The one and only. Should I be the first to take down my hood or are we going to stay like this? Not much of a point since we both know who the other person is. I asked the woman in front of me. You believe to know who I am. I do not belittle your abilities, but I doubt you truly know who I am. She said in disbelief. Your choice, Lady Malfoy. I simply answered with a devilish grin as I removed my own hood, making her body stiffen completely at my answer. You are more capable than I anticipated. Narcissa Malfoy said as she removed her hood and showed an expression telling me she was re-evaluating me. It was the first time I was in such close proximity to the infamous wife of Lucius Malfoy, but after looking at her carefully I could see she was quite the beauty in her day and still had enough charms to her name. Although her expression was calculative and cold, she possessed nice features of nobility, long blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. Overall looking very good for a woman and even better when considering she was approaching her mid-40s. Yes, the little clues piled up and my own means of gathering information helped me narrow things down even further. But even then, you were one of my least likely suspects on my final list. So tell me, why would the wife of a Death Eater contact me after her family's lord has finally returned? I asked in a voice devoid of emotions as I looked at her carefully. I am sure that you are aware of my cousin's actions since becoming Lord Black due to your actions and relationship with him and young Mr. Potter. I will not doubt your intelligence after your performance. But his little prank, as he would see it, of revoking the marriage contracts of myself and dear sister Bella, is why I am here. She answered coldly as she kept her neutral expression. And why would this truly affect you? From what I have seen and heard you care greatly for your family and have been the perfect pure-blood noble wife ever since you've married into the Malfoy family. I asked out of curiosity. Because that contract is precisely the reason why I acted in such manner. She answered in her cold voice, but I could feel her intense emotions when talking about the contract as I looked into her eyes. She might have very powerful occlumency defenses, but they are no match for my own legilimency. This means that as long as we keep eye contact, I can get very accurate reads on her. What exactly did this contract entail? Honestly speaking, it was my own suggestion to cancel them just to mess with your camp. I thought Bellatrix would at least kill her own husband after being freed, but instead I have the other Black sister doing something interesting. I then ask as I divulged my own role in the act. That does indeed sound like something my dear sister would do if given the chance. I can't tell what her contract entailed because I was never required to know, but my own I have thoroughly understood to find every in and out. Unfortunately for me, it was a very strict contract, given to the Malfoys to show the Black family's loyalty to the Dark Lord. They wanted to offer myself, Bella and Andy to 3 of the most devoted pure-blood families supporting the Dark Lord to prove themselves. Andy got away by marrying her Muggle-born husband, but Bella and I couldn't go against what we were taught. My contract guaranteed the perfect wife of a lord, meaning obedience to the Lord Malfoy, working to improve the house, protecting my lord, giving him an heir and loyalty to the house. The contract could only be cancelled by either the current Lord Malfoy or Black, and I was hoping my son would be able to free me in time. She explained as I got a very good idea of what happened as a result of this contract. The blacks gave away their daughters as something closer to slaves. I summarized as I couldn't believe the stupidity of such an action when the house was already declining. Yes. Narcissa simply answered. And if Bellatrix's contract is anything resembling yours, it would explain a major part of why she is so loyal to Voldy. Especially if I'm guessing correctly that the punishment for not following the contract falls on you. I followed up as some new understanding of Voldemort's fiercest follower was unearthed. This time Narcissa remained silent, but I could see a flood of memories had been triggered when I mentioned the word punishment. I saw glimpses of physical and magical torture, the contract's magic forcing her body and sometimes even her mind, its constant influence on her and Lucius' less than kind actions as a husband. And from your reaction, it would seem that Death Eaters make for poor husbands as well as pathetic men. I added with clear venom in my voice this time. That is an understatement. She said as she regained her calm. And now that you are free from such a contract you contact me. Why? I finally ask in order to sate my curiosity over the nature of this very meeting. I wish to offer you a deal. Your protection of me and my son for my services and loyalty. She answered with determination. Why on earth would you come to me for this and not Dumbledore? One of his biggest traits is his offering of second chances to others. I asked in complete bafflement. Because I don't believe the old man can properly protect anyone besides Mr. Potter. Even then both of the child's parents died under his protection, the Longbottoms have been in St. Mungo's for over a decade, your own family was nearly erased, Sirius was imprisoned under his watch, he didn't know one of his most trusted was replaced by a Death Eater and he cannot match the Dark Lord anymore. She said smoothly as her voice remained cold. This does not explain why would believe a 19-year-old has better chances at protecting you, even if I tied against the Dark Lord in a duel. I countered as I wanted to know exactly why she came to me for this. Although I was not certain you could match the Dark Lord at his peak before, my doubts on that were cleared the moment you said those words without using a word nor wand. You have achieved something no one in our history has by acquiring so many masteries and at the same time no less. You are probably the richest man in the country due to your business. And you hold strong positions in the Wisengamot and even the Hogwarts Board of Governors. You can protect me and my child, of that I have no doubt if you try. She said evenly as she named the magical, economic, and political power I hold. Of course I could do this, but the question remains. Why should I? Why should I act for someone like you? Someone who still supports the idea of blood supremacy even if it is not to the fanatical degree many Death Eaters do. Why should I need your help to accomplish anything if I've already achieved everything you've said before even graduating from school? Why should I try to protect an ignorant child who will not change until he experiences what it really means to be a Death Eater like his daddy? Why should I not just kill you here and now? I asked her in return as my voice gets colder and colder, releasing some of my power to put pressure on her. Because I can help you completely ruin Lucius and other families. She answered as she tried to remain calm in front of me. The only reason your entire family is not dead is because I've been hoping your son could take even a single step to change himself during his schooling. If you didn't have a child still depending on you, the both of you would have disappeared long ago. As for the others, it is generally the same reason. I replied emotionlessly, making her eyes widen at the revelation. I can help your business grow as I have with the Malfoy ones. I am the one who's been managing everything for years now and Lucius barely pays any attention as long as the numbers don't go down. He never noticed that I took almost half of the profits for myself. Narcissa added as I could feel her emotions racing below her calm face. Why in the world would I trust someone like you to be anywhere near the management of my business? You just admitted to embezzlement. I countered calmly as I kept my cold eyes on her, pushing her more. I'll swear an oath of service until my life is no longer in danger, or even for a set number of years. I am an excellent potion mistress, a trained fighter, I know my way around businesses and politics, I am certain I could be of some use in exchange for your protection. She responded as her emotions started to show on her face bit by bit under my constant pressure. But that still doesn't change my fundamental problem with you, Narcissa. You are part of and were raised by a family which believes in being better than others, while having all the advantages possible, but decides to actively harm our kind at every turn to maintain some semblance of power over others. You are part of the people who want to be nobles, but have forgotten about the responsibilities which come with that title. So I ask you again, why should I protect Narcissa Black? I ask again as my blue eyes start to radiate power, putting even more pressure on the woman. Because I don't want to be at their mercy anymore. I am tired of being told what to do, how to act, what to feel, when I know that it's all stupid and wrong. I am tired of dealing with all that death and destruction when I want to be able to enjoy my life. I am tired of having to give up ever having love and being forced to act like love a gay man. I just want to be free and be able to be with those I care for. The woman in front of me finally said as her image as a lady broke and she told me her real desires. But when she did that, I got so confused that I unconsciously stopped emitting magic and pressuring her through the mind arts. Say what now? I asked in complete shock. Hey! An equally confused Narcissa said in response as she felt lighter all of a sudden. What did you just say? I ask again just to make sure I heard that right. I want to be free. She hesitantly answered. No, just before that part. I said as I urged her to repeat what I thought I heard. I'm tired of giving up on love. Narcissa, she confusedly said this time. No, after that bit. I said. I don't want to act like I love a gay man. She finally said. Yeah, that part. Is it true? I then asked out of pure curiosity. Yes. That's why we only have Draco. We've only ever had sex once and he did everything he could to make sure I became pregnant. He even used a ritual on himself because of his preference interfering. She answered in a bit of a daze. Oh wow. I mean, I could kinda see it, but just wow. I said as nothing else could really come out because of this really interesting new fact which I was not expecting to learn at this moment. So, does this mean you're not going to kill me at least? The woman then hesitantly asked as she looked at me. No, I won't kill you. I was honestly trying to see the true reasons as to why you would come to me. Not the reasons you tell yourself to maintain your dignity or whatever reason you think I would help you. I wanted to hear Narcissa's reason, not Lady Malfoy or Black's proposal. I answered honestly since she was able to tell me her own truth. But does that mean you'll protect me? She hopefully asked this time instead of trying to almost demand a trade for protection. Yes, I'll protect you. I will take you up on the offer to help manage my business because my circumstances will most likely change soon and I will become busier, but aside from that you will be generally free as long as you abide by whatever protections I set. You will obviously be signing a magically binding contract for obvious reasons, but it's mostly about not messing with my business and confidentiality agreements. We will discuss the details later. As for Draco, I am sorry to say that at the moment he would be too likely to run back to his father and result in either your death or my losses. He has basically been brainwashed into thinking as he does and the spell will not be broken until he sees what he has been taught, truly means. But he is also going to be at Hogwarts during the year, reducing the dangers significantly. It will remain to be seen if either he can change or you can convince him. I answered, giving her both good and bad news. I tried to have him not turn into another Lucius, but whenever I attempted to do so, he forced me to stop and punished me using that damned contracted. I will see what I can do before it is too late. He is still my baby, even after Lucius' so-called education. Narcissa said with a heavy sigh. Although she hated Lucius, her child was still innocent in her eyes and as any mother, she just wanted him to have the best future he could and that couldn't happen under the Dark Lord. You are free to do so. We will discuss how you will be protected in a few days if that's all right. If not, I can bring you to a safe house immediately and have you disappear. I offered the woman. No need for that. I have some things to do before leaving and Lucius doesn't know the contract has stopped working yet. He keeps it locked away just in case I would figure out a way around something or maybe destroy it, so I will at least have a few days. She responded with a shake of her head. Then I'll give you one of these. In case the worst happens, that portkey will take you to the safe house I plan to bring you to. All you'll have to do is say Haven. Better safe than sorry. We'll talk in a few days then. I said as I threw a silver key to her. Thank you Lord Bones, I look forward to working with you. She said as she caught the key and managed to return to how a proper lady should act. Just please don't make me regret this. I truly wish for people to improve and move on from the poisonous views of people like the Death Eaters, but I am also not as forgiving as Dumbledore. I warned her one final time before I start removing the wards I had put in place. I understand perfectly and will do my best to show that my words were not empty. She seriously responded as she looked into my eyes without fear. I hope so Narcissa. I really hope so. I say as I took my leave. End of flashback. 158, ch 158 Summer Events PT3, the last event. The last interesting bit of my summer came when I had my meeting with Dumbledore. It was nice having to deal with something relatively predictable after so many surprises happening in a single month. Mother got back with her ex-fiancé and the wedding is happening in a little more than a week, its organization is going swimmingly. I am conflicted about letting Mother marry Sirius due to what I know of the man, but he's making her happier than she's been in a long time and I know for a fact he's been straightening up his act even more. I know because I have eyes everywhere and they'll help make sure he doesn't hurt Mother. Then I meet my own mother-in-law and was half grateful that I wouldn't be the one having to deal with a father-in-law, mostly because my future wife and mother-in-law are in the finale stages of their plan to erase him. Let's just say it'll suck the life out of him. Then I have to make sure our own wedding plans are going well, which they are since I've decided to use some muggle ideas mixed with magic and my people are helping make sure I get everything I need. Then we have Narcissa Malfoy / Black. With her marriage contract cancelled and her getting my protection, she's been a very busy bee. From what I can tell, she's been transferring businesses to her name by convincing Lucius that as a marked Death Eater, he is very suspicious and that having everything in her name would stop people from being able to take them should he ever be arrested. The man actually agreed, meaning that it could deal a serious blow to the Dark Lord's finances when I decide to pull the plug. Obviously I've taken countermeasures against Narcissa. There's no way I was letting a woman who's been so close to Death Eaters for decades loose near me, even if I believe her, and she knows it. So we signed strict contracts for the duration of the Second Coming. In brief, as long as I am able, I shall protect her from Death Eaters and their lord, which isn't really difficult for me in all honesty, and in exchange she would act in whatever means she could to support me against them. I give her safety and she gave me whatever she could against them, simple and straightforward but with heavy punishments on both sides. Had to make sure there were as few loopholes as possible since I know she can exploit those. But it was finally time to go for my meeting. So leaving my research aside, I went to wash and dress myself in a grey suit with classic leather Oxfords. Susan, are you ready? I asked after having finished dressing myself. Almost done. Just give me a minute. She answered through the door. Yes, I was bringing Susan over. The meeting itself wasn't just a meeting. It was more of a dinner I was invited to before I talked with Dumbledore, and since Harry and his friends were there I was bringing Sus along so they can hang out too. On a side note, yes, I'm still doing plenty of research and spell creation during the last month. I just don't talk about my day-to-day grind. Most of my paperwork is finished before lunch with myself writing quills, aids, and my own insane stats. My business basically runs itself and only some rare stuff requires my presence or personal help, so it mostly falls in the paperwork category. And with my vanishing box, I can easily talk with various countries in which my businesses are growing as well. Then I have my Michael Falster stuff, which I mostly get reports and files to request permission for certain actions, nothing linking directly to me, but my people are very capable hence leaving me with little to do since they also have my trust. The Board of Governors was not a frequent thing, only meeting 3 or 4 times a year if no severe incidents occur to discuss the current year's projected numbers at the beginning, how things had been going during the winter, how the school year as a whole ended after exams, and then to discuss exam results and funding for the next year. So not a time killer or anything, with my first meeting actually being in a few days. That is probably the reason why the headmaster wants our meeting to happen now. Then I have my duties as a member of the Wizengamot. The schedule is rather inconsistent in general, but is also infrequent. During normal times, the members are rarely gathered in their entirety. The duties of members revolve around wizarding law, meaning we vote on matters regarding the introduction, abolishment, or defense of laws, deciding the verdict of high-profile trials and whether they merit being heard, and finally we hold the power to remove the current Minister of Magic and veto certain motions if enough members are in favor. This means in general, we only gather when enough is on the agenda, an important case is brought forward or an emergency is declared. So overall, I am able to finish my work in the morning with relative ease on average. Then I can do as I please, which is usually research, spending time with Tori, teaching the little siblings or training Tonks. I've actually been making some good progress in regards to magic due to my new state, constantly pushing further in either my white or neutral magic. My main focus being on pure magic manipulation and elemental magic when not creating new white spells. Putting all that aside though, I heard Susan come down and see her in a burgundy blouse, black tempered pants and black ankle boots as she does. You look great sus. I say with a gentle smile. Thanks bro. Tori helped me pick out the outfit when we went shopping. You look good too. She happily said with a bright smile on her face. Really going to have to make sure no one tries anything on her. I thought as my, protective brother side reared its head again due to puberty was going for my little sister. I then quickly concealed our appearances using my cloaks and apparat dust to Grimmauld Place. I already knew the secret being kept and Susan has visited during the summer because she is a lot closer to Harry than she was in canon due to him staying at our place, so we didn't need someone to invite us in again, simply walking to the door and knocking. Sirius answered the door and welcomed us warmly as a result. Hey kids, happy to see you. Harry's been asking about you, worried you'd been attacked by Voldemort and his followers. The energetic dog Animagus said as he brought us in. As soon as we came into the door, we could see a flurry of redheads moving around the house. Kids, it's time for dinner. I then heard the voice of Molly Weasley shouted, making the entire clan gather, with Susan excitedly rushing over to see her friends and get some food as well after she looked at me with expectant eyes and I gave her permission with a nod. I see the Weasleys have made themselves at home. I say to the man with a chuckle. Yeah, it's mostly for Harry. Good to have more people treating him like an actual family member, Dumbledore said. It also helps to keep him happy since his friends are here too and he can still do magic as he pleases. Explained the dog father with bit of a smile. He does deserve to have people care. But besides him, you ready for the ceremony? I asked as we moved towards the dining room. Nervous as all hell, kid. Can't stop thinking about what if I mess it up? What if we're rushing into things? What if another war really happens? Can I properly take care of her? Can I make her happy? Do I deserve her after what I did? My future uncle rambled as he passed his hand through his black hair. At least I know you care, cause you wouldn't worry if you didn't. But I'll say this, the only time you'll ever really let her down is if you stop trying. So man up and just be there for each other, you both deserve someone to love in your lives. I say to the man. Just be there for each other, hey? Yeah, I can do that. He replied as he exhaled deeply. Good. Cause if you make her cry I'm going to use you for target practice. I said with a nod as I then walked through the door to the dining room. Wait a sec kid. You're joking right? Kid. Sirius said quickly as he tried to stop me, but I just ignored him. Aiden. You're here. Harry then shouted happily from his seat at the table. I looked over and gave him a smile while looking around. It looked like most of the Weasley clan was here. Fred and George were animatedly talking to each other about a new prank product idea for their developing Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. Ginny was seated with Hermione and Susan as the girls wanted to talk amongst themselves as their gender obliges. Charlie and Bill were talking with their father, and Molly had just finished placing the last plate down as she saw Sirius and I coming in. Looks like Percy still became estranged from his family for supporting Dumbledore. I thought as I noticed his absence. Aiden dear, I'm so pleased you could come. The plump Weasley matriarch said as she ushered us in. My pleasure Mrs. Weasley. Thank you for cooking, I've brought a few bottles of wine that the adults can enjoy. I respond with a grateful smile as I open my bottomless pouch and take out 4 bottles of Bordeaux. Oh you shouldn't have dear, but thank you. She said as she happily placed the wines on the table. I then took a seat next to Harry, who immediately asked me questions. Where have you been Aiden? I've been worried since I haven't been able to come over. Sirius also told me you aren't joining the professor's order, why not? The growing teen asked and I could see on his face that he was overthinking. Harry, everything's all right. No one has done anything to me, so no need to worry. For your first question, well I was busy getting stronger. Took me a whole month, but if I could match Voldemort before, now I'll flatten him. I answered with confidence, shocking the teen and those of the younger generation since the order members already knew I was that strong. And I've been rather busy planning Amelia and Sirius weeding while also taking care of my own. I then added with a smirk as I see that bit of information getting an even bigger reaction. You're getting married too? Harry and Ron shouted out at the same time. Yup. I answered, amused at their reaction. But you just graduated. The still very shocked Harry said. So? Tori and I have been dating for a few years and we've been engaged for a while now. The only thing we're waiting on is her mother recovering so she can be there for it. I calmly answered as I saw the girls across the table grill Susan for all the details about that particular piece of information. How come you didn't tell me then? Harry asked, looking a bit sad. Well, we didn't want anyone to know until Tori could make a name for herself outside Hogwarts. We didn't want people saying she's not actually that good and I was the one to do everything. I answered, placating him. Oh, so she was too proud and didn't want people to think you were the only smart one. Ron then suddenly said in between bites. That could be a way to say it if I wanted to get into trouble. I said with a nod. Why would you get into trouble? The two friends then asked in confusion. You two will have a lot to learn and more than a few times you'll annoy women. I simply answered to their lack of understanding as I began eating in full, successfully distracting Harry from his second question in my power. The rest of the meal was a lively affair, with everyone talking amongst themselves, catching up on recent events or actions, how jobs are going, excitement for the school year, worries about owls for the 5th years and talks about the ministry. Near the end of the meal, Dumbledore finally arrived and looked quite happy to see the jovial mood of everyone at the table. Good evening everyone, I hope I am not too late for dessert. The old man said as his sweet tooth took over for a moment. Not at all, just about to bring it out. Why don't you take your seat and I'll go and get it? Molly answered with a wide smile as she stood up to do just as she said. The headmaster nodded, found his seat at the head of the table and waited for Molly to return. The matriarch quickly came back with a few different pies and started to distribute slices all around and only after everyone was done did the headmaster start talking as everyone looked at him. Now that everyone has been well fed thanks to Molly, I would like to ask the children to return to their rooms for the night. Dumbledore said as he looked at the twins in 5th years. Oh come on. It's our last year and we're both 17. The twins protested as Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Susan also look very dissatisfied. You all will listen and go to your rooms. This is not something for children to hear. Their mother ordered as she glared at the twins. But I can't just not be involved when Voldemort is going to try and kill me and anyone who gets in his way. Harry countered as his emotions started to rise. Harry my boy, you are too young to be involved in order business. You cannot help because of your schooling and the trace is still on you. It is simply too dangerous for you to be involved right now. Dumbledore countered as he looked at Harry with a sad expression. With actually valid points against telling anything, something the canon decided was too easy to do. I mean, just because Albus was weary about Harry's link to Voldemort, he never gave him a reason and almost goaded the kid into proving himself by doing stupid things and making him very emotional on top of having to deal with the instability his connection added. Before he got too bad, I decided a moderate approach would help placate those still in Hogwarts. How about we let them be present for the general information and less sensitive information? After that I will take my leave with students to allow order members to discuss important information and operations which cannot be leaked. I added in a calm tone, calming the kids and making them look at the adults hopefully. Are you certain about this, Aiden? You know my reasons. Dumbledore asked with a concerned look. It is inevitable that everyone here will fight, and being prepared is a lot better than fumbling in the dark. They can only be carefree when they know what is happening. I believe everyone here is loyal and can keep secrets, even the twins. I said as I remembered how each one of them has grown and were said to grow in canon. I think that's a good idea, especially for Harry. He's always been involved in this, he deserves to know something. Sirius said in support as he gave Harry a smile. But they are just children. Molly complained as her instincts to protect kicked in. And the Death Eaters won't care about that fact. It is better for them to know what is happening so they are not caught unaware or lured into foolish actions. I countered coldly as I turned my eyes towards the woman. Fortunately Dumbledore interrupted before Molly could flip out in an effort to protect the kids. If you feel so strongly about this, then the young ones can stay until we discuss things which need to remain secret. After which they will all retire to their rooms. The headmaster said as he gently put his foot down. The students happily agreed to the compromise. Good. No, I wish for everyone to know that I will no longer be able to act as Chief Warlock for the time being. The man said in a very serene manner, causing a good amount of people to be shocked. He opened with the heavier thing, but he doesn't really care about the title, only the fact that he will be unable to act as much in case a stupid law is introduced again. I thought as I looked at those present, worrying. This was a foregone event. Cornelius would never want me to stay in the position when he believes I am aiming for his own. The old man said in a sagely tone. My aunt was able to stop Fudge from appointing his undersecretary as your replacement with relative ease, but the minister is still looking for someone sympathetic to his cause to replace you. I am currently looking into this and making sure no Death Eater or sympathizer replaced you. I followed up as I added my own information on the subject. As I've heard, Amelia has done good to stop that woman from taking the position. Unfortunately, it seems that she and Cornelius are working on another angle at the moment as well. This one directed at Hogwarts. Dumbledore said as a more somber look appeared on his face. But the ministry can't just do what it wants in Hogwarts, only the headmaster and the governors have any say in its matters. Sirius said in a grave manner as he began thinking about what the ministry could possibly do to harm Dumbledore's position in Hogwarts. Sadly, they have already begun influencing matters. The man said as people began to look concerned over Fudge's actions. And I am guessing that's why the position of defense against the dark arts professor hasn't been filled yet. I said in order to help everyone understand what has been happening. Yes, it is my assumption that the minister and his undersecretary have been pressuring those I could call upon to fill the position. Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. Can't we do anything about this? It is clearly illegal to do something like this, no. Hermione suddenly said as her outrage bursted out. I am afraid not. Wizarding laws have always been kept loose when it comes to the actions of the ministry or noble families. Without any concrete proof of such acts, it would be impossible to hold them accountable. Heck, the only reason I was able to screw Lucius over a few times is because I had so much against him. Any other time and he could simply walk out with a fine or bribe his way out. I explained as I remembered the fond memories of Lucius' anger towards me. I am afraid Aiden is correct, Miss Granger. But I do have a solution. Although young, I would like for Aiden to return to Hogwarts this year as the new defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore suddenly declared to the great surprise of those present. I thought you would ask if things didn't go well and I am ready to do so. But didn't you reject Tom because he was too young? I asked out of curiosity. I am glad to have you aboard and I am sure your classes will be quite illuminating. Also, we both know that this wasn't the true reason, simply an excuse. And I believe this little decision of mine would make him feel quite a bit of humiliation once he hears of it. The old man answered in a happy mood at the thought. I pity those near him when he finds out. Poor Lucius will have to scrap and bow for days. I respond with schadenfreude. Is that where they have been hiding? The headmaster asked out of curiosity. Yes, but we can't do anything without proof and the place is under Fidelius as well. I answered simply. Such a shame for poor Lucius then. Dumbledore said with some pity over the man's future suffering. Did you just say Lucius is hiding Voldemort? Arthur Weasley suddenly said loudly. Yes, but it's not like we can do anything about it at the moment. Haven't been able to find out who the secret keeper is and even then I can't be 100% certain Voldemort would be there. He could only be there for meetings, to issue orders. It can be a simple stopping point to confuse any would-be tracking attempt or a ruse. So it's better to simply observe for now. I answered at the same time as I stop him from suggesting an assault on the place due to his dislike of the Malfoys. What has Voldemort been doing lately though? Harry suddenly asked, getting everyone's attention for a second before they turned to Dumbledore. He has been trying to gather allies, old comrades, the desperate and cruel, the oppressed and angry, and those who would profit from his endeavors. This is something our own members have been trying to prevent, Hagrid being on his way back from his discussions with the giant tribes in Italy. Besides that, Voldemort has taken no obvious actions at this point, but we believe he might do something major to bring more to his cause in the near future. The headmaster answered seriously as he looked at those present. I have received information that he and his men have started showing an interest in something kept in the ministry as well. I have not been able to pinpoint what his objective would be, but I suggest having your contacts be on the lookout for any known members or sympathizers wandering where they are not supposed to. I added as I hinted to the Dark Lord's desire to know the prophecy. Thank you for this information, Aiden, or should I say Professor Bones? The headmaster said with a bit of amusement. Whichever is fine. You always call everyone by their first names anyway. But I believe it is time for me to go. I know you'll start discussing order operations from now on, which also means everyone else is leaving with me as well. I responded as I stood up and beckoned Susan to do the same. Thank you for the food, Mrs. Weasley, it was quite delicious. You're welcome, dear. Do take care of them this year, especially Fred and George. Merlin knows those two can get in all kinds of trouble. The woman said as she worried over her children's futures. I'm more worried about how many times I'll catch them trying to get one up on me than anything else. I jokingly answered. We will prank you this year. They declared in unison and with determination. You never succeeded before, what makes you think you'll be able to do it now? I asked in amusement. They're doing the twin thing of finishing each other's sentences and talking at the same time. It honestly doesn't matter who says what here. We were still developing our arsenal then. But now, we are ready to take you down. They declared with a fire. Good luck then. Now let's go everyone and let the old people make their plots. I said as I led the younger group out of the room, being much more pacified by knowing at least some of what is happening. By the time we all got to the stairs, the kids had mostly digested what they had heard so far. It's kind of wicked that Aiden's going to be our defense professor, no? We definitely know he's good enough and that he can fight. Ron suddenly said as he smiled. Right, I completely forgot. Professor, what books are required for your class? It wasn't on the list this year. Hermione quickly asked in worry as she looked at me. I'll be providing the necessary books myself. Wrote down everything someone should know depending on their year and something new. So they are completely new books that haven't become available to the public yet. I answered with a smile. Also, you don't really have to call me professor yet, I haven't officially taken the role or signed anything. I prefer to not get into bad habits, professor. She answered, refusing to not use my new title. It'll be great having you in castle though, Aiden. But will we be able to have those lessons like before or like the summer? Harry asked hopefully. Yes. All of you will need as much training as you can get in the coming times. I for one, will not let you be unprepared. So I'll organize something for anyone willing to learn this year, adding a little extra for you four. I answered as I pointed at Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Susan. I added Susan because she is one of my biggest weaknesses and the most vulnerable one. Mother is one of the best witches in the country and is usually surrounded by aurors and trained combatants. While Tori was personally trained by me and has hidden bodyguards protecting her at all times, which she knows and understands why. So yes, I will train her properly too. Hey, that's not fair. What about us? The twins asked. Well, I was planning in helping you guys open your joke shop and investing in it. I answered with a smile as I looked at the open mouths. You, Aiden Bones, want to invest in us? They now asked in a blown-away manner. Yes. I simply confirmed. Why would you do that? Because I am a businessman and you two are actually completely brilliant when it comes to things such as pranks and creating new and interesting products. Also, I did help Tonks prank quite a few people in my first few years, so I know quality when I see it. I answered with a proud smile. You pranked people? A nearly shrieking Hermione asked as if she'd just heard something impossible. And I never got caught. I happily added as I made the poor girl malfunction, making Ron and Susan laugh, while Harry also found my antics funny enough to break out into a smile from his light brooding. Fred, I think we should take up the man's offer. George said with a crafty smile as he looked at his twin. You know, George, I was thinking the exact same thing. Fred said in agreement as they both turned to look at me. You've got yourself some partners. They then said in unison again. Cool, I'll have you guys come in or send you a contract. It'll be very good terms for you guys since I'm more in the hopes of making people happier with this one. I said as I shook both their hands at once. You know Mom is going to flip when she hears this, right? Ginny suddenly said from beside Susan. Like I should care. I get why she wants all of you to get jobs in the ministry, but that just won't happen. Even before all this crap, the ministry barely offered stability and a proper income, the biggest reasons why she wants all of you in it. The problem is that you'd probably be stuck in middling positions because none of you have any important connections to help you move up. Then you have the fact that none of you are really fit for it. What kinds of jobs she wants you all in. Bill wanted to help his family, so he found a well-paying, but dangerous job with the goblins, knowing a ministry job would barely support himself and much less his family. Charlie wanted to help as well, but also followed his great passion for dragons, going all the way to Romania to also do very dangerous work. The twins would either lose important parts of themselves and become depressed in such environments, or they would cause absolute chaos and protest. Ron is the closest present Weasley to becoming a ministry worker, but as an Auror. And Eugenie, are on track for either Auror work as well or a professional Quidditch player. The only one who followed her wishes now disdains his own family for doing what they believe in, worships authority and laws above all else, and is the least likely to live a life true to himself. So not a great example, since I've heard he's even dumped his girlfriend due to his extreme support for the ministry. I explained as I make the girl have that little epiphany as a result. He doesn't mean anything bad about your mum Jin, he just believes she shouldn't force them to be miserable to avoid troubles she's had in the past. Susan explained kindly, since I could go over the top sometimes. He is right though dash. We would go insane. If we worked in that place. The twins said in agreement. I don't think I'll be able to actually become an Auror. Snape would never let me into his newt classes, and I'm not sure if I want to even be near that git at this point. Ron said with a heavy sigh. I'll help you with that. Honestly, isn't that hard to teach potions if you bother doing it right from the start, but the man just doesn't want to teach even if he is a brilliant potions master. I say to the teen, getting a smile and thank. Then why is he even staying? He makes everyone miserable. Harry asked as he wished to get rid of the man for all the troubles he's given him over the years. That's between him and the headmaster in all honesty, and I can't just say it. I do have a couple of suspicions about the motive behind a good amount of his actions, but he's still a crap teacher, so I'll help you kids out. I answered Harry before offering a hand. Thanks Aiden. Forgetting about everything else for a minute, it is cool that you'll be our professor this year. The black-haired teen said with a small smile. I'll do my best. I responded with a smile. But now we have to go. Don't want my aunt chewing out serious because we came back too late. Have a good night everyone, and I'll see you at Hogwarts. Good night. Everyone then said in unison as Susan and I walked out of the door with our cloaks on. She then grabbed my arm and we disapparated. 159, ch 159 moving out. Just read the next part without the 100 comments about MC being whipped. Pretty much every wife/girlfriend would act like this, and responding like an asshole does not make you manly. And I just know saying this will make people say I am a simp too. So you have a new job and it's as the next Dada professor? My lovely raven-haired fiancé asked. Yeah. It's more than doable. I can finish all my other work pretty easily and I already have my lessons planned out. Plus our place is in Hogsmeade. I answered her as she looked at me before sighing. You knew this was going to happen and built our place there on purpose, didn't you? She then asked with some judgment in her eyes. I mean, I wasn't 100% sure. I answered carefully since I couldn't be sure if she was mad at me for forgetting to tell her about it. And when did you figure out that there was a big enough chance of it happening, making you decide to build our home there? Victoria asked as she narrowed her eyes at me. Well, right after the minister started to slander Dumbledore and I got my masteries. I answered as I got a bit nervous. And why couldn't you just tell me about it? I feel like our talks about where to live were completely pointless now. My glaring Tory asked blandly. I didn't think it was good to try and argue on a point I wasn't sure about, plus with us being able to go anywhere with Apparition, Port Kayat, Floo Network, or House Elf, it's not like it matters much where we live. I answered, bringing up one of the major reasons as to why there aren't more magical communities. Who needs to be close to one another when you can teleport anywhere? Alright, fine. Like you said, it's not a big deal. I'm just annoyed you didn't talk to me about this before. She finally said with a cute pout. Come on, no need for that. I promise I'll talk to you about things I believe are likely to happen in the future. I say, a step very close to her and bring my face right in front of hers with a small smile. Good. I don't like when you just keep everything to yourself. My beautiful Tory said as her face started getting a bit red at my closeness. Then why don't we have a little talk now? I asked while a little devil's smile. What are you? She tried to ask something but I just stopped her by giving her a soft kiss on her lips, making her stiffen for a moment before melting as I wrapped my arms around her slim waist. I am just having the face-to-face conversation my fiancé wanted to have. I said as I went in for another kiss, but this time going deeper as I gently caressed her tongue with my own, making her react on instinct and let out a small moan. We then lost ourselves in each other's embrace for some time, enjoying the tender touches and loving kisses, only breaking apart when she needed to catch her breath. Haha, you know that's not fair, right? She asked with a bright red face as she caught her breath. Hehe, but you can't say you don't like it. I cheekily replied with a happy grin, getting an embarrassed head turn in response. If you two are done, I would like you to finish moving your books and workstation. Mother said from a now open door to my room with a smile on her face as Tori turned even redder from being caught. I've already packed everything I'm taking with me. The rest I was planning to leave for Susan, letting her read whatever she wanted from them and letting her have her own workplace. I answered after looking away from the amusing sight of Victoria trying to calm herself. I don't mind, and you two are more than welcome to come over anytime. I am sure Susan will be happy with it too. Amelia said with a nod as she turned and left. Looks like alone time will have to wait. I whispered in Victoria's ear, making her face redden once again at the thought and making me chuckle at the reaction. Stop teasing me. Do you know how embarrassing it is to get caught? She responded as she gave me another glare, which was just adorable to me since she was so embarrassed. Don't worry too much. Pretty sure Mother did that on purpose to get me back for teasing her and serious when I caught them. I said with a hearty laugh. Oh Merlin, you actually caught them? She asked with a surprised look. Yeah, came back from a late meeting and they were helping each other relax in the common room. Never seen Mother so flustered before. I explained with a smile at the memory of her face when she got caught. They weren't doing it there, just a drunken make-out session and some over-the-clothes stuff. No wonder she looked so pleased to have interrupted. Victoria said in response to the revelation. Petty victory, but she is right about us having to go. We did invite people over to celebrate moving into our place. I said with a quick peck on her soft lips. I hope Winky is doing okay with Dobby, the two of them can be quite emotional at times. Tori said with a bit of worry over our two house elves. They'll be fine. I asked Tilly to oversee them and help them acclimatize to their new jobs. I reassured my fiancé with a warm smile. Yes, I doubt Tilly would let anything go wrong when her young master is involved. Said fiancé responded with a small giggle. And yes, I did hire Dobby to be my house elf, something he agreed to since he could get a proper pay, family, and I was a known clothes one of Harry Potter. The little guy was quite happy to be introduced to proper clothing and learning how to serve properly under Tilly. I did hear a lot of rather creative insults coming from the kitchen at times though, and learned that Tilly really thought donkeys didn't belong in the kitchen. That really made me question if she and Gordon Ramsay ever actually met once again. Then I also brought in Winky, the ex-Crouch family elf, who was kicked out after the events at the World Cup and became quite depressed. It took some convincing, but I managed to bring her out of her stupor by giving her a chance to help lessen her guilt at failing her master. The little elf felt guilty for her young master's actions and the death of her master, so I suggested she help me since the young master's actions took away my parents. Kind of felt bad doing this, but the elf was literally drinking herself to death at this point and it served as an escape. So now I have a quirky ball of energy and a still mildly depressed one as house elves. It was going to take a while before everything started clicking properly, but that was okay. Alright, we better go and get ready. Don't want to look sloppy when our guests arrive. I then said as I held out my arm for Tori to grab. Lead the way. She replied with a smile on her face. The moment she firmly grasped my arm, our two bodies were wrapped in azure flames and we vanished from the spot. Ministry of Magic, Level 1, Minister for Magic and Support Staff, Office of the Minister for Magic. Third person POV. Damn it. Dumbledore was able to find someone and we can't touch him. An irritated Fudge said as he threw the report he was reading onto his desk. That Bones child again. What would you like to do, Cornelius? I can put some pressure on people to make him look too young for the position. The pink abomination asked in her sickeningly sweet voice. We can't afford to touch him right now, Dolores. We are finally making progress against Dumbledore. If we antagonize the Bones it could put us on the back foot with ease. The minister said with a great sigh as he ran his hand through his thinning hair. But we needed to have a presence in the school. If not, the devious old man will always have too many supporters. The Toad said with pursed lips, showing her displeasure at the situation. That doesn't change the fact that the boy is untouchable. We also can't have the prophet saying he's inadequate when he went through even stricter standards than usual. The boy has too many accomplishments and no blemishes, making some up from nothing would ruin any semblance of credibility we have. We need another way into the school. Maybe pressuring one of the other teachers into retiring early. A tired-sounding Fudge said with a deep sigh. The old coot would never let that happen. But, one of my aides did say something which gave me an idea to solve our problem. Bitch said carefully. Oh? Go on then. The minister said as he turned his attention towards her. Well, the ministry was under some scrutiny over the lowering standards at Hogwarts not too long ago, so I thought creating a position to oversee the current teachings at the school on the behalf of the ministry would be perfect. Someone who could see who was adequate and who was simply ruining all those poor children. This way we can show parents that the ministry cares for the new generation and we can root out the Dumbledore supporters. The bitch in pink smugly explained. Fudge was silently contemplating the idea with a serious expression on his face. Yes, it could work. No, I could definitely make it work. Lucius would be very supportive of this effort to undermine Dumbledore. The majority of members who would vote for this have young family members in the school and the Prophet can do the rest. Fudge said with slowly growing excitement. Then should I move ahead, Cornelius? The Toad asked as she felt triumphant. Yes. Immediately. We need to get this done before the school year begins. The now energetic minister said. As you wish, minister. I'll have everything ready shortly. The monster said as she turned and left. Let's see Dumbledore try and take my position after this. The delusional Fudge said as he leaned back into his chair. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, London. It is good that Fudge continues to do our work for us. The fool cannot imagine the effort he is saving us by weakening Dumbledore's position so much. A happy-ish Voldemort said as his faithful ass-kisser reported the ministry's latest movements. Yes, my lord. Fudge has asked us to support his effort in eroding Dumbledore's power base at its source. Do we have your blessing to continue? The unknowingly divorced Malfoy asked. Of course, Lucius. While the old fool deals with this, we can focus on bringing my loyal servants back home. But I have heard he has been able to find someone through ministry pressure. Who has taken this post? It might be another opportunity for us. The Dark Lord asked after giving his servants permission to harass Dumbledore. But only silence met his last question due to hesitation. Why do you not answer me? The Dark Lord now asked with a cold voice, making his servants flinch slightly. My lord, it seems Dumbledore has brought in the Bones child. One masked Death Eater answered nervously. I see. Was Tom's response as an oppressive silence engulfed all those present, making them primed to react in case their lord erupted in fury. But the entire room suddenly shook and glass was heard cracking from the windows and cabinets, with a heavy pressure bearing down on those in the room. Hiss was suddenly heard as a large green snake came into the room. Whatever he heard from the snake, it made Voldemort calm his rage at this new news. Yes, you're right, Nagini, it is only a desperate attempt on Dumbledore's part. Severus, tell me of the boy. He then ordered as he contained the humiliation temporarily. Although the boy is close to Potter, he seems to hold too much pride to follow Dumbledore. He has again refused to join his order, just like his aunt, due to a difference of belief and the death of his parents. He is still a petulant child in that regard, even if he is stronger than most. Snape answered while carefully choosing his words. Is the boy a threat and will he stand with Dumbledore? The Grey Man questioned again. He seems to have more information about the ongoings of the ministry due to Amelia and he has offered properties he has bought through his business as well, but he is alone and his ego stops him from truly joining. This is the extent of his danger level, my lord. The spy answered as he kept a blank expression. Lucius. The Dark Lord suddenly said. Yes, my lord. The long-haired man said immediately. I want you to keep an eye on the boy's movements in the ministry. He might become a threat if he is allowed to grow in the chaos. If any opportunity to remove him arises, inform me. Voldemort ordered with an absolute tone of voice. As you command. Lucius said as he kneeled on the floor. And you, Severus, I want to know where these properties are located. We cannot allow Dumbledore and his followers to have holes to hide in. Tim continued as he simply turned his face towards his spy. Of course, my lord. I shall hand you a list as soon as possible. The man answered with a simple and polite tone. The rest of you will continue with our preparations to assault Azkaban. The head snake commanded to the rest of his servants before taking his leave with Nagini. 160, ch 160 better late than never, you bastard. That's good over there, that table needs to have enough room to fit 2 half-giants, so bring in the reinforced chairs now before we forget. I yell out to a few of the wizards I had hired. You got it, boss. One of them shouts back as they both get to it. I need you 4 to start setting up the dance floor, the space for it has been cleared and I want it down before we do anything more. I say with a turn of my head towards other members of the crew I'd hired. On it. Get your off your asses, boys, gotta earn those paychecks. One the older members respond as he gets his co-workers moving. Alright, so after this I'll need to set up the altar properly, make sure the music system is properly protected from magic, check up on the drinks I ordered and see if Tilly didn't go full Gordon Ramsay during Hell's Kitchen on the other house elves. I say to myself as I look at my checklist. After everything's in place, all that needs to be done is the decorations, but that's easy when you have magic. I've already enchanted the tent's ceiling to be like Hogwarts Great Hall, but without the changing weather, so it's going to be beautiful night sky full of twinkling stars. The drinks are all here, for the underaged as well, just need to be sure it's the right stuff. I got everyone's RSVP already, so no issues there. It still needs a bit of work, but I think Mother will like how the place looks. I thought as I looked over the venue. It wasn't anything grand, more of a family and close friend thing. At most there would be between 30 to 40 people present, most of it being friends due to the familial situations on both sides. Strictly speaking, only Susan and myself were left on mother's side, and Sirius had the Tonks and Harry if you count godsons. Pretty lacking, so the Weasley clan minus Percy was invited, the Longbottoms, Order members like Moody, Shacklebolt, McGonagall, Remus and Hagrid, some friends of the younger generation like James, Christian, and Hermione, and some dates like Madame Maxime, Victoria, Luna, and Fleur. I was notified that Luna and Fleur would be bringing at least one guardian since the former was too young at 14 and the latter was starting her last year, but her family was protective due to her Vila heritage. There was also this threatening-looking letter Christian sent me about some nonsense of only bringing a friend and that I shouldn't look too deeply into it, but come on, he's making this too easy. So I just threw that one away and had little Luna sit right next to him. It's going to be our group with our dates at the table, so good luck avoiding everyone knowing you're basically a couple, my friend. I thought as I looked forward to my amusement. The bridesmaids were each taking care of various things. Susan was very adamant in setting up all the bouquets and natural decorations for the wedding. Something about going all out to make Amelia's big day extra special and giving Mother her own special blessing. Victoria was helping me manage the seating arrangements and the bridal side of things. I was thankful for that bit, mostly because I'm probably not the best person to go over hairstyles, jewelry, and makeup options. Plus she wanted to help out as a future in-law and as thanks for all the times she stayed with us during vacations. And Andromeda was in charge of making sure Sirius didn't do something too stupid or try to wuss out. That was something which surprised me when I learned it, but the two had a fairly close relationship when they were younger. Andy was basically the only person who could put Sirius in his place because he actually felt like she was proper family and cared about her. Then we had the groomsmen. I was one of them and organizing most of what was happening, so Skip. Harry was going to join us up front. His job so far was basically making sure all the gifts at least looked presentable. He also had Moody with him to check if anything nasty was slipped in. One can never be too cautious around magic, plus Moody was quite satisfied with my vigilance. And finally we had Remus, the best man. The only job I assigned him was to make sure Sirius was to attend the damn ceremony. The idiot could have all the fun he wants up until the day before the wedding, but after that Remus was to put his foot down. He also has to write one of those speeches, but that's not the hardest thing he has to do right now. If he can't rein in Sirius in time for the wedding, I gave him a little promise that I would do it personally and that it would end with both of them hanging in their underwear above Diagon Alley. He. That promise really got the message across. I said with a devilish chuckle at the memory of Remus' face, startling a passing worker as he suddenly sped up his work. With everyone working on their own duties, the last few days of summer drifted by and the wedding date arrived. It was pretty chill compared to the days leading up to it, if I was honest. Kinda makes me happy that the hard work was paying off. Of course Mother and Sirius were really nervous, but that wasn't a big issue. Pretty standard fare for any wedding. And yes, Remus managed to get Sirius here and ready, so no punishment for the two of them. Not that Sirius knew what he risked if he made me look for him, but as long as it worked I'm happy. Mom, you worry too much. Everything is ready, everyone is here and you look beautiful. I say in an effort to reassure the nervous bride. Her reddish-brown hair was done in braided bun to show off her regal features, making her look like a queen. They used some magic to bring back the fading colors. She had a bit of blush to bring out the red in her hair and mascara and eyeliner to help her green eyes stand out more. Her dress was made from the best acromantula silk, creating a wonderful white dress with comfort and elegance. Her arms and shoulders were covered in a lace mesh with carefully crafted flowers adorning it, joining to her upper body and letting the same pattern flow over it. Her waist was lightly bound to showcase the figure she managed to maintain even as she moves to her 40s, then flowing into the layers of fabric encrusted with glittering diamond powder. I tried, here's a pic of what I was trying to describe but with wizard material and more expensive. I know dear, and you've all done a wonderful job. I just can't stop myself from thinking if this is the right time. The Dark Lords is back, Sirius and I both want to fight, we have you kids to look after and don't get me started on if we want to start a family in all this. She responded as her worries came out. It'll be alright Mom, I promise. I'm already working of putting all those idiots into checkmate. Susan and I can more than look after ourselves. Harry probably needs a little work though, and I know for a fact that the both of you will cherish any kind of family you decide to have after we regain peace. I reassure as I hold Mother's hands and look straight into her eyes, making her take a few deep breaths to calm herself a bit. I know you kids can take care of yourselves, heck you've probably been taking care of me and Susan more than I have, but that doesn't stop me from worrying about you too. Mother gently said as she puts one of her hands on my cheek. I know. I'll do everything I can to help lessen those worries. But for now, let's get that veil on. I want to make that dog drool when he lifts it up. I say with a cheeky grin on my face, getting a chuckle from Amelia in response. He was drooling before, now I'm going to my him howl. She then said as she gained some confidence back and placed her veil on. I'm sure you'll get him. Now shall we? I ask as I offer mother my arm. We shall. She simply answered as she wrapped her arm around mine. And just so you all understand, I am the one giving mother away because her father, my grandfather, has long since passed away on that fateful day, and my position as head of the family is more than adequate as a replacement. So here I was, walking down the aisle with mother as Pachelbel's canon played gently. Personal fav. All the guests were standing as they watched us calmly advance of the deep blue carpet, and our own eyes remained glued to the altar which stood as our goal. On it stood Susan, Andromeda, and Victoria to the left, all wearing matching black dresses with white accents, Victoria actually being the maid of honor. And on the right stood the other groomsmen in properly tailored black suits matching my own, Remus a bit nervous about his role and Harry looking really happy. Then there was Sirius standing in the middle in a proper wedding suit as well. His shaggy hair had been trimmed and styled as the wavy black locks rested a bit above his shoulder, with mustache and beard neatly styled into a clean look. His eyes completely focused on mother as we walked down the aisle. We finally reached the altar and I pass mother over to Sirius, then take my position as a groomsman. As the couple turned to face our officiator, Albus Dumbledore, they held on to each other's hand. Really surprised me when he said he could officiate weddings. He said he became certified in the magical and muggle sides because he likes witnessing bonds of love between people. From the happy mood he's emitting, it does seem like he's telling the truth. Too bad the man was never able to find his own happiness. I thought as the old man began doing his part. We are gathered here today, on the final day of summer, to witness and celebrate the union of two extraordinarily strong individuals, and to support them into the binding of their lives. Both have seen the worst this world can make a person suffer through, but have been able to stand strong once again. And now besides the love of the families they have once again found, they have reignited the lost love they had for one another. All of us have come to see these two finally reach the altar that had been out of reach for so long and we all feel joyful for this. We gathered here to witness the truth that no matter the trials, no matter the troubles, and no matter the times we live in, love will always find a way to blossom and guide us to a better future than we could see the day prior. Dumbledore says as he gives everyone a brief reminder of what both have lost before they could truly find happiness in another and still they stand. Now would the ring bearer please come forward? The old man asked. Tilly has the rings. The little house elf said as she popped in right where she needed to be, while wearing her own little bridesmaid outfit because mother insisted she was part of the family like everyone else. Everyone could see her holding a small red pillow, on which rested the twin rings James had personally crafted. Those two rings were crafted from the best goblin gold, enchanted to protect from potions, legilimency, magical and physical attacks 3 times a day, and detect disguises and barriers. As long as both properly wear their rings anyway. Both rings technically have different effect, but we were able to create a powerful link between the two, enabling them to share their powers as long as they were both worn by those permitted to. And now we shall bear witness to their vows. Do you, Sirius Black, promise to love and hold Amelia Bones till your last of days? To stand beside one another in pleasant days and troubled times without fear nor hesitation? To defend her from harm, as she no doubt would do for you? He asks seriously as he looks at the man. I do. The groom declares with certainty as he looks at his bride and places the perfectly crafted golden ring onto her finger. And do you, Amelia Bones, promise to love and to hold Sirius Black till your last of days? To aid and support him? To mend each other's hearts and lift each other up? To never falter in the face of adversity as long as you both stand beside each other? He then asked as he intently looked at Amelia who looked to almost be ignoring him in favor of locking eyes with Sirius. I do. She said softly, but with no less determination, then reciprocating the man's gesture as she placed her own rings twin onto her man's finger. Then with the power invested in me by United Kingdom and the Ministry of Magic, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride. Dumbledore joyfully declared as the two newlyweds sealed the deal immediately. It was only after happily clapping for mother's moment that I heard something which made me heartily laugh. Better late than never you bastard. Amelia said with an unrestrained smile as she caught her breath. I'll never be late again, I promise. Sirius responded as he gave a second kiss, to the roaring approval of the audience. All right you two, you'll have enough time for that after you kick all the kids out of the house for the next few months. Let's get everyone fed and start the party. I said as I stopped them from getting into a full-blown make-out session on the altar. Haha. You're right kid. Let's eat. Let's get wild. And let's dance. Sirius happily acquiesced as he just felt too much of a rush of happiness at the moment. Did you have to say it like that dear? Mother lightly complained with some redness in her cheeks. Yes I did. Now let's go. Can't start the fun without the two most important people. I said as I urged them to go, something they decided to do as they were both hungry as well. We then got everyone to relocate to the fun tent. The place with booze, food, music, and dancing. The place also looked great if I do say so. The starry night sky twinkling above head, with the deep blue tablecloths reflecting light off their own sparkles. The glowing magical lights dancing to the rhythm of the music as they changed colors. And on each table rested a splendid bouquet with soft lights emitting from the flowers, set up by our lovely Susan. Everyone sat down as pretty much everything you'd expect from a wedding was happening. Remus gave a speech about his past with Sirius and his positive qualities, alongside a few embarrassing moments, and finally wishing luck to Mother in dealing with him. A wonderful course, people drinking up their liquid courage, the cutting of the cake and then the newlyweds' first dance. After that, others started to dance to whatever music was playing and interesting couples grouped up for the slower ones. Hagrid and Madame Maxime were rather obvious. Susan and Neville gave me pause for thought. I saw Harry dancing with both Ginny and Hermione, something to tease about later. Fleur and James was nice to see. Christian and Luna made all my friends grin at him. Saw Tonks dancing with Charlie Weasley, and even Remus ended dancing with Fliss Aunt, which was her escort. You do know you're going to have to at least match this during our own wedding, right? Victoria said during our own dance. Don't you worry, it'll be even better. I easily promise, as I think of a few rather wondrous things I could accomplish with some spells and enchantments. Then I look forward to it. She happily said as she then went deeper into my arms as we danced. So do I. I whispered in her ear with a warm smile as I continued to dance the night away with my love. As a result, I was barely feeling the time pass until it was time for everyone to leave. School was starting tomorrow after all, and many were either going to Hogwarts or simply had work in the morning. But I think everyone was happy to attend such an event. It is a part of what they all fight for after all. And nobody was happier than the newlyweds as they left together to truly finish the wedding on their own. 161. Ch 161 New staff at Hogwarts. It is a good thing I made all those still attending Hogwarts buy the necessary supplies for this year in advance. The week leading up to the wedding had been quite a hectic one after all. The kids were quite excited to have someone they were close to as a teacher. The lot of them were enthusiastic about calling me professor all the time. Even the twins were looking forward to my classes, but I'm guessing for slightly different reasons. Going to have to be careful. It was also good to see my friends again and hear about how they were doing. We exchanged letters through vanishing boxes, but it's just not the same. James had to leave the morning after the wedding because Fleur was beginning her final year at Beaux Batons as well, but he promised to come visit Tori and I during the year. The two were officially a couple after Fleur introduced him to her family, something which he said had some issues. Her parents were worried about Fleur having to struggle in life due to James' Muggle-born identity and the state of English governance. It wasn't discrimination against James, it was a father's worries about his little girl's future after he watched her suffer through having to deal with her heritage and not being able to help as much due to his job as Minister for Magic in France. Fleur's mother tested James with her own allure as a half-Veela and was happy to find my friend capable of completely ignoring it, receiving her approval almost immediately afterward. But it wasn't until he proved his abilities to take care of Fleur through his skills did they both feel completely at ease with the relationship. Gabriel on the other hand was simply happy to have a new big brother who would spoil her, so not an issue there. Aside from the classic drama of the young upstart getting the blessing of the noble beauty's parents through skill and charm, James was also picking up more alchemy in France due to its more predominant presence in the country. He said something about being excited to find a completely different way to create things and threw himself into his new studies. He's also funding his stay and studies by selling something he crafted from time to time, either through pure smithing or from his alchemical training. Christian on the other hand gained a few new scars from his project, which is becoming a deadlier version of Jurassic Park at this point. From the reports I've gotten, they've brought 3 different breeds of dragons, some herds of unicorns and thestrals, bicorns, near extinct Erumpent, Graphorn, a few griffins and hippogriffs, and even a sphinx and Cerberus. That's not even counting the wide variety of less dangerous or precious creatures which lie low on the food chain. My friend says he's having the time of his life creating the place and loves being able to interact with so many creatures while learning more about them. Apparently Hagrid was really jealous about having to go visit the giant tribes in Italy when they brought in the dragons, but what can you do? His own parents have also been helping by capturing rarer or endangered species in pairs, hoping to let them grow their populations out in relative safety. Then we have the fact that he thought it was a good idea to bring Luna and her father because they were looking for one of their undiscovered creatures. And finally, he tried to hatch a damn basilisk on the island because he wanted to properly study one, which ended with me giving him a smack across the head, Tori joining in, his parents also agreeing it was a bit much right now and then even Newt's commander joining in. At least both of my good friends are having fun following their passions, hard to wish for more. I hope you're ready for the welcoming feast. Can't show up looking sloppy after all. Victoria suddenly said from the living room as I was remembering our little reunion. Yes dear, I'm ready to go. I answered as I fixed up my tie a bit. I decided to basically wear a navy-colored inner suit, with a white shirt, covered by a navy robe this time. Nicely dressed with a wizard flair. You're sure you'll be coming back home tonight? I don't want to have moved here, only for you to stay in the castle all the time. My emerald-eyed fiancé said as she looked at me hopefully. I promise. I'll only stay at the castle later than intended if I have a patrol to do. Every other night I'll be right here with you for supper. I answer with a small kiss on her lips. Good. I'll drag you out of that castle if I have to, so don't you break your promise. She then mumbled in my chest as she hugged me. Of course, my lovely wifey. I reply with a little chuckle and give the top of her head a quick kiss before heading outside of our house. As I stepped out, my ride was there waiting for me. A 1994 Harley-Davidson Heritage Softail. Black frame, shining chrome engine, smooth leather seats, and enchanted up the wazoo to offer the best ride possible. It can't fly like the bike Sirius gave to Hagrid, but it probably the fastest, toughest, smoothest, and safest bike in the world. Enchanted for comfort, charmed to protect me against whatever weather comes, theft protection from muggles and wizards, nearly indestructible with James' help, runs on custom runes creating the combustion needed for the motor to run, and has the nifty ability to ride on any flat enough surface if needed. I also have some port keys to specific properties for ease of travel, installed in dashboard. Gonna post a pic here cause I can't describe a motorcycle for shit. Just thought it would be cool to just ride that to Hogwarts so he can still live with Victoria. I quickly mounted the bike and turned the powerful motor, making roar to life in one smooth action. Don't drive like a maniac just because there's rarely anyone on the road to Hogwarts. I will tease you to oblivion if I hear you crashed on the way to a feast as the new professor. Warned Tori with a smirk as she leaned against the open door's frame, wearing one of my white t-shirts alongside some comfortable black shorts which showed off her long smooth legs. Haha. I'll make sure to be careful then. See you later, love. I reply with a hearty laugh as I put my helmet on and take off towards the castle. The road to Hogwarts wasn't the best, but with my bike it just didn't matter. It felt great to feel the wind as I rode on though. Made the weather protection charms work to basically allow most of the wind to flow through at a comfortable temperature, allowing me to still feel the wind. So I enjoyed myself as the castle came into view and offered me a splendid view as it always had. With a smile I drove through the gates and headed to the carriage arrival area. My arrival to the drop-off area caused everyone's head to turn in my direction, mostly because of the sound, then because of my muggle transportation, and lastly because I came to Hogwarts on it. I turned off the bike, dismounted, took off my helmet and put it into my expanded bag. Hey kids, glad to see you all doing well. I'll see you all in the Great Hall. I nonchalantly say as I adjust my clothes and head on inside under the stunned looks of nearly everyone there. As soon as I passed them I could hear people snap out of their stupor and animatedly talk to each other, but I simply smiled and walked on as I reached the entrance. Ah, Mr. Bones, or should I now say Professor Bones, I am pleased you have managed to make it before we began. A slightly smiling McGonagall said from her position awaiting the new first years. I have no doubt you'll be a model of professionalism as always, and I can't picture myself calling you anything other than Professor McGonagall, so probably not changing anytime soon. I cheekily say to my new colleague. I see. I do hope continue to show the excellence you exhibited as a student during your tenure here. We all have high hopes that you will be capable of beating the so-called curse on your new position. The Transfiguration Mistress politely said with a nod. With a small smile and bow, I walk past her and enter the Great Hall, heading to the head table as only a few of the students who have made it so far look up in shock as they see me. I see most of the staff is present already, Snape usually showing up at the last minute and Hagrid apparently having the canon problem of his half-brother to deal with, hence his absence in favor of who I could only assume was Professor Grubbly Plank. She was an elderly witch with short grey hair, a very prominent pointed chin, brown eyes, and wearing a rather typical dark brown witch outfit. This was the first time she was invited to the castle as opposed to the canon which would have her come last year as a substitute, mainly because Christian, Hermione, and I have managed to properly train Hagrid into a rather competent and well-liked teacher for COMC. That and the venomous article Rita Skeeter would have written about him during the Triwizard Tournament was never allowed to see the light of day. That reminds me, she should be desperate enough now. I think it's about time for Michael Falster to make an offer to her. I thought as my more devilish side popped up. And finally, the most hated woman of the canon. Bellatrix Lestrange was a psychopathic, murderous zealot, who tortured Neville's parents to insanity, killed countless, and Sirius, was the most loyal supporter of Voldemort, and still she beaten to the title. Dolores Umbridge, in all her pinkness, sitting with that stupid look that screams I think I'm better than you, sipping on a cup of tea. Don't kill her. You need her to make sure the ministry falls to your advantage. Just don't kill her yet. I thought to myself as I maintained a calm exterior at the sight of the horrid toad. So with me finding my chant, I sat down in the open seat besides my old head of house. Ooh, Mr. Bones, I am so thrilled such a promising young man has joined our faculty. Your achievements this summer have garnered much prestige for Ravenclaw. If you need any assistance do not hesitate to come to me. A senior should guide the younger generation when they can after all. The almost always jovial Professor Flitwick said to me. I'll be more than grateful for any advice should it turn out I need it. But for now I'll believe I can succeed and any failures will simply be a chance to learn and improve. I humbly reply as I appreciate his willingness to help. No problem at all. You will probably do much better than most anyway, with you almost teaching the course when poor Gilderoy held the post. Flitwick then said with some regret over how that year went and how the flamboyant man ended up in the long-term care wing of St. Mungo's. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Professor. I responded with a nod. Oh, do call me Phileas. We are co-workers now after all. The man said with his squeaky voice. Then I'll thank you in advance, Phileas. I then said in minor self-correction, getting a satisfied nod from the man. I then look around and see that most tables are now almost full and all of the faculty has arrived, the headmaster having just sat down. It seems my presence was causing quite a stir in my former schoolmates, with all the not-so-subtle stares and whispering going on over not only about me, but the two other new faces at the table. Then the doors to the hall were dramatically opened, showing McGonagall guiding the new first years. It kinda makes me feel old seeing this from a teacher's perspective. But the nostalgia really hits hard in a good way. I thought with a warm and gentle smile spreading on my face as I watched all the nervous kids look around, trying to absorb every detail they could. What followed was fairly standard, the only exception was the Hat's song emphasizing unity against the coming dangers, then the feast. Apparently teachers get better food than students, but no alcohol is permitted due to obvious reasons. Doesn't send the greatest message when a teacher gets plastered in public. And now it was finally time for the welcoming speech. Welcome to one and all. It is a pleasure to see the new faces joining us and to see the returning ones as well. Now that we have all been fed and watered, I would like to make a few announcements. As usual, the Forbidden Forest is, as its name implies, forbidden to any student who does not wish a most unpleasant of experiences. He said with a knowing glance to those most likely to break the rule before continuing. Our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has brought to my attention that many new items have been added to the list of forbidden objects this year. For those who wish to enlighten themselves, the list can be found outside of Mr. Filch's office or one can simply ask our young Weasley twins. That one getting knowing smiles from the students who knew full well why so many products were being added to the list this year. Now, as you have no doubt noticed, we have a few changes to our faculty this year. Firstly, it is my pleasure to introduce our substitute care of magical creatures Professor, Wilhelmina Grubbly Plank. She will be staying until Professor Hagrid can return from his important trip abroad. Secondly, we have someone I believe the vast majority of you are quite familiar with, the young man returning to our halls, Mr. Aidan Bones, who has agreed to take the position of defense against the dark arts professor. Surprisingly, my professorship actually got a round of excited applause which was started by the twins and the Golden Trio, then really supported by my old house, finally spreading until even Slytherin was at least clapping out of either respect or politeness. In response I then stood up and gave a bow to the room as my thanks, then sitting down. I could almost feel the sneer on Snape's face when this was happening, the happiness of Flitwick for the support his house gave, and Umbridge was doing her best to maintain her usual expression as her rather weak magic fluctuated. It seems the information about her being a poor excuse of a witch weren't exaggerated after all. If that's the limit of energy, then it's surprising she managed to get to where she is at all. I thought as I noticed her weak strength and control. I am quite happy you are showing such a welcome to our new professor. It warms this old man's heart. And now for our final new member this year, I am pleased to introduce Dolores Umbridge. She has been sent from the ministry to observe if our illustrious school has not lost its touch. I am sure we can all wish her good luck in fulfilling her duties. Finally Dumbledore tried to continue his welcoming speech and announcement when he was suddenly interrupted by the Toad. She held it in longer than I thought. Guess she wanted to be introduced first. I noted as I still tried to stop myself from subtly killing the woman as she took over the podium, something Dumbledore simply acquiesced since he likes seeing a good performance. Thank you, Headmaster, for those kind words of welcome. And how lovely to see all your bright happy faces smiling up at me. I'm sure we're all going to be very good friends. She said in her sickeningly sweet voice, giving a nod to Dumbledore before turning to the students below. She seemed to completely ignore the bad impression she's giving through her condescending tone of voice and her interruption of the headmaster, as well as the looks and scoffs from students as she powered through her own speech. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards of vital importance. Although each headmaster has brought something new to this historic school. She said as she once again looked at Dumbledore and then turned back to the audience, progress for the sake of progress must be discouraged. Let us preserve what must be preserved, perfect what can be perfected, and prune practices that ought to be prohibited. The speech only got some rather forced and scattered applauses from the students. Thank you, Dolores, for that truly illuminating speech. But, I believe that will be enough for tonight and that all students would rather head to bed than continue listening to me speak, so I will simply say good night to you all. Dumbledore said in a jovial tone, as if she actually said something useful, and dismissed everyone for the evening. With that said, the prefects began gathering the first years as the rest began to head for their dormitories. Various professors wished each other a good night as well, with the head of houses heading for their own houses. Yes, that's on purpose. I bade everyone good night and steadily walked out of the castle, got on my bike and drove off into the night towards my home and loved one. I barely had time to get off my bike before I heard her voice. "Welcome back," she simply said, making me turn around, seeing her warmly smiling at me from the open door, wearing the same outfit as when I left. "I'm back. Hope you weren't too lonely," I reply with my own warm smile. "Better now. Come on, let's get to bed. We both have early mornings tomorrow, Professor," she then said with a small smile. "That we do," I responded as I then Princess carried her into the house, getting a small surprised yelp, used some magic to close and lock the door, then mentally activated the house wards as I laid her down on our bed. I quickly undressed and used a quick cleaning spell, then joined her for a night of peaceful sleep as we held each other. 162, ch 162 First Day PT1. I woke up on Monday feeling refreshed as always, a warm smile spreading on my face as I looked at a content Victoria still sleeping beside me with her hair framing her beautiful face. No, he didn't sleep for days, give it a second. The welcoming feast ended up being a Friday this year, giving students the entire weekend to catch up with friends and for first years to explore the castle they now found themselves in. I on the other hand, was free to prepare a few things, get a head start on various paperwork and enjoyed a relaxing weekend with Tori since she also didn't have any work. We walked around Hogsmeade, had a nice dinner date in London and enjoyed reading our books in each other's arms during the evening. Both of us loved being able to openly be together and it made us feel happy. It also helped that we didn't have to worry about Mother, Susan, or Tilly walking in on us at any moment and the having to suffer through the teasing that came with it anymore. Thinking that it was time to get ready, I gave a quick peck on her forehead, making her smile a bit more in her sleep and gently got out of bed to not disturb her. "Dobby, can you prepare 2 servings of French toast, our morning coffees and some fruits, then set them on trays?" I wished to surprise Tori with a breakfast in bed. I asked the elf as he had taken kitchen duties. "Yes sir, Master Bones sir. Dobby will have it ready soon," the excited little guy said as he began cooking the order. "Winky, could you be a dear and prepare the clothing I've ordered for my classes? I'll need the ones for the 5th and 1st years today," I gently asked the still depressed elf as she appeared. It turns out I had Harry for my last class of the day and both he and the 1st years had double dada, with 3rd year Raven and Snakes having only the one in between. This was actually one of my busiest days since I had 14 classes to give a week. 7 years with each class having only 2 houses worth. I wonder if the Toad will come and try to target Harry like the cannon immediately or if she will bug other teachers first. I am a type of deterrent at the moment and the ministry didn't target the kid yet, so I'll have to see. I thought with minor curiosity after thinking of my class schedule for the day. "Yes Master Bones. Winky will do it," she replied in a monotone manner as she popped away. It was an improvement over the constant drinking, but the little elf was still devastated over her removal and the following deaths of both Crouches. I then took some time to read the day's papers while listening to the morning radio shows. It seems like the ministry is putting quite a front to show they care about the education of children, while the Herald is running that interest piece about me becoming the youngest ever professor at Hogwarts as they stay away from commenting on too much about the ministry's actions. That'll work for some time, but I'll have to see what kind of response they have planned since the public will feel how weird it is that the Herald isn't talking about these things. I also think I'll have Scott bring Skeeter in for a meeting next weekend. I want her to dig up as much dirt as possible before Voldemort makes his reveal. Then I can finally start changing the ministry using everything I have. I thought as I put the papers away. "Dobby has breakfast ready. Should Dobby bring it to Master and Mistress's room?" the little guy asked as 2 trays floated behind him. "No thank you Dobby, I'd like to do it myself," I answered as I took over the levitation with a wave of my hand. "Then Dobby will go clean. Have fun with the mistress," he happily said as he popped away. With a wry smile over the very house elf response, I went back to my bedroom, wherein lied the sleeping beauty. I then snuck up beside her face, gave her kiss on the cheek and gently spoke in her ear, "Time to wake up love, I've got breakfast for the 2 of us." Was the mumbling reply as Tori began to stir. This was something I actually found out after we started sleeping in the same bed, and I think it's kind of adorable. Before she really wakes up, she can't really maintain the proper noble stuff, so her way of acting is closer to her actual desires. Pretty sure it's what Gapmo is. "Yay, breakfast with hubby," the half-asleep response finally came out as she suddenly hugged my waist with a happy smile. "Yes, we can even eat it in bed. Here's your coffee by the way," I say in a spoiling tone. After that, we enjoyed a nice breakfast in bed as Tori almost turned red due to embarrassment as she tried to regain her noble bearing, second adorable reaction of the morning for the win. "Ahem, I'll go get ready for my shift. Are you going to be home for dinner?" she asked as she tried to move on. "I might be a bit late since I have a double class with 5th years during 6th and 7th period, but I will be eating with you tonight," I answered as I moved the trays off the bed. "Good," Victoria simply said as she got out of bed, then gave me a quick kiss before going to our master bathroom with a bounce in her step. So with the warm fuzzies I was feeling, I got dressed in a light grey three-piece suit with a black shirt, but used a nice and simple black wizard robe with the Hogwarts emblem instead of one of its houses on it instead of the jacket. I then went downstairs and made sure I had everything I was going to need for today's classes in my shrunk trunk. Books, check. Clothes, check. Targets, check. Training equipment, check. Safety devices, check. While I was doing that, I heard the sound of footsteps coming my way, making me look at the source. What I found was my Victoria wearing what an anime enthusiast would identify as the sexy school nurse look. She wore a green blouse to match her eyes, black skinny jeans, a pair of open-toed black heels, her raven hair done in a high ponytail that left some frame her face, and all topped up with the white lab coat. She looked cool, confident and sexy. How in the world do those frumpy matrons let you work in that? I asked with an appreciative look on my face. It's more practical than those damn dresses. Just transfigure the heels when needed and you can look great while helping people. It also helps that no patient ever complains about it and that I've been doing better than anyone else. Call it special treatment, just like how you can just leave the castle whenever and you can bring your bike with you. She answered as she approached me with a seductive smile, then playfully used a single finger to raise my chin a bit. Lucky patients. I said with a chuckle, then grab her waist and give her a deep kiss. Maybe I'll wear it at home in the future. She then whispered playfully in my ear after we separated. Tease. I answered as I gave her another kiss. All right. I love you too, but we'll both be late at this rate. She finally said as she caught her breath this time. Yes dear, I'll go to work. I was just seeing you off before heading out anyway. I replied as she nodded in approval. Hope you have a good day then. I know you won't let those kids push you around, but do put that slime in her place should she try anything. Victoria said as she walked to our fireplace and activated our flow network. Don't you worry, everything is already going according to my plans. Just go do what you enjoy and help you mother back to 100%. I responded with a sly smile. Saint Mungos. She simply said as she threw the powder down and disappeared in the usual flash of emerald flames. Time to go to work then. I said to myself as I headed out and got on my bike. A bit later, in a classroom on the ground floor of the castle. The classroom had been prepared as per my specifications, just like how many of predecessors, in the hopes of maximizing my curriculum's effectiveness. While I say classroom, I should probably correct that to classrooms because I am using more than one. I have 3 rooms customized for what I believe is required from the course, a traditional classroom for theory, a gymnasium for the body's health and improvement, and a training area so students can properly practice what they learn. The classroom was customized because I wanted people to be able to learn and focus properly. This means I got rid of all the centuries-old desks and benches, replacing them with properly upholstered chairs, desks which will supply the books necessary for the day's lesson, something needed because I believe a single books cannot hold all the correct answers, a slide projector, and bookshelves with various journals I've written which might help students. The gym was based on more of a university format. A running track went around the room, equipment for an obstacle course, weights, exercise machines, and even some skeet shooting stuff I enchanted for some target practice. And then I have the practical room. It's a heavily warded room designed to have students hold battles from 1v1 to large brawls in relative safety. Made so people can have combat experience instead of just dueling. Of course I paid for and enchanted everything beyond what Hogwarts could supply. And the school has had a ton of empty rooms, so me taking 3 wasn't anything special, then you add my personal space expansion runes to make everything big enough, and voila! With everything ready, I calmly watched as the kids slowly trickled into the room. This being their first class, in a new school, which happens to be a medieval castle, with fake corridors and doors, moving staircases and sometimes less than useful advice givers, I decided to give them some extra time to get here today. I know Hogwarts is still very new to all of you, even if some have had family who have given you some advice on the matter, the school can be confusing. As a result, I will be giving all those in their first years some light leeway to arrive here on time for the remainder of the month. After that however, I will have to begin informing your head of house over tardiness. I smoothly announce as I see only 3 students had not reached the classroom yet. This made quite a few of the kids relax as a response. A completely understandable reaction. I am just hoping some don't decide I look easy to push over as a result. There are some pretty annoying kids sometimes. Coincidentally, as soon as I finished speaking the last 3 students all came bursting into the room, looking very rushed. It seems to be a smaller brown-haired boy, a beefier blonde one, and a black-haired girl. Ah! It seems everyone has arrived. Please do tell Mrs. Galligan and Drew, as well as Miss Corvus my early announcement after class. All these names are going to be made up, so have no care. For now please find a seat you 3, I will begin my lesson shortly. I simply said as I directed the 3 latecomers. The two boys quickly found a desk at the back, with the young lady joining the only empty seat next to another young lady near the middle. Good. Now that everyone is here, it's time for a proper introduction. As you no doubt remember from the feast or have been told by your seniors, my name is Aiden Bones. I graduated from this very school last year and managed to become a certified master in the defense against the dark arts during the summer. I will be teaching you the basics on how to defend yourself this year. More common and less dangerous magical creatures/beings, basic spell work to save your lives and some physical training. I personally believe that it doesn't really matter how many spells you know in a fight if you are too out of shape or weak to use them properly, hence the exercise part. Now, any question? I finished my intro with the question as I'm sure these kids have heard a few rumors by now. Immediately half the girls had their hands up and a few boys as well. I just picked a little brunette who was almost jumping out of her seat. Miss Dawson. I said with an amused smile. Is it true you're dating the healing mistress? She excitedly asked with stars in her blue eyes. That would be a title Tori got from healing many in the long-term/permanent care ward. She's being hailed as the healing prodigy of the century and the ministry is actually looking into awarding her an Order of Merlin award for her work. We are actually engaged. I answered with a slight correction. The answer got a split in responses, with half the girls deflating and the other half happily squealing. Mr. Potts, you're next. I then said after letting the girls calm down a bit. Did you actually beat a dragon last year? The ginger kid asked. I did subjugate a Swedish short snout during the first task of the Tri-Wizard tournament last year, yes. I calmly answered as a few of the boys could be heard saying wicked. Miss Turner. I heard the ministry created a new grade for you. Is that true? The little blonde asked shyly. Certainly is. I happily answered, avoiding simply saying yup. But as much as I like questions, I will have to begin my class. That made most of the kids disappointed as they put their hands down. Today is going to be divided into two parts, some physical exercise, something those who grew up in the Muggle world would recognize as a gym class, and then we will start learning about real vampires. I informed the kids as I told them today's outline. Professor, are we supposed to run in these? A black-haired kid named Thomas Clear asked as he waved his robe-covered arms. No worries, Mr. Clear. If you look inside your desks, there should be an outfit with your house colors in. Simply change into those and they will resize themselves to fit you perfectly. Boys will change in the gymnasium and girls will change here. I answered informatively, making most kids check their desk to find out that they did have clothes in them. No dilly-dallying, boys grab the clothes and go. Girls, I trust you can get changed and join us quickly without supervision. I've even left some hair elastics for those who wish for some. I then instructed as I heard the boys out of the room, not giving them any time to complain. It took about 10 minutes for everyone to get changed and join us in the gym. Alright, now that everyone's here I'm going to explain what today's lesson will be. I started off in a relaxed manner. Why do we have to wear these Muggle clothes? A black-haired Slytherin kid named Craig Folly with notes of disgust. Trust me, when we start you'll be happy you're not wearing robes. I answered with a grin before continuing. The reason being that we'll be working on two things which can keep you alive even if you're weak or young, running and dodging. Isn't learning magic more important? A confused-looking brunette asked. If I'm being honest, until you get your owls almost none of you would be able to deal with a random wizard or creature trying to kill you using only magic. And if you're being honest with yourselves, how do you see your chances against a fully grown witch or wizard? I countered using brutal honesty. That made a lot of kids quiet and some held themselves back from arguing because even magical children understand the principle of adults having the advantage over a kid. I'm not trying to say that all of you suck. Everyone starts from nothing and build themselves up gradually. All I'm saying is that I won't just tell you this is how you deal with something or read this and be enlightened. I'm going to help you learn to survive the dangers in this world, both magical and mundane, because that is my job as your teacher. I seriously said to the kids, at least getting some of their spirit back. So what are we going to do, Professor? You said running and dodging are important, but how are going to train that? A polite-sounding little blonde asked this time. It's going to be a sort of game today. As you've no doubt noticed, you're divided into your houses. The goal will be run and dodge within the court until all members of the other house are eliminated. The rules are pretty simple. Stay within the lines on the floor. You are not allowed using magic or physically touching each other. You can move anywhere as long as you stay inside the lines. You get hit by one of my enchanted dodgeballs and you have to move out of the court. The winning house will get 20 points. Pretty simple, right? I explained. So all we have to do is dodge and not harm each other. Ms. Corvus asked as she simplified the rules. Basically. I simply confirmed. Are they enchanted like blood jars? A curious Ms. Turner asked. No, I will be the one controlling them to hopefully stimulate you all properly. All these balls have on them is a minor sting charm and a color imprinting charm applied to them. It'll help you want to evade, and wherever they hit will leave a big pink circle, guaranteeing that no one can say they weren't hit. I clarified calmly. And before some of you start believing I'll be biased for or against a house, I'll just say I've never cared for those divisions, nor have I ever bothered about the house cup, so neither would give me a reason to favor anyone. If anything, I might even give some extra training if I like you. That quieted down pretty much all the kids. All right then, stand wherever in the court. I will be in the circle controlling the balls. I directed as I stepped forward and made my dozen balls float around me. The kids then spread out all over the court, but they basically divided themselves into their houses, making it look like a dodgeball game. Begin. I ordered as I made 3 balls fly each direction to begin, making kids start frantically dodge out of their way. The games themselves lasted about 10 minutes each, with Gryffindor winning one more game than Slytherin out of the 3 we had time to play. My guess is that most Slytherins are from magical families and they don't really do physical activities like kids who go through the Muggle schools, resulting in their loss this time. After the physical half of today's class was done, I got a few of the castle's elves to clean the kids and told them to change back into their robes. When they get good enough, I'll add a bit more of a dodgeball feel and let some balls be thrown by the kids to add an element of uncertainty to the mix. Aside from that, I think they mostly liked it from the laughs some of them had. I thought as I planned my future classes. The rest of my time was used introducing vampires, something both magical and Muggle kids have heard about. With me focusing on the Helsing and Belmont families' records on the subject. As classes finished, I gave a bit of homework on how they would survive a vampire encounter. Basically adding a bit of personal stake to the homework to make it useful and educational. With that, my first class at Hogwarts ended with a good degree of success, I believe. 163, ch 163 First Day PT2. My second class with the third-year Hufflepuffs and Slytherins went in a similar manner to the first years. Had a little reintroduction, something not really needed since all of them remembered me anyway and I had helped a good number of them on the past. This let me jump into lessons with relative ease. Although I couldn't work on their physical aspects due to not having a double class with them, I was able to go through a good amount of review over their material for the last 2 years and get a good idea on what to work on. Most kids could cast spells relatively well and knew some solid enough information about creatures and curses. These kids did have the 2 best teachers Hogwarts had for the subject in years as their openers after all. The problem came with each teacher's preferences when it comes down to it. The information they have is solid, but it is limited to first-year dark creatures and basic defense spells, then second-year curses and counter curses. This resulted in the kids having skewed knowledge about their prior years. Still better than those who learnt fuck all under Quirrell and Lockhart, but it needs work just like pretty much all students taking my classes. Hence my goal being to consolidate their knowledge while filling the gaps as best I can for the first few months, then jumping into the newer and more interesting stuff. Might be boring, but they need this more. Doesn't mean I won't do what I can to make it more fun though. In the end, the kids listened well enough as I smoothly explained various pieces of information about a few creatures they hadn't had the chance to learn about last year and common methods to defeat/trap them. I let them go after giving out a bit of homework. This time it was to choose one creature from a list I presented and devise a creative way for themselves to either kill or escape them. A bit of research and thought exercise instead of just telling them to write me a foot of parchment about so and so. Much better to get information into a child's brain this way, I believe. After class it was time for lunch. Most teachers either had lunch in their offices to be able to grade papers, have meetings with students or have a moment's peace, or they need to patrol and make sure students are following the rules. Typical setup for something like a boarding school, except that the grounds are way too large to effectively cover with the few teachers available. Especially since we have to eat too. My thoughts were disrupted however by a small group approaching me. "Hey professor, how were your first classes?" A cheeky sounding Harry asked with a smile on his face. "Yeah, I heard you made the first years dodge for their lives or something." Ron chimed in as he looked rather curious. "But they also said your vampire lesson was brilliant." Hermione added excitedly as her eyes were basically begging to get the same lesson. "It's good to see the Raxburts flying away from them," the giggly Luna said as she looked around the younger kids. "Glad to see things starting off on the right foot. And thanks for saying Professor, have to maintain the authority and all that. Also, congrats on becoming prefects Hermione and you too Harry. As for the questions and/or comments, hasn't been bad so far. Yes, I made those kids dodge. 5th years will have a different lesson, and I'm quite happy my homework is getting kids excited instead of dreadful." I replied with a smile. Dumbledore didn't have to give Ron the prefect position this time around since he's already become very secure himself, letting Harry gain some experience and authority instead. "Thank you Professor, but why are you doing it with dodgeballs? Dodgeball is a very Muggle thing, so why are you making the first years do that?" the curious Hermione asked as she tried to rack her brain around it. "Better to learn to dodge with a ball than a curse. Those kids can't cast shielding charms yet, so I'll teach them the best possible defense for any attack, not being there." I proudly answered with a smirk. Profs write my own, can't hurt what you can't hit. Pretty basic lesson in the club. Ron said in agreement. I guess that is true. She said as she had a thoughtful expression on her face. Oh, before I forget. Ron, could you give a few things back to your brothers? I asked him as I suddenly remembered something. Sure, what are they? He asked in a bit of confusion. This canary cream they tried to put in my lunch, this dung bomb they rigged to my classroom door, this self-propelling custard pie which tried to hit me when I was walking here, these puking pastilles they tried to drop in my drink and this Tuntung toffee they thought I wouldn't identify after they changed its outward appearance. I listed off as I handed Ron the prank items from my expanded bag. They tried to prank you that many times already. A shocked Hermione almost squealed aloud. Unfortunately for the twins, they now have to deal with a slight hair situation and cannot come to pick up their products. I really appreciate your help, Ron. I innocently say as I ignore the outburst, getting Luna to giggle in amusement and Harry to chuckle. Yeah, no problem. The redhead numbly said as he stated at the products in his hands. Professor, could you help me to send Christian something? It's been difficult getting through the imblystrons the owls have caught. Luna suddenly said, getting weird looks from Hermione and Ron while Harry is just wryly smiling at the girl. No problem, Luna. Always a pleasure to help a girl such as yourself. I answered with a warm smile as she hands me her package. Thank you. She happily said before skipping away while humming. I still like that girl. Such a free spirit. I thought as I returned my attention to the trio. Alright then, I'll see you three for my class later. There will be a physical aspect since you have a double class, so prepare yourself mentally, Hermione. And if you two need any advice on being prefects then you can always come to me. I said to the trio as I finished my lunch. Where are you going? Harry asked out of curiosity. Gonna send this package and tease a friend a bit. I answered with a sly smile, making the teen shake his head a bit in response as I stood up and walked away. After lunch itself, I had a free period which meant it was time for a bit of paperwork. Don't want to have to do that at home when I can be with Tori after all. Then came time for my class with 5th year Gryffindors and Slytherins. My influence has made subtle changes everywhere in Hogwarts, and one of those would be the relationship between houses. The interactions students can get through the exchange or the dueling club are very helpful in that regard. So instead of the hostile relationship lions and snakes had in the canon, now it's closer to a rivalry. There's also been a sharp decrease of open harassment as a result. Can't do anything about what is discussed in private, but at least Slytherin students aren't calling people mudblood in public anymore. And now, I am watching them all slowly trickle into my classroom, looking rather eager. I'm guessing they are excited for me to teach since they know I am both qualified and capable. Most of these kids were present when I was basically teaching defense instead of Lockhart, making things easier for me. Good to see so many familiar faces. I'm pretty sure you all remember me, but just in case you somehow got obliviated to oblivion during this summer, I am Aiden Bones, your new defense against the dark arts professor. I said with a light-hearted tone as I got some chuckles from students. Before I could continue, I heard the classroom door open and then a small cough. Hem, I am sorry if I interrupted your class. The pink abomination said as she walked in with her goddamn clipboard. What can I do for you, Miss Umbridge? I was about to begin informing everyone on the general layout for this year. It is important for them since they will be undertaking their owls. I politely asked with a completely neutral face and tone. Oh, nothing serious, dear. I am just here to see how you will be teaching. And it is High Inquisitor Umbridge. She corrected with that annoying voice. All right then, Miss Umbridge. There are a few extra chairs to your left if you wish to sit down. I replied with an emphasis on me not giving a shit about her title. Politely, of course. That got her face to twitch in dissatisfaction as she found a seat. Now, like I said, everyone here knows your owls will be coming up at the end of the year and that they can dictate many of your options in future. Almost all ministry positions will require certain results from your owls and newts, and even various professions will look at these results to determine whether you are worth hiring. If you want to work in creature reserves, your COMC and herbology will be looked at heavily. Enchanters need excellent charms and ancient runes grades. Healers requires potions, transfiguration, herbology, charms and this very course. I systematically explained as I tried to impart a clearer image of why these tests are important. Teachers always talk about how important these tests are, but they forget to tell students why they will be useful. But even if your dream future does not strictly need data, I would recommend you at least study up to your owl seriously. There are many dark things magic can be used for. It can curse, poison, kill, harm, cause suffering, and even damn you. There are creatures and beings who still prey on wizards and muggles alike to survive. Without being ready for these, one can easily fall to them. But it does not take a Dark Lord or Dementor to kill you. All it could take is a single desperate person who needs to feed themselves, got threatened, is an addict, fell in with the wrong crowd, or even mistakes you for someone else. That person could even be some random muggle who got a lucky stab in before you could notice. This is why I will do my best to train you to be aware, to be knowledgeable, and to be ready for the fact that life will always have risks because that is even truer in our world. I seriously explained to all of them. This might be a bit heavy, but it is something they need to come to terms with. The world isn't sunshine and rainbows, these kids can feel that things are changing, with a good number knowing what is actually happening. So I will lay things out for them right here, with brutal honesty and then help them improve from there. I look at each student, and I see a new fire in many of their eyes. Harry's is burning to the extreme due to his fate, Ron is next to him with a determined look, Hermione has some hesitation in her since she truly isn't ready for real fights yet. I then look at Draco, but the teen is kind of a mess due to having Voldemort living in his home and his mother leaving it. Crabbe and Goyle might be too slow to realize what just happened, but Daphne Greengrass's cold expression could not contain her burning spirit. Professor Bones. The stomach cleanser then interrupted, making most look back as they snapped out of the thoughts I had intentionally given them. I do not know why you are trying to scare these children, especially when you are so young yourself. There is nothing out there and no one coming after them. So why are you saying they need to learn to fight? She asked, saying some of the stupidest nonsense I've heard in some time. What do you mean nothing out there? There's plenty out there which could harm us. Harry countered before I could say anything. I guess she rubs him up the wrong way too. Maybe a bit too much though. I thought as I watched on. Nonsense, child. What could possibly want to harm children such as yourselves? She asked with an incredulous look as she seemed to almost be taunting him, which she actually was. I dunno, maybe Voldemort. He then replied with a lot of snark. Detention, Mr. Potter. For spouting such lies. She then yelled out as the class murmured from the exchange. I believe that is quite enough, Miss Umbridge. I gave you permission to observe my class, not interrupt, and you certainly do not hold the authority to give any student any punishment, much less during my class. I spoke out with a tone of absolute authority as I let some of my magic bear down onto her, making her gasp under the pressure almost immediately. And Harry, while I appreciate your passion and will, I am more than capable of defending myself. I then said to the teen, making him sheepishly nod as he realizes he didn't really need to come to my rescue. You cannot speak to me like this, I am the High Inquisitor. And you cannot ignore the will of the Ministry. She managed to say as the pressure I exuded abated when I talked to Harry. And why in the world should I give a damn about what the Ministry is saying as long as I am following all the rules Hogwarts has? This is an independent educational facility. The only governing body overlooking Hogwarts is the Board of Governors, which I am a member of. So why exactly should I listen to you? I challenged as I stood before my class. I represent Minister Cornelius Fudge himself. To disregard me is to disregard the will of the Ministry. Do you think a measly professor has the right to stand against that? She responded as her voice changed to her barely contained fury. Ha! You represent the Ministry? That's the biggest joke I've ever heard. You are a pariah in every circle, hated and avoided by every department head. The Wisengamot members finds you so hateful that even the supposed dark families distance themselves from you, and I've seen the records of all the laws you've tried to introduce being shot down. And as for myself, a measly professor, I am one of the people who permitted the Ministry to send someone to observe Hogwarts because I believe we should be doing our best at every level to help children grow into their best selves. But who do they send? Some delusional toad, thinking herself powerful when she is only a glorified secretary. Someone so completely inept that she has to lie and threaten her way into even that position. I reply with thinly veiled disgust towards her. How dare you? You're nothing but a half-blood child. I will have you removed from this castle. She now shrieked at me, losing any shred of self-control. Oh please, you pink hag. I could have you removed from your post by simply showing how utterly inept you are and how you can't properly do your duties because you are simply too stupid to do so. I countered and looked at her with clear mockery in my eyes. You, she repeated as her face turned red from rage and embarrassment. Me what? Shall I prove my point? Let's go over your grades and see exactly what subject you are capable of judging when compared to the certified masters at Hogwarts. Charms, exceeds expectations. Potions, troll. Transfiguration, acceptable. Astronomy, poor. History of magic, acceptable. Herbology, exceeds expectations. Defense against the dark arts, troll. Ancient runes, acceptable. Arithmancy, poor. And with these OWL results you could barely get into a few Newt level classes. Only getting 3. And even then, your results were lackluster to say the least. Charms, acceptable. Herbology, acceptable. Ancient runes, poor. All these grades were made up, but I did my best to make her be capable of actually doing what she did in canon, while having fun with the subjects she showed ineptitude in. Now I am done paying any more attention to you. I have a class to teach and I have actual qualifications to do it. So either you leave or I throw you out for disrupting. I said as I concluded the destruction of her reputation in the eyes of most students. She couldn't even speak due to the utter humiliation she felt from being exposed like this. The toad left before she exploded even further or simply vomited blood in anger. I just love when one action can fill more than one purpose. I thought in response to her departure. What I meant was that I knew she would react negatively to my speech on the dangers of the world. I knew she would challenge me as soon as she walked into the room. So I baited her into a battlefield she had absolutely no hope of defeating me in. The result were humiliation, news of her achievements while she was at Hogwarts spreading within the day, and a now incredibly unstable bitch who will have a drastically increased desire for power within Hogwarts. Coincidentally enough, my class got very enthusiastic about my lesson after that, even when it came to the physical side of things the pure-blooded Slytherins participated without complaining. The lesson itself was similar to the third year's, a review, and added information on prior years. Then organized 3-on-3 spars to get students used to teamwork, combat, and on-the-spot decision-making since they were 5th years. That resulted in the Golden Trio getting a good amount of wins through Harry and Ron's superior combat skills, but they were having to do more to compensate for Hermione. I don't hate Hermione, just saying that before she starts getting into life and death conflicts with Death Eaters, she isn't someone suited for combat. Then, to the good news for everyone, it was time for dinner. With a quick clean-up and change of clothes, everyone started heading to the Great Hall for food with a lot of new gossip to share. I simply packed my things, locked my classroom up properly, warded up the Wazoo, then headed out with a smile on my face over a good first day and the thought of spending time with my wifey. 164, ch 164 Educational Decrees. Before I knew it, 2 months passed after my moderate rebuttal of our esteemed High Inquisitor. Her immediate reaction was completely predictable, i.e., to cry to the minister like a petulant child. She wailed and ranted at the incapable idiot, calling me a disrespectful shame on anyone who uses magic, a filthy-blooded mongrel, treasonous half-blood, and a slew of other creative and racist insults I now have a recording of. He. Too bad for her, I am still in a way too solid position. This isn't just about my political and economical power, they now have to face my credibility as well. In this case, they would have to prove that Umbridge is legitimately qualified to criticize the course of a certified master. Then they would need to prove that the ministry-approved book they want to force onto kids is superior to the dozens of books I use for my lessons. Meaning, they have to justify using a book rejected by any Dada master actually worth the name, written by someone who isn't even an expert, and which would make anyone who's actually graduated any magic school laugh at it, over my carefully curated books from experts on every subject I teach which have also been referenced by masters for decades if not centuries. It was always laughable to see these idiots try to find a way to fuck with me. A single subtle reminder from one of his assistants and Fudge immediately folds like the wet blanket he is. I love having my people everywhere. It did also help that my lessons were thought-provoking, practical and informative for the older students, while also being fun and interactive for the younger ones. Too bad Hogwarts doesn't do those professor reviews cause I think I'd ace them. But then Snape would have been out of a job after his first year here and Dumbledore needed the man clothes. Trelawney on the other hand would have really wonky reviews. The lady does predict the death of a student from each year, every year, but she does also predict minor events if you pay attention to her carefully. Unfortunately, it's all masked by her demeanor and crappy fortune-teller shtick. Then Binns would have needed to either be exorcised or see if another arrangement could be made so a proper teacher could be brought in. Aside from teaching, I've also been able to help with some extracurricular activities as well. I've been helping Cedric out as he learns to handle the exchange and being head boy this year, while coaching Luna to be in charge the following year. I've also appeared as a guest instructor for the dueling club, giving my little successors more training and advice while putting the rest of the members through some enhanced exercises. And lastly, I've gathered the Orderlings to really teach them how to fight through very intense combat sessions. It's been good to see all the kids I knew getting better and better. Luna was interesting to teach because of her unique views of the world, literally in her case because of her eyes allowing her to play with magic once I started showing her how. I can sense magic to much higher degree than anyone, but the accident which caused her mother's death imparted her the ability to truly see magic even when not in spell form. Took me a while to realize that, then translate what all those creature names would represent, but after that I began teaching her how to create her own spells and how to play with existing ones. I think I might have honestly helped create someone who could reshape our understanding of magic alongside me. Purely platonic, she's Christian's girl. Cedric was already a very competent, I was helping him go to the next level by having some one-on-one fights against me and having him fully integrating transfiguration into his style. He needs some real fights to break him out of his mentality though, too righteous to strike down someone trying to kill him and it could lead to him dying or someone else's death. Ginny was an interesting case for me. She was someone I didn't really interact with in general and except for the Riddle Diary event, only my relationships with her brothers really linked me and her. Doesn't mean I wasn't going to teach her how to fight properly, but it was going to take time for her to truly be capable. Fortunately the girl is quite gifted in the use of jinxes, hexes and curses even if she doesn't want to admit it. I think her time carrying the Horcrux around might have influenced her talents since she was still in a very malleable age. She also had good instincts when in a fight, something I was helping her hone. The twins were taught how to maximize the teamwork and prank spells into their fighting styles. I showed them how seemingly harmless or useless spells could be used to limit, distract, confuse, and even disarm opponents, and oh boy were they excited to do it. But I also had them go through some intense solo training so they don't become over-reliant on their teamwork and become sitting ducks when separated. Ron was really getting out through his paces during these 2 months because of the club and then these lessons, but to his credit he was handling everything without backing down. It was kind of cool to see a kid grow so much from my advice and the opportunity I gave him. In the last few years he changed from an insecure attention seeker to a confident and upstanding young man. His dueling has become one of the best in school, but his time with Crumb and Christian have helped him develop a more practical and combat-oriented style just like them. So although he still has some ways to go before he can take on true professionals, the kid can fight. Hermione needed a different approach. Besides Luna, who had a very unique way of using magic to protect herself, she was the only one without any true fighting instincts. This meant I had to basically drill into her body proper attacks and defenses. I needed her to not have the chance to think when casting her defenses and not hesitate when attacking, meaning I was conditioning her to have trained combat reflexes until she can consciously fight her opponents without freezing or overthinking. It has been very hard for everyone's favorite bookworm to do this, but she's hanging in there. Following her was Neville in terms of fighting inexperience. From what I could tell his parents recovering had huge effects on the boy, lifting a burden he placed on himself and finally being able to experience their love and support has helped him build more confidence in himself. He even told me that his father was planning to teach him during the breaks since he and his wife were officially released not too long ago. Meanwhile I was helping Neville develop a very solid base for him to build on and hammered basic but effective combinations into him. And finally I had my honorary little brother, Harry James Potter. If I was being honest, he was the closest to my personal magic than everyone I've ever taught. Sure I had Susan, James, Christian, and Victoria learn them, but I had them branch out into what would perfectly suit themselves. Harry however, took what I taught him and formed his style by making it all his. Then it became even more obvious after Lupin taught him the Patronus charm, making the kid at least capable of learning everything which didn't require a second-level magic core. So now Harry was probably considered one of the only actual users of white magic in the world. So with that and Sirius becoming very active in Harry's life, he's been becoming a very large threat to those who immerse themselves into the dark arts. What was interesting after these 2 months was that I apparently had to attend a bi-monthly teachers' meeting in the headmaster's office. I had completely forgotten about that being a thing. So with a little heads up to the wifey that I would be home a bit later than usual, I went to the old man's office. But when I got to the gargoyle guarding the way up to the office, I found the most peculiar scene. "You will let me through this instant?" a shrieking toad said as her face started matching her pink clothes. The stone statue just stared at her impassively. I kinda want to watch her try to actually make a real gargoyle move from his perch by saying that a creature like it can't stand in the way of the ministry, but I have shit to do and I want to go relax with my beauty. I thought with a smirk as I watched the idiot. "Move aside, Ms. Umbridge, some of us have better things to do than watch you yell at a statue," I said to her in a droll tone as I approached. "It is High Inquisitor. And I have important business with Dumbledore," she corrected and then seemed to try to make me jealous somehow. "Good for you. Too bad today is the staff meeting, so you have to wait for tomorrow. But I am sure whatever you had to tell him truly needed to be said now. 'Cause we all care so much about what you have to say, don't we?" I asked with so much sarcasms it was almost visible. "And why was I not told about this meeting?" she seriously asked, completely ignoring my sarcasm. "Because you aren't a staff member. You are a political annoyance we are tolerating. Now move aside," I answered as made her back away from me due to being physically intimidating with my height and muscles. She stumbled backwards while opening and closing her mouth, but I ignored her and nodded at the gargoyle which obediently opened up for without any issues. "Stop being a damn pest and stay in your office, Umbridge. Then maybe you'll be able to get through your time here," I then said with a glare as I began climbing the stairs and the entrance sealed itself before she could respond. I didn't bother knocking at the door since I was already expected anyway, entering to see I was the last person to get here. Even if I was still early it was a bit embarrassing, but oh well. "Aiden, glad you have joined us. Now we can begin our first gathering of the year," Dumbledore said in his usual jovial tone. "So what do we do during these meetings?" "It is my first one," I asked out of curiosity. "Nothing too serious. This is to make sure everyone is on the same page and that we have a cohesive plan moving forward." The headmaster with his grandfatherly smile. "Minerva, if you could start with our first years." "My pleasure, Albus. It does seem like many first years from magic families have some reservations in being here, most likely because of the ministry's actions, but it is only a minority. Aside from that, a few are showing some talent in my class," she informed us. A few of my ravens have spoken to me about their concerns as well, and not just from first years. Although it has been a pleasant surprise that this has not been happening in the older students. Flitwick added with a bit of a mixed mood. Yes, my charges are being quite vocal sometimes. I believe our new Inquisitor might be stoking flames. Snape further developed with an unpleasant expression. Speaking of, did anybody else have to witness our unwanted addition yelling at the entrance? I asked out of curiosity again. That question actually got me some knowing smiles from the majority of professors. It is too bad we were having an important meeting and could not hear anything due to our privacy wards. Dumbledore said with a small smile as well. I see. It truly is unfortunate then. I said as my own Loki-like smile appeared. Put aside our new Toad, there seems to be just as many dunderheads this year in my classes as usual. Snape said as he returned everyone to the matter at hand. Then maybe you should actually try teaching them, Snape. My classes are doing quite well as students are responding to some actual training pretty well. But I do have a lot of whiners from Slytherin House however. I said in a pointed manner. I do not need a petulant child like you to tell me how to manage my charges. He nearly hissed at me. Both of you calm down. McGonagall interrupted as she put her glare into action, making the both of us back down temporarily. I have been pleasantly surprised as to how solid the knowledge students have in my classes. Our substitute professor said with a nervous smile. Yes, I am quite glad Hagrid has been able to achieve such results. Dumbledore said as he happily took out a lemon drop to suck on. Let's not forget the trend we've seen with improving grades all around. Our kids are working hard, having fun and making new friends, such a good atmosphere. Cooed Pomona with a motherly smile. Yes, but it seems so troublemakers are becoming more prominent in your House Severus. Professor McGonagall said as she glanced at her colleague. A mere side effect of the political climate, no need for your concern. He countered with his frown. I actually do need to have a talk with a few students from your house at one point, Snape. They need to know the options they have for the future after all. I informed the man as I knew he understood my implications. With a reluctant nod, we moved on to discuss some more standard issues like supplies and current grades as well as some minor clashes with our resident Amphibious. Any outstanding issues within the student body then? Asked Dumbledore. I've noticed some students being confrontational towards Mr. Potter, but nothing serious as of yet. It is mostly because of the Prophet. Minerva answered with an odd look on her face. Yes, but our more recent policies on conflict have helped curb any real clashes between students so far. But we must keep a vigilant eye on the situation. Flitwick seriously said. Please do make sure nothing develops into true anger. The last thing we all desire is our students harming each other, and while the Ministry is attempting to control Hogwarts no less. The headmaster said as he took another candy to relieve his stress over the matter, even if it was planned. Well, let's not all dwell on the annoying stuff. I said with an upbeat tone and a clap of my hands to break the gloom. The students are doing good, there's been an improvement in grades, the situation is under control, the Harry problem isn't that bad since I've been helping him through it, and we all know the Prophet can only stir up this nonsense for so long. Of course Potter needs special attention. The boy cannot go a month without being the center of everyone's world. Snape sneered in response. Too bad it's the world that decided to fuck with him so much, and you don't help, so be quiet. I snapped back at Snape, resulting in the both of us glaring at each other again. Thank you all for taking time to come here today. Dumbledore said as he basically ignored our little showdown. But like young Aiden has said, we are on the right track and it is in our best interest to maintain our current performance. We will have more to discuss once the winter holidays are upon us and everything settles down more. For today, however, I believe we can call this meeting to a close. With that, I had to break my stare down with Snape and bid good night to everyone present since I did have a pleasant relationship with most of them. Binns was pretty much the only exception since he couldn't even get my name right, much less truly remember me. He's still a weird ghost to me. Oh well. I decided to simply put most of it aside and go home to hold my wifey. Unfortunately, a week after our staff meeting, the minister decided to do something which angered me quite a bit, even if I knew they'd probably do it. I was able to mitigate some damages, but even then I will have to be vigilant. Educational Decree Number 23. Dolores Jane Umbridge now holds supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions and removal of privileges pertaining to the students of Hogwarts according to current standards. Education Decree Number 24. All student organizations, societies, teams, groups, and clubs are henceforth disbanded. An organization, society, teams, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Permission to reform may be sought from the High Inquisitor. No student organization, society, team, group, or club may exist without the knowledge and approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found to have formed, or belong to, an organization, society, team, group, or club that has not been approved by the High Inquisitor will be expelled. And so begins the nailing of the coffin. I thought with a neutral expression as I watched Filch nail these new additions to the wall outside the Great Hall. 165, ch 165 Dancing around tyranny. These decrees from the ministry rocked nearly the entire student body. It was just too easy to watch the pink hag drive all these students against her, and as a result she would push their parents to be against the ministry's actions. Her stupidity, need for superiority, authoritarian views, and blind belief in the ministry's meager power is continuously driving nails into Fudge's time in office without her even realizing it. Just the dismissal of all extracurricular activities made everyone hostile. And the woman was very much cracking down hard on anything which either has practical applications and training or is involved with people she deemed undesirable/dangerous. Meaning all the places where students could actually become competent or build their skills for their future careers just disappeared. No more Quidditch games. No more dueling. No more enchanting or charming. No more potions. And no more exchange. Then she decided to make things worse for herself by going around and enforcing every little thing she thought was inappropriate or didn't follow the rules. So just like Canon she walked around fixing uniforms, breaking couples apart, stopping people from having fun, confiscating anything unrelated to school or studies, and just sucking the freedom and joy out of everyone's lives. All things which made Filch follow her around like a love-struck puppy. It's all technically in the rules, but teachers understand that they're kids and need to have fun or have some freedoms. Umbridge does not agree with that, but at least she hasn't tried to pass those stupid decrees about it like Canon. I honestly don't know how the ministry could even begin to explain passing laws forbidding Hogwarts students from having their hands in their pockets. Any other governing body would laugh at England even harder than before if they even caught a whisper of that nonsense. Her little routine was getting on people's nerves already, except me since I couldn't give any less of a shit about her little decrees. These things are pretty easy to play around if you think about it. Mini flashback to emergency meeting for faculty. They can't just do this, Albus. The ministry is going against an entire millennia of dependency. A furious McGonagall said as she barely held herself back. I know, Minerva, I know. But these decrees appearing means the Board of Governors has approved. My hands are tied. Dumbledore responded with a great sigh. Perhaps our esteemed Lord Bones could enlighten us on our dilemma. Snape then suggested with his signature sneer. To inform you, all capable members vehemently opposed these so-called decrees. I was barely able to rally some more members to modify Decree number 23. They originally wanted to give her absolute control over punishments and allow her to modify them as she pleases. The difficulties we had to stop that idiocy were far too many for such an important issue, leading me to believe that the governors are being pressured once again. As a result, I am currently having my people look into things at the moment. I somberly explained as I showed an annoyed expression. By Merlin. They wanted to give that horrid woman the authority to punish anyone in any way she pleases within the school and make us unable to stop her. Gasped Professor McGonagall at the revelation. This is starting to get out of control, Albus. I will not allow this woman to tyrannize my badgers, ministry be damned. A huffy Professor Sprout declared. But I am afraid that going against these decrees would allow the ministry to do precisely what it is aiming for. The headmaster responded with another sigh as he sank into his chair. What do you mean, headmaster? A serious Flitwick asked. Because it would give the ministry the excuse it needs to try and dismantle Hogwarts. I answered grimly. Exactly. If the faculty begins to ignore or retaliate, it will give the ministry the opportunity to claim whatever they need to justify either taking my own position or yours and then place whomever they deem fit as replacement. Dumbledore followed up, making the teachers look like they swallowed flies at the thought. But we can't do nothing, Albus. That would be surrendering before we've fought. The deputy headmistress responded after a moment. And to allow her to cancel the Quidditch Cup completely is simply preposterous. The tournament has been in place nearly as long as the school itself. To stop that is to take away a part of what makes Hogwarts what it is. I forgot how much she actually cares about that sport. She was apparently quite the player during her time as a student, until her final year, and she received rather severe injuries from nasty foul Slytherin committed which decided that year's final victor. A concussion and several broken ribs from a foul, and as a result she became driven to have Gryffindor slam Slytherin. That's why she helped Harry get on the team during his first year and bent the rule on first ties not having their own brooms. The things you learn when you look into people can be illuminating sometimes. I thought as the talk about Quidditch surprised me. I do not believe our guest will allow the dueling club to continue as well. Even if it is still new, the positive impacts spoke for themselves. A crestfallen Flitwick added. I do have some thoughts on that front. I said, making the smaller professor look at me intently. Please do share, Professor Bones. He then responded as some hope appeared. How about instead of it being a club run by students, it became a supplementary class guided by a teacher? I suggested as my little devil inside showed a bit. You mean? Flitwick stated as he thought through my idea. Using the wording of the decree against itself. Dumbledore completed with his eye twinkle showing itself. Exactly. All that's forbidden is the clubs and teams and the like, but they can't stop teachers from giving some additional classes. And if those classes just so happen to be specific with their content, there would be nothing wrong with that. I added with my smile turning more mischievous by the word. I also believe using certain rooms already prepared for certain subjects would already be available as well. Dumbledore followed up with his jovial tone. But that still doesn't fix the Quidditch teams. McGonagall lamented. It does if we have Madame Hooch organize advanced flying classes which welcomes all years and spectators. I countered at the same time my little horns would appear on top of my head. Yes, yes. And if these lessons just so happen to award points and have an overall superior class being rewarded, then it wouldn't be strange at all. Muttered a new side of the professor I've never thought possible. Who knew McGonagall would care so much about the damn sport she would decide to dance around the so-called rules? Hermione would break if I told her. I thought as I watched the elderly witch. I am sure many would love to attend my arts and craft classes as well. Professor Sprout said with a happy smile. And I have no doubt quite a few students would appreciate some dynamic and creative use of charms. Flitwick then said with his voice squeaking in excitement. A few supplementary lessons to watch for Mars is just what a few of my students needed. Thank you for the suggestion, Professor Bones. Professor Sinistra said as she jumped into the discussion. Humph, I guess making sure we have fewer dunderheads in this school can count for something. Snape then said as he somehow decided to actually be somewhat helpful. And I'm sure students will be quite excited to find me returning to the exchange. I added as everyone decided which club they would be teaching from now on. Now back to why I was thinking about that meeting. What are you all doing here? Do all of you wish to be expelled? The Inquisitode asked as she looked around the exchange. I don't know what you mean, Madam Inquisitor, why would we be expelled? Cedric then smoothly said as he walked up to her with his charming smile. He's obviously in on this since he was made the leader of the exchange. Mr. Diggory, I believe the educational degree was clear. All student organizations, teams, societies, groups, and clubs are to be disbanded, and it is up to myself to decide if such shall be allowed to resume afterwards. And if my memory is not failing me, I have not given this little gathering my permission. She smugly said as she looked around. You certainly haven't, Madam Inquisitor. Cedric happily replied with a bright smile. Are you planning on going against the Ministry's decrees, Mr. Diggory? If so, I am sure we can have your father involved. As a loyal member of the Ministry he should, of course, support its decisions. She then said as if it would bully him into submission. Umbridge, why are you interrupting my class again? I thought I told you already that unless you have actual classifications, stay out of the way. I then said before she annoyed me too much and I accidentally murdered her. You. What do you mean, class? This is clearly your little exchange. She spat out in response to my appearance. No, this is an open class to help review material for students. The exchange was disbanded as per Ministry decree. I just decided to use the room because it was very convenient. I lightly answered with my own smile. That got her to start turning redder than her stupid outfit real quick since she didn't have a comeback. Now please go bother someone else. I am sure a young couple enjoying each other's presence is plotting the downfall of the Ministry somewhere and must be separated by our esteemed High Inquisitor. I then said with a dismissive tone and hand wave. This time the hand wave was actually a modified version of the locomotor charm which makes Umbridge float out of the room without her noticing since she's too emotional at the moment. Only snapping out of it after the door slams in her face. But that was only the start of her bad time after maybe a week of her abusing her authority to feel like she actually matters. What came after her encounter with me was hilarious to hear about from various sources. She burst into the dueling club and tried to give them all detention for not disbanding, but then Flitwick told her he was doing a class on charms and their various uses since so many showed enthusiasm for the subject. He even invited her to be his partner, which made her run away real fast. She tried to get Snape to close the potions club, only to be encased in a sound-cancelling bubble and ignored after he said she was interrupting his remedial lessons. Her attempt to cancel the Gryffindor Quidditch practice resulted in McGonagall giving her a lecture on the benefits of the class while Hooch just took off with the team, leading to Umbridge trying to escape Minerva while chasing after people flying away on foot and yelling stuff at the sky. Professor Sprout just gave the women some knitting needles and told her to join in for her lesson. With similar results when she tried to stop her other art-related clubs. I couldn't stop laughing at that last one and wished I could have gone down that route too, but I hate the toad too much. What followed was so predictable that it wasn't even funny. Educational Decree Number 25. Teachers are hereby banned from giving students any information not strictly related to the subject they are paid to teach. That was interesting to still see, but it was an attempt to do twice the damage with one decree. On one hand it theoretically stops teachers from doing anything beyond the classroom and on the other we can't talk about political happenings. In practice I got another round of smiles from the professors when I told them we were basically already doing that. Flitwick was technically teaching people charms, Hooch was teaching how to fly better, Snape was teaching how to brew various potions, Sinistra was doing astronomy, Professor Sprout just had to change her stuff a bit so that they mainly use plant material to make color pigment for paint or create a suitable fiber for knitting, and then there's my subject, which I could make almost anything sound like it would be useful to defend yourself against the dark arts. Charm? Here's how it can help. Transfiguration? That's how you use that spell to stop a curse. Potions? Ever use a botched boil cleansing potion to incapacitate someone? History? I can tell you the story of 4 Dark Lords, a few wars, the history of curses, and then tell you how the underwear industry caused deaths to prepare you for the struggles ahead. So yeah, that decree became a joke to those with some form of lawyer in them. Loopholes are the best when it works to your advantage. It was during this time of faculty vs Inquisitode, ministry, that something unexpected popped up. Aiden, we're really grateful for your teaching us how to fight, but do you think it's possible to add some people? Harry asked me after one of our training sessions with the Orderlings. Not to say no straight up, but why? It's not like anyone else is going to actively be fighting Death Eaters, if I'm being honest. Plus I'm already training pretty much everyone who would truly stand against them without having to be convinced. I've got you lot, Cedric, Luna, Neville and Susan. Who would you include outside of that? I asked the teen. It's not like I don't like anyone outside these ones, it's just because I don't want to deal with people unwilling to really fight and having to convince them to do it. I've already formed many plans, and only the worst of the worst outcomes involve having students fight a fucking Death Eater army like Cannon. That would mean all my preparations in the ministry failed, my inside forces failed, my own men all died, and then I'd have to be completely out of other options. Plus the situation is different from the 5th year canon in general. With me as the Dada professor, students are learning and improving at a rapid pace, removing the dissatisfaction over bitch being a blank void of a teacher, and the fact that a good amount of the more courageous students are already in the still running dueling club also removes more possibilities regarding who would need this. Well, some people aren't liking what the ministry is doing and believe that something is wrong. They've also seen you stand up against Umbridge over and over, plus you're a great teacher, and we all want to be able to help more. It's not fair that everything is happening and none of us can do anything about it, so we gathered people who think the same. Harry answered with a fire in his eyes. And who are these people? I asked the trio standing in front of me. A few people from the club want in. Especially Daphne, Padma, and Hannah, they couldn't not join after they saw me improve. Ron answered first. Then Astoria heard her sister was joining, so she insisted as well. The Creevy brothers jumped at the opportunity, as well as asked if they were allowed to take pictures. Pavarti Patel, Dean Thomas, Michael Cormer, Anthony Goldstein, Ernest Macmillan, Terry Boot, Sue Lee, and Theodore Knott from our year. Katie Bell, Marietta Edgecombe, and Cho Chong from 6th years. And Angelina Johnson, Lee Jordan, and Roger Davis from the 7th years. Listed out Hermione as she read from a piece of parchment. So you all basically want me to teach about 30 people how to fight? I asked back in response. That does sound like a bit much when you say the number out loud. Murmured Hermione as a result. Didn't say I won't do it, but I can't take my time organizing such a mess. With all teachers having to be present in clubs relating to their teaching material, we've become busier than usual. Plus I still have Tori waiting for me at home. So if this is something you 3 want to have happen, you need to organize it. I can obviously offer some advice or pointers, but the rest will be up to you. I seriously say to the trio. This will probably trim down the list a bit due to too many conflicting schedules, but those who actually want to learn will make it work on some level. I thought as I looked at the trio talking amongst each other. Alright, if you agree to teach everyone, then we'll figure out how to organize it. Harry said in agreement after a minute. Wonder if fate will make what I think is going to happen, happen. I thought as the trio left with determined steps. 166, CH166 Draconic Talk. Yes, my title is a pun today. I couldn't think of a good title and this made me smile for some reason. There we go. Now I'll know if that annoyance goes too far. I said as I finished modifying the new addition to the wards. This particular add-on was a ward to detect more serious curses used in the castle and pain detection. In the short run it'll help me make sure that bitch doesn't do anything to any students, and if she does I'll know when and where. And in the long run it will allow the staff to know when someone has taken things too far or find any student suffering pain above a certain threshold. A good anti-bullying ward basically. The reason I added this little precaution was because I could see exactly how unstable she was getting from her attempts failing. Her latest scheme was that stupid inquisitorial squad she made in the canon, but that failed splendidly without me even having to do anything. Biggest reason being the much better inter-house relations due to my presence. Even if a few were interested, they realized that this position of authority would mark them as power-hungry and turncoats, hence isolating them from everyone else and losing whatever friends they had. Plus no one even thought the Toad had any real power at this point except for being a pain in the ass and giving out ridiculous punishments for doing anything she didn't like, that being the case because the faculty was just using loopholes to keep Hogwarts a good place to be in. Time to go home. I said to myself as walk out of my office with a smile on my face. As I lock the door and start leaving, I hear the sound of someone running towards me, making me turn to see who could be in such a rush. Interestingly, it was one Draco Malfoy. "Professor, could I speak with you please?" he asked as he caught his breath. Just so no one flips out prematurely, I made Malfoy be polite towards Aiden for a few reasons, first being the fact that he's a legitimate lord, Slytherins respect him and are still very much trained by Victoria, he's not Harry or being humiliated so no daddy talk, and another upcoming reason. "Certainly Mr. Malfoy. Is this a quick matter or should this be discussed in my office?" I responded with a polite smile. "In your office," he answered as he looked around in caution. "All right then, come on in," I simply said as I unlocked the place and headed in. My office was done in my style, just like prior Dada professors. But unlike Lockhart's him-themed office and Moody/Barty with his detection devices, mine was filled with various books on the subject in bookcases, diagrams of various dark creatures on open spots of wall, 2 couches with a coffee table in front of my private fireplace, a nicely crafted mahogany desk with a comfortable desk chair and 2 guest chairs in front. "Take a seat on one of the couches, Mr. Malfoy. Would you like some tea?" I cordially asked the teen. "No thank you, Professor, I just need to ask you a few things and then I will be on my way to the Great Hall for dinner," he politely said as he sat down with a slightly uncertain expression. "Then ask away," I simply said as I seated myself on the opposite couch. He didn't immediately begin his questioning, his face telling me he didn't know where to begin and was having difficulties deciding what he should actually ask now that he was here. "Why did my mother tell me to come to you for aid?" he finally asked as he looked at me. "Because, like many, you are going to be in a position which would either cause your death or turn you into something akin to a slave. This is something she wishes you could avoid," I answered with what I believed is the truth, especially after talking with the woman. "But why would mother say to come to you? She never mentioned knowing you and father hates you for the repeated humiliations, so why you, Professor?" he asked again as his emotions became a bit more erratic, showing me his confusion. "That would be because Lady Narcissa Black has come under my protection before the school year began," I answered calmly as I watched the young man. "That's preposterous. Mother went to vacation in France," he immediately denied as he stood from the couch. "Draco, how much do you know about your mother and father's marriage?" I then asked, ignoring his outburst. "What?" he responded in complete confusion over the change of topic. "What do you know about their marriage and how it was before you were born?" I asked again and further specified. "It's like any other proper pure-blood family, find someone of suitable status, start a dialogue to see if the other party is agreeable to the match and then both sides form a contractual bond, later developing the relationship further. And father always stopped mother from talking about before I was born," he responded in an uncertain manner. "Well, let us start from the beginning then shall we?" I say as I gesture for him to take a seat again. "This information comes from your mother directly, so if you have any doubts you can ask her later. The brief version would be that during the last Wizard War, your mother expressed some interest in your father when they were still attending Hogwarts. During this time, the Dark Lord was building his forces and more pure-blooded began to join his cause. Your father was an avid supporter in his school days, alongside other students who primarily resides in Slytherin. This was near the time when the Black family was looking to join the cause as well, while also going above and beyond to prove their loyalty to their new lord, resulting in the brilliant idea to marry off the 3 Black sisters to other devoted families. They tried to arrange a marriage between Andromeda and the Goyle family, but she eloped with her current husband, Bellatrix was sent to the Lestranges and your mother to the Malfoys. Turns out your mother and Bellatrix should have followed Andromeda's example in the end though," I said as I began my explanation. "You have to be joking? Mother should have followed the example of that blood traitor? She would never do that." Draco vehemently denied as he stood once again. "Do you want to know the reason why she believes this now or are you going to leave?" I asked with a raised eyebrow as I looked at the emotional teen. Draco looked at the door for a few moments, but ultimately decided to remain as he sat down. "The reason she said this is because of how the contractual bond was made. Your mother and Bellatrix weren't wed using traditional wedding contracts between nobles. For them there was no way out. The contracts were basically rewritten servant contracts indicating that they must obey their husbands, they must create an heir obviously, they had to help increase the status of their new families, etc. For Bellatrix, this meant climbing the ranks of Death Eaters and making the Lestrange's status rise through their lord. Her success led to her becoming the hand of her lord, behaving as a fanatic and the ability to command the man she hated and married. Your mother supported your family financially and politically, developing the Malfoys to the position they now hold from your father's shadow. She avoided the Death Eater cause and built everything so well that even your father was able to walk a free man after everything he's done," I explained as Draco became thoughtful over the revelation. "But that doesn't explain why mother left and wanted you to protect her, Professor. Even if she was bound by a contract, it doesn't mean she didn't love me or father," he said as he looked at me for an explanation. "Let's begin with the fact that your mother only had some interest in the man before marrying him. That would have been a rough enough start for any 18-year-old. But then his actions began to sour the relationship even further. From what your mother told me, she was subjected to physical and magical punishments whenever your father decided or when she disobeyed, a display to show off his so-called strength/power/authority, she was forced to act however he wanted, all of her efforts were always portrayed as his achievements, and he never gave her any kind of love because your father is apparently a homosexual. All in all, it doesn't help a woman fall in love, does it? I laid out without any subtlety, leaving the poor guy with a very torn look on his face. My father never even loved her? Not even a little? He desperately asked as he looked at me with a lot of emotions in his grey eyes. His preference would have made that rather difficult, but even then he never treated her as a friend or confidant, only a servant or tool. I am sorry, Draco. I answered with some pity for the teen. Then what about me? Was everything she did for me fake? Did she even care, or was it always because of that contract? Did she ever even love me? Draco asked as his emotions turned chaotic due to the revelations. Your mother truly cares and loves you, Draco. She even wished to be more involved in your upbringing and childhood, but was forced to let Lucius do as he pleased. She even requested I take you under my protection as well, hoping you wouldn't become another servant for the Dark Lord and lived a happy life. I answered gently, making the young man's tense body and mind relax as I spoke. Then what about my father? He questioned. I honestly don't know, Draco. All I know is that your father is not a good man, and I honestly don't know if he was anything close to resembling a good father to you. I know you hold him in high esteem, but that is all. And your mother's words have made my opinion of the man sink even lower than it was before. I honestly answered again, making Draco shift to a very thoughtful expression. I let him digest everything I told him patiently. I may not have high hopes for the teen in front of me due to what I've observed during the last 4 years, but my efforts managed to turn Ron around, and I can't not give Draco the same chance. If I look at him objectively, Draco is quite a capable young man. Putting aside his blinding obsession with Harry, his grades are in the top 5 for his year. He's creative enough to manage to work around the Hogwarts wards in canon, he's skilled enough to fight Harry in their 6th year, and he later became a highly respected banker as an adult. So there should be hope. What should I do, Professor? I'm not strong enough to go against everything we stand for. My whole life, Father told me we were better and should rule as only purebloods could. I was raised to be his heir. But I've seen how some things are, and I'm scared. My father said it was an honor to serve the Dark Lord, but I can see how much he fears him. I heard the screams when he's angry, and even sometimes a body being taken out of the manor. I don't want to end up like that. Draco finally said as he even unknowingly let slip that Voldemort resides in Malfoy Manor. It's perfectly normal to be scared, Draco. Most witches and wizards in this country can't even say his name due to the fear they still have of him. But if you do not want to be a part of what he represents, or even if you just don't want to live your life as a fearful servant, I will protect you too. I gently said to the scared teen. I could see the exact memory he was talking about when he talked about them. Draco was realizing what being a Death Eater truly entailed bit by bit, and his mother leaving seemed to have been a trigger alongside Voldemort choosing to hide in Malfoy Manor earlier than canon. But why? I thought you hated purebloods. Why would you help me? I know you never had a positive view of me, and Victoria certainly didn't either. He questioned, but I could see he was looking for hope in his questions. I don't hate purebloods, Draco. If I did, I wouldn't be engaged and in love with one. What I hate are the ideals some believe in. I have no problem with someone being proud of their family's past and current achievements. It is completely understandable, as certain families hold greater amounts of power than a random wizard with no backing. It is true that families which have been magical for a long time do have stronger magic cores and can develop certain gifts. I will not deny any of that. What I hate is suppressing others based on birth, actively killing and harming others because someone believes themselves better, wanting power but not properly taking care of the responsibilities which come with it, and the constant hate such ideals spread. But if you believe that you want to change and don't want to follow in your father's footsteps, I'll be right there to help you or anyone else in the same situation. I said to him with a calm smile on my face. That seemed to have surprised him greatly. I think I need some time, Professor. And maybe a talk with Mother if possible. Draco said to me after thinking for a moment. I'll arrange for a secret meeting for the two of you. It'll happen during the holiday break, so try to think of an excuse for your father. I responded without skipping a beat. I'll do just that. I don't know what good it'll do, but I feel like I have to do this. He said as the teen stood up from the sofa with a heavy sigh this time. Just take your time and think everything through carefully. Look back at what you were taught and look at everything with an objective eye. You'll find the answers you are looking for, Draco. I say to him with a peaceful smile. Thank you, Professor, for your time. Draco then before he started to walk to the door. No problem at all, Draco. And don't forget that if you ever feel over your head, I am more than willing to lend a hand. I said to the young man as he walked on. I'll keep that in mind, Professor, thanks. He said as he opened the door and walked out. I hope I helped him. I thought to myself as I watched my door close. But then I noticed the time and became quite nervous. Shit. I didn't tell Tori I was going to be late. No time for the proper way now. I hurriedly said as I burst into azure flames and vanished from my office. 167, ch 167 getting some more nails. My lord. The target has ordered the attack on Azkaban. Set to occur at before the holidays. Target believes this will cause the best reaction. Target also seems to be in a more positive mood. He may have other plans in motion. I guess it's time to start hammering some more nails in the minister's coffin. It also might be around the time when Voldy realized the extent of his link with Harry. I thought in response to Jennifer's latest report. Dobby. I called out from my school office. Yes, Master Bones. The little house elf squeaked out happily as he popped in. Good thing I had my 2 elves stay registered into Hogwarts wards. Tell Tori I'll be away for the evening because I'm starting the real minister plan. Also deliver this letter to the headmaster to inform him of my absence. I ordered the little guy as I hand him a letter. Dobby will do both perfectly, Master Bones. He immediately said as he grabbed the letter and popped away. I then grabbed my coat and flamed to the Falster Manor. Flashback to a few days before Sirius and Amelia's wedding. Mother, could I talk to you about something important? I asked as she was spending some time with Sirius. They've really taken to being together again, hey? I am happy for her. I thought as the two sort of scrambled to let go of each other and look presentable. Well, it was more Mother with some embarrassment from being caught snuggling. Sirius was looking at me like I stole something from him. Ahem, what is it, dear? She asked back with a little cough. It's about my plans for the future and how to deal with the ministry side of things after Fudge's stupidity is revealed. I know this is sudden, but I need to talk to you before moving forward. I answered, making her get serious very quickly. What are you thinking of doing? Amelia asked as she sat up. Should I be here for this? Sirius awkwardly asked. It's fine. I'm just here to talk about a possibility and just so happens that this one heavily involves your soon-to-be wife, so not an issue. I answered without much care. All right, so lay out your plan, kid. The shaggy-haired man said as he sat up with some excitement in his eyes. Well, to make a long plan short, what do you think about becoming the next Minister for Magic? I asked Mother with a grin. It took a few moments for that to sink in the both of them. Explain, Aiden. Mother then said as her eyes narrowed, showing she was completely focused on my words now. Also, let him explain properly before you say anything serious. It was funny to watch the man about to stand up and say something, only to sit down and shut his open mouth with only a few words. Especially someone like Sirius. Okay. So we all know that when everyone finds out he's back, it will completely destroy Fudge politically. He won't ever be able to hold any kind of important office after that. I started off, making the two nod at the inevitable outcome. And once he's out of office, we will need a new Minister for Magic. Now who do you think the people will want in power when the Dark Lord has returned? Someone with the ability to protect them. Mother answered after only a moment's thought. Exactly. And from that single criteria, we can guess who the most likely candidates would be. The first would be Dumbledore for obvious reasons, but he would never take the position. Second would either be you or Rufus Scrimgeour, because of your times as Aurors and leadership of said part of the ministry. And third would have been Crouch, but he was murdered during the tournament last year. So all in all, the two most likely candidates are you and Rufus, but you already have a huge advantage because of your status as the head of the DMLE and our funding of the Aurors in place of the ministry. I say with a quick breakdown of the candidates. Dear, be honest with me. Did you plan for me to become the next minister? Mother asked as she looked at me. I would really prefer for you to hold the office, but I would never force it on you. The Auror thing is so we don't have completely under-equipped and vulnerable soldiers when the Dark Lord is done building his power. If you don't want to be the next minister, then all you have to do is endorse someone else. I quickly said to not pressure Mother into thinking she has to be minister. Even if the kid did plan for it, so what? Didn't you always say you wanted to change the ministry for the better? What better way than to be a proper minister? And with the kid's help, my support and our friends, you certainly would be able to do just that. Sirius then said as he turned to his future wife. Siri, you do understand that this would make me very busy and it might delay some of what we've talked about, right? She said to the man beside her. I do get that. I'm not a complete fool. But this has been your dream for as long as I've known you and I won't get in the way of that. I've caused you enough grief. He sincerely said as he grabbed her hand and looked into her eyes, making Mother blush slightly from the warm gaze. Wow, don't even need to do anything. I thought as I looked at their interactions. All right. If you're sure. She said after looking into his eyes and accepting his words. Of course I'm sure. You think I'm the type of man who would just say whatever to please a lady? He proudly proclaimed. Yes you are. Was the immediate counter. That was only during our school years. He exclaimed as he deflated from the direct hit. And when you traveled on that motorcycle, hit on those muggle girls just to upset your family, flirted with Lily just to embarrass her and annoy James, or when you tried to make me jealous by constantly complimenting other female aurors and hit wizards in my presence. Mother then added on to form the killing blow. I just felt bad for him at this point. Apparently Mother agreed since she decided to let him off the hook. But as long as you keep those old habits aimed at me, I'll forgive you. She said with a small smile. Deal. He excitedly said, and I could almost see his dog tail wagging behind him. I really hope you haven't given Tori that many tips. I said as a result of this little bit. Oh, only a few. Girls have to stick together. Amelia responded with some mischief in her eyes. Well, damn. Going to have to be careful then. I said with a small sigh. Phew. Was Mother's response to my future troubles she created. Anyway, so becoming minister, yay or nay? I said as I went back to the main topic. I'll do it. She answered with a determined look, replacing the amused one. That makes things easier for later then. This won't be happening until the new year at least, so I suggest you enjoy yourselves and relax, cause after that we will all get busy. I then said to the couple as I took my leave. Don't worry about that kid. I'll make sure she can relax plenty. Sirius said as I was leaving. I didn't even need to turn around to know what look he had on his face and what he meant when he said that. End flashback. Am I doing too many of these? The reason I was thinking about this was simple, the invasion of Azkaban was a game changer. The most likely outcome is that Fudge blames Pettigrew for the act, just because he can't blame anyone else for it right now. There are no other notorious, known and currently free/on-the-run Death Eaters right now, limiting his options. But there are far too many holes in that story, even more than when they blamed Sirius in the canon. For one, Sirius had actually been in Azkaban and escaped it, so he actually knew where the thing was. 2. Sirius is a very skilled and clever wizard. And 3. He was still being treated as the hand of the Dark Lord, giving him some kind of motive. Peter on the other hand is a very different story. He doesn't know where the damn prison is. That is something which is only known by a select few in the Ministry, on top of that they are sworn to secrecy and you can only get there by Portkea without being detected by either the wards or the Dementors. Pettigrew is not even close to being as skilled as Sirius. Peter is a survivor and has great instincts when it comes to that, but his other skills are lacking. And lastly, he is a betrayer and not a valued fanatic, as well as a coward, drastically reducing any reason why the man would be anywhere near Azkaban or even a single Dementor, much less all of them. This will be where the Herald will begin destabilizing Fudge's position. The breaking in of Azkaban and the lost control over every Dementor will do splendidly. Then we build on that by telling people what they have truly been trying to do at Hogwarts, add in some of the ridiculous number of scandals I can implicate the man and his supporters in, cut him off from any financial support Lucius could offer thanks to Narcissa, and I'll be surprised if people won't want to have the man in Azkaban by the summer. And then Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, highly respected for her impartiality and character, someone capable, trustworthy, well-known and supported by a vast number of righteous figures, will come in and take the reins. Dissenting voices, meaning all those assholes who would support the magic Nazis, have been steadily cleaned out in secret by myself and by the minister himself since he believed they were Dumbledore supporters. I already have most clean and open-minded Wizengamot members on my side, with a few meetings arranged with influential members of the more neutral families, and just a ton of blackmail and incriminating evidence on the bigot families. On top of that, I already have control of the most powerful companies in the country and maybe the continent since I'm the founder for all of them. Add Dumbledore's support, Harry's if needed, a proper Auror force, and this will probably be on track for being the most unified the Ministry has been in centuries. But the reason I was going to the Falster Manor this evening was to maybe obtain a useful enough employee today. So changing my appearance to the relatively good-looking Michael Falster, with neatly combed brown hair, forest green eyes, strong jaw and freshly shaven face, I sat down at my work desk and waited for my appointment to arrive as I sipped on the Earl Grey Scott had prepared for me. It didn't take long for me to feel my guest through the manor wards. Scott, if you would. I simply said as I put down my cup. Of course sir. He answered since he already knew what to do. After only a few minutes, a knock came from my office door. Miss Skeeter sir. My aide informed me as I looked up from my tea. It seems that even though she tried to hide it, she has been impacted by her loss of employment. Less makeup, less flashy clothing, no overpowering perfume, lack of that arrogant confidence from before and more somber emotions. Come in Miss Skeeter. I am sure you are curious as to why I have asked for you, but before we begin I will offer you some refreshments. Tea? Coffee? Any sort of juice or water? I politely offer as the blonde woman looks at me rather nervously. No. Thank you. She said as she now had her focus on me. Just to inform you, you are not in any kind of trouble. My aim today is to make you an offer for employment. your services for proper pay and a vow of secrecy. If you refuse, you may simply leave. If I wanted to harm you, there are far easier ways than to invite you into my home. I said to the woman with a calm smile. Yes, well, one can't be too careful. It also isn't every day you get invited to meet the elusive Michael Falster. She replied with a bit of false bravado. I just don't like dealing with all the political annoyances and suck-ups which come with a position like mine. I do what I do to help push our society ahead, not for the fame. Which is why I have Scott and my other associates take care of what needs direct interactions. I followed up as I gave her the official reason for Michael Falster's lack of exposure. And why would someone like you want me? I'm not exactly an idealist, and I'm certainly not anywhere near as influential as your associates. Especially now. She said as she almost whispered that last part. Because you have certain skills which would help me achieve a few of my goals. If you did not, I would have simply left you where you were. I bluntly stated. What skills? If you hadn't noticed, I can't exactly write anything anymore. She bitterly responded. Your infiltration abilities, of course. Being a beetle is a great asset for what I have planned for you. I answered with a confident smile. How do you know that? She immediately asked as she became very nervous once again. Relax, Miss Skeeter, I have no intention of having you visit Azkaban. Even if you decide to decline my offer, I shall still not say a word. I can even swear a vow should that put you at ease. But like I said, you aren't here to be forced into anything, I simply wish to offer you a job. I said in a calm and patient voice. All right, then what's the job? She finally asked after feeling a bit more secured. As you might have guessed from me speaking of your infiltration skills, I want to hire you as an information gatherer. I need you to either find useful information on either selected targets or your own marks. This would mean finding out their true characters, shady dealings, their pasts, their troubles, possible exploits, things which could prove advantageous in both a positive manner or negative. I explained carefully. I want her to understand that this isn't just so I can blackmail people. I also want to find out if I can help others or if some is doing wrong without my knowledge. I already do that through Sherry, but I don't have many true infiltrators, mostly due to our focus on getting informants and agents into useful places. And what's the pay? This is dangerous work and know it. The blonde asked as she looked like she was gaining a bit of her spirit back. The pay will be 20,000 G a year. You will be getting additional bonuses depending on the value of your information, with the possibility to gain additional bonuses if it proves to be more useful than initially thought. If you still desire to become a journalist, I will arrange for you to receive good information and help you create stimulating, truthful and accurate articles. There will also be some other services available as one of my people, but that is for if you agree. I explained straight up. Just out of curiosity, how much are those bonuses? She asked with a strained voice due to her barely containing herself. Depending on the value of the information, between maybe 100 to 50,000 G so far. If your information turns out to be wrong multiple times, however, you will be forced to pay a penalty or your contract may simply terminated. I answered and gave her my warning before she gets any ideas. I wasn't sure she really heard my warning because I could almost see gold in her eyes. Where do I sign? She then yelled out as she stood up and slammed her hands on my desk. Right here. Please do read all the details before signing. There are some other benefits as well as the rules and duties of this position. I answered as I placed the contract in front of her. As excited as she was, Rita still knew better than to just sign a magically binding contract without reading it. No one wants to basically sign themselves into slavery without knowing after all. But my contracts are all legit. Well, I guess it's a pleasure working with you, Chief. She finally said as she signed her name and the contract took effect with a shining blue light. Welcome aboard, Ms. Skeeter. Here is your first priority. Read this and learn it. After you're done, it will vanish. It cannot be copied and it will destroy itself should anyone else touch it. After that, you can begin working by reporting to one of the locations within this book. I explained as I handed her the book all my informants are currently using. Got it, Chief. Anything else? She simply asked as she took it. That will be all. I hope this will be a mutually beneficial arrangement, Ms. Skeeter. Scott will see you out. I answered with a polite smile as my aide opened the door right on cue. Follow me, Ms. Skeeter. I shall be escorting you home if you so wish. The man politely offered as he began to do his job. No need for that. I'll just apparate. She responded. Then follow me. I shall guide you until we are outside the manor wards. He said with a wave of his arm, letting her pass in front of him as he held the office door, then closing it behind the both of them. Now I simply need her to start taking on the assignment we have for her and I can take out everyone in one fell swoop. I thought with an excited smile on my face. 168, CH-168, The Fall of Azkaban. Malfoy Manor. Jerry Greyback, you shall lead the assault. This is the portkey I needed to reach Azkaban and return. It is time to prove yourself and demonstrate the skills many have praised. Voldemort said as he looked at all his followers and levitated an old-fashioned key, a large metal keyring, to his chosen subordinate. As you wish, my lord. The raven-haired female werewolf responded. What of the Dementors? I was under the impression that they would be coming under your banner. Have no fear. They know of your arrival and shall not interfere. The Dark Lord answered confidently. And why shouldn't he be? The creatures remembered him in the last war. They remembered all the souls they were able to feast upon, and it was all too easy to promise the return of those times. Then I shall take my leave with your permission. She replied in a disciplined manner. Go and bring my lost followers home. It is time for them to receive their rewards for their loyalty. Voldemort said as he sent the woman off. With a bow towards the Dark Lord, the wild beauty took her leave. My lord, is it prudent to let a mercenary take on such a mission? A beast at that? A very cautious Lucius Malfoy asked, with silent support from a good number of those currently sitting at the large table. You all need not fret. I have simply sent the dogs to kill a few men. Should they die, it would only mean they were not even useful enough to keep. Should they succeed, then I simply have leashed mongrels to sick on those who would stand before me. The Dark Lord responded as he truly did not care for the lives of werewolves. They were only a temporary tool to spread fear. As expected of you, my lord. To perfectly use those beasts in order to serve their betters. The placated lieutenant said as the rest nodded in agreement. Now I want everything to be ready for the return, our loyal men and women. Although the Dementors are joining us, they would not show mercy on those loyal to me while I was indisposed, and they will need treatment before those who return can fight once again. The grey-skinned man ordered, making those in charge start moving as he commanded. So with a flurry of activity within the manor, the woman they looked down upon as a simple beast, was fulfilling her own duties. My lord. I have been ordered to assault Azkaban personally. I shall keep you updated on those who will be joining the target. Any new objectives? Was the message she sent to her true master. Jennifer Cross, née Jerry Greyback, POV. Everything you need has been prepared at New Moon Safe House 6. Keep on mission unless something which crosses the bottom line occurs. One additional objective, kill Ignatius Avery. Mandatory. Guards have already been changed to undesirables for the week. Lethal force authorized. Also, Scott says he loves and misses you. I miss him too. I sighed with a wistful smile on my face after reading Master's reply. Alright, no time to be sad. After this OP, these bastards will be quiet for a while in order to help the escapees recover. That'll give me some time, plus I can say that I need to lay low just in case. It'll also help that the holidays are near. It means most of those so-called purebloods will need to attend some kind of function or gathering. Hehe, Scotty better be ready cause I'm a hungry wolf. I thought as I cheered myself up at the thought of enjoying the holidays with my love. But with my orders confirmed, I grabbed the proper portkey to reach the right safe house after sending out her own orders to her men. I arrived at the unsuspecting house Master had purchased in the countryside with my stomach still protesting the spatial movement, feeling jealous of my master's ability to flame like a phoenix. He once told me it was the most comfortable way to teleport, and it's hard not wanting that when you have to do so a lot. Let's see what toys Master has prepared for me. I say to myself with an excited smile as I approached the cozy-looking home. It was a simple two-story house, with faded white paint covering the wooden siding. It had a small porch with a few rocking chairs, a wide window from the living room, a garage, and screen door. Something which a person would think about when they thought of a farmer's home. I approached the garage door instead of the main house door and activated a simple-looking ring on my right index finger. The silver band was something my master and his friend created for his trusted friends, family, and subordinates. Each has access to a certain degree of his projects, properties, or safe houses. They also come with a variety of protective enchantments and are made to only work for the wearer. They also include failsafes to shut down when the wearer's mind has been influenced. Truly amazing. But I expect nothing less from Master's friend. I proudly said to myself as the garage opens for me. I then walked to the workshop area at the back and then stood in front of the tools hanging on the wall. The left hand has come to take her blade. I spoke out as I channeled some magic into my ring. With a blue glow of acceptance, the wall was then replaced by one full of infiltration, espionage, and combat gear. Master is beyond a genius, but he can be a bit childish sometimes. I thought as I remembered him saying this, inspired by Muggle spy movies. I looked over the prepared gear and an excited smile spread on my face. Peruvian instant darkness powder, perfect for quick getaways and to confuse your enemies. Heat signature specs, useful when one is in the dark and doesn't want to cast any magic. Anti-Dementor lockets, just like the name says, it stops Dementors from being able to feed of the wearer. Bombarda rune discs, can stick to any surface, timer, or trigger options, and is capable of bringing down a building if placed properly. Adjustable strength. Custom ward jammers, if they aren't made by Master, then these will rip through pretty much anything. Custom port KS/apparition/flues/communication blockers, no reinforcement for the target anytime soon. Death Eater masks and robes, just to be safe. Utility belt, because apparently if a comic book character named after a bat is fine with it, I should be too. It is useful after the space expansion charms are added though. Schematics and guard patrol routes/schedule for Azkaban. Just what a girl likes, accessories. I said with a smile as I equipped myself properly and took everything I need for my team. After making sure I had everything, I walked out of the garage and waved my right hand to make the place lock itself. Then I apparat to the meeting location for my team. With a quiet apparition, I now stood outside a forest which was owned by Master. He really owns a lot more than people could ever guess. Without hesitation, I walked towards the meeting area. If you don't tell me the password, I'll have to put you down. Even if you look like the boss. A rough male voice said from above as I could feel 3 other presences around me getting ready to attack. We hunt big game tonight? I answered back, satisfied over my men's caution. That we do. Glad to see you too, boss. So are we really doing it then? The rough-voiced man asked as he jumped down from a tree. He had short brown hair, wild blue eyes, a few claw marks on his face, and strong-looking chin. He stood 6'3", muscles evident from whatever angle you looked and the feel of a predator like most of our kind. That's the job, Jor. Got some goodies to get things done too, so let's gather with everyone. I answered to my second in command. Then this should be fun. He followed up with a wild smile spreading on his face. At least more fun than all those babysitting gigs. I'm pretty sure kidnapping some people isn't what most would consider babysitting. I shot back with a wry smile. Ha! It is when said people won't stop crying, complaining, and sometimes even shitting themselves. He countered with hearty laugh. That tends to happen when you tell them you're a werewolf who's feeling bitty. I replied lightly as we reached the temporary camp my men set up for this meeting. That it does. He simply said with a face which was reminiscing on fond memories. So with a soft sigh and a shake of my head, I called out to my team. All right, boys and girls, gather up. I don't want to explain this twice. As my trusted team gathered, I transfigured the ground into a proper table to place the info I had of the OP site. It took little time for my team of 12 to fall in and stand in attention. Now that everyone's here, I'll start. Our mission is to break into Azkaban, kill all the guards and take out those willing to fight for Target V. There is only one exception deemed to be too dangerous, Ignatius Avery. He must die. All guards have been identified and marked as undesirables, giving us clearance to use lethal force against all of them. But I would prefer leaving one survivor to really mess with the Ministry. Dementors have already been compromised, but I have additional protection in each of your goodie bags. We will be operating as Death Eaters for this OP, all disguises are already included in your mission packs. With the basic parameters revealed, does anyone have questions about these before I move on to the attack plan? I said with confidence and authority as I started at all my people. Why kill one old man? Jor questioned out of curiosity more than anything. His research, insanity, and lack of moral limitations have been marked as extremely dangerous by our Lord. He also personally tortured and experimented on him when the Lord was still a child. I answered with barely contained fury at the thought of the man still breathing. The answer caused the entire team's outrage to rise since. They are all very loyal to myself and the Lord as well. All of them are people who've found a good life because of him and who would die for him if needed. Got it. The old bastard won't live past the night. Jor responded while looking deadly serious. Good, moving on then. We'll start with Dahlia and Sean on infiltration. You two will plant the initial explosives at designated spots. You are also in charge of making sure Avery dies accidentally. Jerome, David, and Will, you three will be with Jor, attacking from an entry point at the top, which will be made by Dahlia and Sean. The 6 of you will then work together to sweep towards the ground floor. The rest of you will be with me, taking the main entrance, making our own sweeps as we head upwards. We strike hard, fast, and efficiently. Everyone will have a supply of darkness powder and a pair of heat specs, giving us an even better opening advantage. I explained as I distribute everyone's roles. Any questions? Yet. How many guards? One of my most skilled infiltrators asked. Sean is a smaller blonde man with grey eyes and a lithe build perfectly suited for flexibility and speed. We have 18 confirmed in Azkaban less than an hour ago. Next shift is not until 8 AM and no new prisoners or visits have been scheduled. But be vigilant anyway. I answered almost immediately. What's the exit plan? Jor asked this time as he looked at the schematics of the prison. Target V has specified a drop-off site which is linked to the port key he has given me. As soon as we finished our objectives and gathered the targets, I will bring them with me and all of you shall return here before dispersing. I answered the large man. I waited a few moments to let anyone else speak up, but seeing no one I decided to move on. All right. Look over the info and gear up, we leave in an hour. Many times skip. Everyone ready? I asked as I looked around to see my crew in their Death Eater attires. Getting nods of confirmation, I held out the key, signaling to everyone to grab onto each other. A moment later, we all felt the familiar pull of the portkey activating and we moved through space itself. The feeling could be difficult for infrequent users, but to everyone here it is a mild annoyance at this point. We then landed right in the small cemetery for those unclaimed by their families after passing away during their time in the prison. While checking our surroundings before going invisible, I could tell why they call this place a hell on earth even without the hundreds of Dementors. The fortress turned prison just radiated dread. From the dark stones making up the building, unceasing crashing of the waves under the ever-present black cloud-covered sky, the soul-chilling feeling its inhabitants left upon the island and the hopelessness the prisoners have always felt within those walls. Master told me about how Barty Crouch Jr. was smuggled out of this place. This meant Barty Crouch Sr. left his own wife to be buried on this horrible island, under someone else's name and without any possibility to be visited. Pissed me off when I learnt about that. I thought as I momentarily let my mind drift due to our present location. You all know your roles. Begin the operation. I declared emotionlessly as I focused on the mission. With saying a word they all knew what to do. Jor and his group took out their brooms and headed near the infiltration point. Sean and Dahlia immediately headed towards the entrance. Then my group split up in order to set up the ward jammers and teleport blockers around the island before regrouping near the entrance. 10 minutes later everyone was in position and awaiting the explosive sign to begin. And what a great sign it was! Just the explosion at the entrance left a massive hole in place of the heavily enchanted steel doors previously placed there. Plus the hole at the top and the darkness powder which was set to go off with the explosions, resulting in massive amounts of black smoke pouring out of the two new openings. I didn't even speak, simply started sprinting towards the opening, my team following behind me as I expected. Running through the hole, I spotted 2 bodies with missing or partially torn off limbs, meaning only 16 guards were now known to be active. But I knew where to find more. I immediately turned down the left hallway and ran towards the restroom, knowing a few guards would undoubtedly be there. Before we even reached the place I could hear at least 3 different coughs coming from where the room was located. We finally spotted our targets, with 4 confirmed in the hallway itself as they tried to make their way to the exit. Without missing a beat, I quickly shot Master's combat version of the Severing Charm and decapitated the closest target. 2 spells were shot from my team, causing another's head to explode and the third was vomited blood as his entrails were most likely exploding. This left only 1 guard who still didn't notice our presence nor his co-workers' deaths. But with a wave of my hand, a small knife flew out from my robe and went through his skull before returning no worse for wear. A gift from my master. With a quick sweep of the ground floor, only finding an unfortunate man caught with his pants down as he hurriedly tried to make his way out of the toilet, we then moved to clear the other floors. We found a pair who appeared to have been patrolling when all the explosions went off. I didn't even slow down as pierced one's heart with my blade and made the other's chest explode. Past another body which was caught in the opening fireworks. Then we made it to the middle of the towering prison, reaching the guard post which was set to help either the ground or top floors should something happen, as well as monitor the middle floors. And it seemed the 3 stationed there understood what was going on and had made a defensive formation. Too bad for them this wasn't a duel and I had permission to kill all guards on sight. So I took out an explosive disc, set it to 1/3 of the usual power and ordered my team to take cover. I did the same, threw the disc into the middle of the trio and just set it off, only giving them enough time for one last pain-filled scream as they died in pieces. We were about to continue on our way, but then Jor's group entered the room meaning they had finished sweeping the top floors as well. So with a wave of my wand, I cleared out the already thinning smoke. Report. I ordered the group. 5 confirmed kills, no injuries or fatalities on our side. No unintended casualties noted nor any escapees. Target A was confirmed dead. We even have a present for the boss if needed. Jor answered immediately. Good. We have 13 confirmed kills from the ground to here, making the full 18. I want a full secondary sweep of the building to make sure we didn't miss anything. Make sure to check for any useful information in either the records room. After that we will begin extracting the targets. I ordered, making my team take action immediately. After only 20 minutes since the beginning of our operation, we had full control over Azkaban and everything it contained. When then began to gather the imprisoned Death Eaters, past sympathizers and possible recruits for transport. The total was 23 individuals. And boy was Bellatrix Lestrange even worse than I was warned. It was extremely difficult to stop myself from killing the insane bitch who caused my master so much suffering. But master said she was to be allowed to live for now. So I ignored the crazy cackling witch and focused on finishing my mission. So with another successful mission, I had all of these so-called people hold onto each other and activated the portkey once again. 169, ch 169 Fallout of Azkaban. Ministry of Magic, Fudge POV, morning after the Azkaban raid. This can't be happening. Not now of all times. I thought as my mind failed to grasp what my secretary just told me. We need to lock down all information about this. We can't let the people know Azkaban has fallen and that we lost control over the Dementors. I ordered the blonde woman in front of me as soon as I could think properly. But sir, the news is already spreading throughout all the departments. It's impossible to stop it at this point. The visibly nervous woman informed me. Damn. What exactly are they saying? I asked in frustration, needing something to use in order to not lose my office. The biggest version is that, according to the inmates, Death Eaters raided Azkaban to take out all their convicted members and supporters. She answered as she looked at her notes. Not good. Not good at all. If people start thinking the Death Eaters are active again, then that means they'll link this to He Who Must Not Be Named, and then they'll start thinking Dumbledore was right about him being back. I can't let that happen. Not when I only need some more time for Dolores to remove him from Hogwarts. We just need one slip up and I'll finally be rid of him. I can't let him gain support or I'm finished. I thought in a panic as I ran my hands through my thinning hair. But then a sudden event came back to me as I was trying to figure out a way through this mess. Emily, what is the status on the investigation of my assassination attempt and Peter Pettigrew? I suddenly asked the blonde secretary. I haven't heard anything new, sir. It seems like the Aurors haven't been able to find much on either of them. But the last mention of Pettigrew was when the boy who lived reported to have seen him with He Who Must Not Be Named at the end of the Triwizard Tournament. She informed me after looking through some documents on her clipboard. Then here's what I want the Prophet to write: Peter Pettigrew and his unknown accomplices have assaulted Azkaban. They've freed his master's former servants to take revenge on Harry Potter. There is to be no mentions of the Ministry losing control of the Dementors, is that clear? I ordered sternly, making sure to impart the seriousness of the situation. Yes, sir. She immediately responded. Good, now go inform the Prophet. This needs to be done as soon as possible. I said as I sent the woman away. I just need some more time to remove Dumbledore's influence. 6 months at most and then I can properly deal with everything after he is no longer undermining me. His supporters are being rooted out one by one, Dolores will be capable of taking away his last source of influence, and then I can start suppressing the Bones boy. He is becoming far too influential, just like his father was. I thought as I took out a bottle of fire whiskey and poured myself a glass. All I need is a bit more time. I said aloud as I took a drink. Emily Doreen, Minister for Magic Secretary, POV. The fool is acting almost exactly like Miss Holmes said the Lord predicted. What comes next will be grand. I thought as I left the minister's office and went ahead to execute the order which will seal his fate. Finally back to the MC POV. Assault on Azkaban and mass breakout by Peter Pettigrew and disguised accomplices. That was the Prophet's headline a day after I received a notice from Sherry Holmes regarding this development. He took all this time and effort just to put himself into check. I guess it's time for me to put him out of his misery and checkmate him. I thought with a smile as I read the day's paper. Going by that smile I'd say you're scheming again. I then heard Victoria say as she decided to sit on my lap. Her loose hair flowing down her back, wearing one of my white shirts with a little knot to make it more appealing and a pair of comfortable grey pajama shorts to show off her nice legs. Read for yourself. I simply replied as I passed the paper to her, wrap my arms around her waist and start giving her some soft kisses on her tender neck. Oh wow. He really did exactly like you said. Moan, so you're going to start the counter-narrative? Moan, she asked in between arousing little moans from me kissing one of her soft spots. Yeah. Like I said before, he's going to be out of office by the end of the year. I answered as I softly spoke next to her ear and then gave her neck another kiss, resulting in her shaking her nice toned ass on my own sensitive bits. Moan, you need to stop that or we are both going to be late for work, mister. Tori lightly chastised, her voice almost making me want to continue just to hear it more. Tempting. Especially with such a beauty on my lap. I whispered heatedly in her ear again as I make her squirm a bit. Down, boy. Today's the day I can finally bring mother out and I don't want to get teased to oblivion because she could tell we did something. She replied with a small slap to my chest as her face went red from both embarrassment and some excitement. Right, going to be living with the in-law for a while. How could I forget? I said with fake sadness, acting like the typical man dreading the visit. Yes, and she will be ordering around just for fun. She said as she played along. My poor peace and tranquility. I said as I made it look like I was crying in my arm. Poor hubby. How about a nice reward for your suffering after mother and I finish breaking my big bad dad? Would that make it better? She asked in a cooing voice. And what would that reward be? I asked in response with some curiosity. Well, after we finish dealing with dear old dad, we can finally have our wedding. She answered with a sly smile. Not that I don't really want to marry you, but that doesn't sound like a reward just for me. I replied as I acted a bit dumb. Maybe not, but I'm pretty sure you're looking forward to putting this nice big pole in my tight warm place. she seductively said as she wiggled her ass again on my rapidly hardening member. Now that sounds more like a fun time. I responded with an almost animalistic smile. Good. So be a good boy for a little longer while me and mother ruin him. She cheekily said to me with some mischief in her eyes. All right. If it helps, I know for a fact that the uncle your father wants to hand the family down to escape last night as well. That gives you gals an even better reason to stop that. I informed her with a sigh at her teasing because I know she wants it just as badly as I do, maybe even more. Ooh, thanks for the type hubby. Victoria replied with a quick kiss on the lips. But to her surprise, before she could escape I pulled her in once again and decided it was time to get some payback as I began dominating her mouth with a deep kiss of my own. I felt melt in my arms as my tongue tangled with hers and I did every little thing I knew made her weak in the knees, resulting in her blushing like crazy, panting sexily and her eyes losing focus as I stopped. Hey! Was all that came out of the still confused beauty. That's for teasing me so much. I say with a cocky smile as I gave her nice ass a spank. Eve. Aiden. The woman said as she sent me a cute glare. Hee hee. You know you like a nice spanking, Tori. But I had to wake you up since we don't want to be late, right? I said with a teasing tone and smile at her reaction. Sigh, fine, you win this round. But I will get my revenge. She responded with as determination and mischief flashed through her eyes. I look forward to it, love. I answered with a bright smile. Humph. Let's go get ready. You have a lot of students to deal with and I'll probably have to placate a bunch of sheep during my shift with this latest stupidity. Victoria said as she turned around and let me see her lower body in action as she sent some hip sways at me as she went to our bedroom. I love that girl. I said to myself with a smile as I got up to dress myself as well. Small time skip to later that day. I gotta say that Tori was right about having to deal with a lot of kids because of today's paper. All the professors were being questioned about the event and its ramifications, but my classes were even more difficult to get through because of its relation to the event. Dark creatures, dark witches and wizards, and a lot of curses and deaths. So that was fun. At least I was able to inspire some drive into the kids so they can feel safe due to their skill instead of the place they hide in. The best source of courage is when you have confidence in yourself and those around you after all. Besides love anyway. But that can make a person do a lot of crazy things, not just brave ones, so I'm holding off on mentioning it at the moment. I decided to have a talk with the group I was currently teaching so that they would be in the loop about what's really happening in the world. This being one of the things I always found weird in the canon, how no adult would ever straight up the Golden Trio anything straight and then they just run into everything blind. So even if I don't reveal everything, I will still talk about what's happening. So as a result, the trio, the twins, Suz, Neville, Ced, Luna and my 3 other dueling club successors were gathered. All students who I had a close relationship with one way or another and I had trust in. I assume all of you have heard of or read today's Prophet article. I start off so they know what's going to be discussed. Yeah, but it's complete rubbish in it. Ron replied with a scoff due to knowing precisely what kind of person Pettigrew is. How can the Prophet just run such an article? The minister clearly knows about Peter Pettigrew, but he still forced them to print this. A huffy Hermione added. That is the problem, isn't it? This is all politics. The minister is desperate to have people forget this as quickly as possible. My father even said he's been cracking down on this hard within the ministry. Daphne Greengrass answered with her usual neutral expression. Yeah, my father said the same when I asked about it earlier. He said the article's complete nonsense and that this was a bad move on the minister's part. Cedric followed with a thoughtful expression. Everyone is being affected by Raxperts, all fuzzy and unable to think properly. Luna then said in her usual dreamy tone as most just have wry smiles at her comment. So what really happened then, Professor? You wouldn't have called us here to just have us guess. Harry finally asked as the question made everyone focus on me. Very correct of you, Harry. I have found that some of those present in this room tend to be particularly involved when interesting events are occurring and tend to run into things rather blindly, while the rest are trustworthy, intelligent, and loyal individuals. Hence I thought it best to inform you all of what has happened and you may do what you think is best with this information. I happily said with a bright smile. All right then. Spill it, Professor, the twins said in their twin speak. Okay, so here's the deal. Last night it was confirmed that a group of skilled and deadly witches and wizards broke into Azkaban. They killed every guard on duty and broke out all convicted Death Eaters and their sympathizers from the prison. They were said to all be dressed as Death Eaters themselves by the inmates still in the prison. The worst part, which the Ministry is desperate to keep quiet about, is that they've lost complete control over the Dementors. They did not defend the prison and are no longer there. I said as the group had almost horrified faces at the revelation of uncontrolled Dementors on the loose. Did on to tell you all this, bro? Susan then asked with some emotions in her voice. Yet I confirmed it with her and my own sources. Azkaban has fallen. I gravely confirmed. So what can we do? Harry then asked with a fire in his eyes. You keep training and growing stronger. The lot of you are getting better every lesson and most adult wizards would regret trying to do anything to you. But this time they freed their best and most loyal from that hill hole, so I'm going to up the regiment a bit. Also, if you guys still want me to train that group of yours, I'll have to teach them the Patronus charm first and foremost to those who don't know it due to the Dementors. Aside from that, it just isn't the right time to shine yet, so try to have some patience, your times will come. I answered seriously as I looked at all of them. Although the information was shocking, I was proud to see all these people unwilling to step away from this. I mean, even Luna, who's 14, is showing her own determination. And Neville is demonstrating pure will to improve at the news of Bellatrix's escape. I like the looks in all your eyes. It'll be tough, but this is how you close the gap between those with more experience and power, by training your ass off. I'll hold a few more training sessions before the winter break and then we can really start the hardcore training. But for today it'll be about the same as usual since I need some time to figure out each of your training schedules. I proudly said to the gathering of teens in front of me, momentarily forgetting that I'm not that much older. What followed was an intense session where every member put in 120% compared to the usual. Even Luna left with some sweat coming off of her. But before they could all leave, I asked Harry to stay behind for a minute. What's up, Aiden? Did I do something wrong during training? My pseudo little bro asked. Not at all. I just want to ask if you have that book I gave you for Christmas back in your second year. I answered simply. Yeah, I always make sure it's safe in my trunk. Why? Harry asked curiously. Because I think it's time for you to learn how to cast magic using Parseltongue. You already know my spells, now it's time to give them an even bigger boost by turning them into Parcel Magic. I answered again, but with an excited grin this time. Really? You think I'm actually ready? A surprised Harry responded. Yeah, I do. You know the spells and can even cast pretty much all of them silently and with fewer wand movements. All you're missing is raw power and experience. So I believe it's time. I responded with a reassuring look and encouraging tone. Great. I'll start reading through it again to get ready. I won't let you down. A now really excited Harry said as he ran out of the room. Guess that book meant a lot more than I thought if he's that excited and already read through it a few times. I say to myself as I look to the open door. Time to go home and get used to living with the in-law then. 170, ch 170 The sinking starts. Ministry withholding information about the major break-in and mass escape from Azkaban. By Martha Cromwell. Yesterday we all received shocking news. Azkaban, the most secure and dangerous prison in Europe, has suffered both an attack and mass escape. It was reported by the Ministry and the Daily Prophet, that this event was orchestrated by Peter Pettigrew, the man found to be a rat animagus who betrayed his friends and close ones only to then frame the current Lord Black. We were told that a man who has never been to Azkaban, someone said to be so cowardly that he hid himself for 10 years as a rat because he believed people would kill him should he emerge, a person which we have found to be less than average if his grades are to be believed and proven to be a traitor, that he would be able and willing to break into one of the most horrifying places in Europe to rescue his comrades. I ask you, does this sound likely to you, dear reader? No. The Ministry decided to ignore key information and refused to let everyone know of the true ramifications of this event in order to placate the people and continue pushing its political agenda instead. Let me state for the record that not everything said in the Daily Prophet's report was false or downplayed. The fact that all of the guards on duty died in the assault, that many prisoners have escaped and they do not know where any of those responsible are currently is all true. We at the Herald are saddened by the loss of these brave men who died protecting us from the worst of the worst. But here are the two parts they have downplayed or avoided. The fact that witnesses stated that all those responsible were dressed as Death Eaters and that only convicted Death Eaters and their sympathizers were freed as a result of this attack. These two facts give rise to the very real and alarming possibility that some of the claims Albus Dumbledore has raised over the return of he who must not be named may have some kernel of truth. We at the Herald will not jump to conclusions on this subject. We do not want to cause our dear readers to experience the fear many of us suffered through, but we cannot turn a blind eye to this event. The very fact that Azkaban was not only successfully taken over and so many have horrible individuals are now loose in our country should be a wake-up call to all of us. If he has returned or a new Dark Lord has risen, we must know even if the answer frightens us. But here is the most dangerous piece of information our sources within the Ministry itself has confirmed, the Ministry has lost control over the Dementors. I know this piece of news is more than horrifying for you, dear reader, but this is the truth. We received confirmation from multiple sources about this fact and the gag order the minister wished to put on the subject while he ignores this incredible danger in favor of other priorities. The minister has even ordered Aurors not to be deployed when a mass breakout and Dementors are on the loose, something our head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Amelia Black, née Bones, has been reported to have argued about repeatedly but to no avail, leaving all of us without any sort of protection when it comes to the dark witches and wizards now running amok and the Dementors which have disappeared to who knows where. So we are now asking all of you dear readers to not fall to fear, but to rise above it and recognize that actions must be taken. We have many trained and willing people ready to help all of us, but they need to be allowed to do their jobs properly. And if our very own minister believes otherwise, then maybe he isn't truly our minister. For more information on the escaped prisoners, turn to p.4. For what to do in the face of a Dementor, turn to p.7. For information on current ministry activities, turn to p.9. Well damn. Martha really wanted to turn people against the idiot. Nice of her to throw Mother some positivity though. I said aloud as I put the paper down. I really like how ruthless she can be sometimes. But she is fair as well. I remember a few interviews I had with her because of my work. Tori said as rested her head on my shoulder from behind and squeezed her softness against my back. You should hear some of the stories her husband shares sometimes. The woman can sometimes only have a story on the brain and ignore everything else. She apparently got a job as a bartender for a while, just so she could get the scoop on this politician who liked to frequent a specific tavern. And the woman can now serve booze with the best of them now. I informed her with a smile. Sounds about right. This is the woman who hit herself with a wonky obliviation spell just to be able to get into my department and interview me. Victoria followed up with a wry smile. Of course she did that. I said with a sigh as I felt some pity for her husband. But what I wouldn't give to see that sad excuse for a minister's reaction when he learns of today's paper. He'll do something profoundly stupid and I'm certain of it. My beauty said before giving me a quick peck on the cheek. You both know that I am right here, yes? A mature woman's voice said from the other side of the dining table. You can just call it our honeymoon phase. Tori answered dismissively. You two aren't even married. The raven-haired woman said with an exasperated eye roll. At least we let you know that we love each other, Selene. I responded with a small smile at her eyes rolling again. Yes, yes. You two love each other so much you have to show it off in front of everyone. Still doesn't mean I enjoy seeing my daughter giving someone fuck me eyes. My future mother-in-law bluntly said, causing me to cough a bit due to hearing that while I was drinking some juice and Tori to turn red. Mom. Can you not say stuff like that at the table? My flustered fiancé said in a hurry. Well then rein it in, young lady. I might not have the best experience with marriage, but I know lust when I see it. Selene Traverse said as she lightly glared at her daughter. Cough cough, got it. We'll try to tone it down a bit. I managed to say after recovering from my coughing fit. Good. As much as I like seeing you two actually caring about each other, it is not great watching my daughter try to seduce someone so early in the morning and at the table. Selene said with a satisfied nod. Alright, fine. But you can't interrupt our evening cuddle time. Victoria countered because she really likes when we just relax while holding each other. Yes, princess. You can cuddle your prince all you want and you won't hear a peep from me. Selene replied as she acquiesced. Good. A satisfied Victoria responded as she puffed out her chest a bit in satisfaction. Then the two looked into each other's eyes for a moment, only to burst out into giggles over what just happened. I simply watched with a warm smile as the mother-daughter pair enjoyed being able to have such normal interactions with each other again. Now to someone who's really having a rough start this morning. Damn. 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 Who talked to the press? I want them out of the ministry immediately. A furious Fudge roared as he felt intense anger over this morning's herald, scaring his secretary. We don't know, sir. The only ones who knew all those details were the Aurors who investigated the event before you stopped them, the guards who discovered everything, Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, and us. And everyone in was forced to write a contract to hold their tongue. She answered in a practiced panic. Doesn't stop anyone from informing us before you got to them though. Thought Emily as she watched the show in front of her. Find out who talked and remove them. I want the Prophet to run a counter-story about the Pettigrew being the true culprit and denying any possibility of a Dark Lord being in our midst. We cannot let the people think something so ludicrous. It is all Dumbledore's fabrication. As for the Dementors, just say they were relocated for the reconstruction of the prison so they do not interfere. The minister ordered as his mind raced to find a way to not lose his position. But what about the escapees? People will want something to be done after this. The cautious secretary pointed out to her boss. Get some of the Aurors in my pocket to investigate and report that they fled the country to most likely recover from their time in Azkaban. Then ask for aid from the other ministries as well as send a warning over escaped prisoners loose in Europe. He answered as he thought of every way he knew to push the blame to others. I have to stop people from thinking about this or Dumbledore will win. They need to believe that everything is already handled so I can focus on securing my position. The desperate man thought as he issued his orders. Yes, sir. Right away. Emily answered before leaving the office in a hurry. Too bad they aren't in his pocket anymore, but he doesn't need to know that. Thought the secretary as she left with a smile on her face and started relaying the minister's orders. Scene changed to someone who's been having an incredibly bad week, but who really deserves it. Fuck fuck fuck. How dare those sharp-toothed mongrels lock my account? I am Lord Traverse and those lowly creatures should be grateful we wizards let them protect our gold. Let's see how they feel when my lord slaughters all these pathetic goblins and takes their precious gold from them. A black-haired man shouted in rage outside Gringotts. Not knowing that someone was watching him throw his little tantrum with a sadistic smile from across the street as she wore the Traverse family ring on her hand. A bit later. Why can't I get into my house? Who could activate the wards except for me? That pathetic excuse for a daughter can't possibly do this, I never gave her any kind of authority. Who in the world did this? The middle-aged man raged once again, but this time because his own house kicked him out too. He couldn't possibly know that said pathetic daughter was in fact responsible for him being removed from the Traverse Manor. Victoria is a master infiltrator and is supported by a very ingenious fiancé, making breaking into a place she knew inside and out child's play. Then with the help of her mother, the true Traverse blood, they removed the so-called Lord Traverse control from the family wards and denied him access. This was after she had done the same thing to every piece of property owned by the Traverse of course, effectively rendering her father homeless from now on. After the sperm donor found a place to stay with the meager sum he carried on his person. At least I can take out my frustration on this mood blood. Even though she isn't a real witch, she still has a good body. The Lord Traverse said with lust apparent from his entire person as he controlled the imperious woman. The poor woman was a 23-year-old with a slim body, silky blonde hair, blue eyes and pretty face who the man coincidentally spotted when he was drinking his anger away that night. Now that we're here I can really start enjoying this. He said aloud as he sat on his room's bed and commanded the woman to strip for him. Forced to obey, she mechanically removed her clothing to reveal her flat stomach, modest breast, full hips and neatly trimmed garden. Good, now make this lord hard before I can enjoy you. He ordered, making the doll-like woman kneel in front of him for his pleasure. But a few minutes into the act, he began to realize something. Why aren't I get hard? He suddenly yelled out in extreme frustration over his inactive manhood. He couldn't know that a certain someone who had been a victim of that manhood decided that it wasn't something anyone else needed to experience anymore. So she slipped a potion her daughter created to turn the man into an impotent and infertile fool. And to make matters worse, the next moment his room door burst open and two women and a man shot spells at the so-called Lord Traverse, disarming him and then stunning him, resulting in the woman being freed from his spell. We are hit wizards, you're safe now ma'am. Donovan, take that little shit out and bring him to the holding pen. Sophie, help me with this one. Said the tall blonde one with striking green eyes as she ordered her two teammates. Without any hesitation they followed her orders and no sooner had the men left, the poor young woman broke down in tears as the two hit witches comforted her. I am sorry you suffered through, I will make sure to compensate you properly for his actions. Thought an enraged observer who had reported the crime in progress. 2 days later, Aiden POV. Lord Traverse to be on trial for attempted rape and usage of one of the unforgivables. Wow, didn't think he was going to get himself caught. I thought you two were going to break him down more. I said to the mother-daughter pair. How could we predict the bastard would just try to rape someone? We couldn't just let it happen. Not for our revenge. An innocent shouldn't suffer because of that. Victoria responded with a sigh over what happened. And you were right to do so dear. Although he has not suffered nearly enough, we still already took his lordship, money, properties and manhood from him already. This just forces us to forego taking away the rest of his body's usage and taking his magic, but I'm sure we can have someone slip something into his food once he's imprisoned. Selene said as she stroked her daughter's hair. You're right mother. Prison will not let that bastard escape his true punishment. The reinvigorated Tori said with some spirit. You know I pity those you arouse your ires. I added in as I listened to these two talking. No, you learned not to earn a woman's true fury. Selene responded with a smile that wasn't a smile. I already knew that and never thought of earning either of your furies, but thanks for the reminder anyway. Besides that, do you two want any assistance for the trial or are you good? I asked after reassuring my mother-in-law of my desire to make Tori happy. It's okay dear, we have everything covered. The sperm donor will be in for one hell of a surprise when we appear though. Selene answered with a very sadistic smile on her face. Plus we have way too much evidence and we already added the charges onto the trial, so on top of attempted rape and using an unforgivable, the bastard will be judged for murder, attempted murder, rape, arson, torture, usurpation of lordship, child abuse, embezzlement, a few counts of theft and some intimidation for good measure. He's going to be found guilty for sure, but we're not sure where he's going to be jailed and what his official punishment will be without the dementors available anymore. Added Victoria with her own devil's smile. I'll have Oliver offer our holding facilities for the time being and I'm sure I can come up with an equally painful way to execute people besides the kiss later if you both want one. I said as I told them my thoughts. We'll think about that after we're done destroying him. Selene replied with Tori nodding to show she thought the same. Alright then. I'll leave you two to it. Gotta head to work now. I said since the two had everything under control. Have a good day at work. Tori said before giving me a chaste kiss on the lips. I think I'll have a great day now. I replied with a happy smile. 171, ch 171 What is left of the raven? Well, I guess I've put this off long enough already. Let's cleanse Rowena's diadem. I declared to myself as I was relaxing during one of my rare free periods. I should probably have done this earlier or cared more, but I never needed the diadem itself. In fact, it remaining as a Horcrux helped me more to keep things close enough to canon at Hogwarts. The biggest reason for that thought is because the diadem is also what is powering the curse on the dot opposition. So I used it to my advantage and to make sure every professor came and went. Quirrell was always going to die since Voldemort possessed him and nothing could be done about that. It helped ensure we wouldn't have to suffer through a second year of Lockhart, or I would have had him jailed if he didn't screw himself over with Ron's old wand. I got the chance to approach Lupin and bring him into my werewolf school program, and the subtle influence helped me corner Crouch Jr. and let me ensure his death. But now it's my turn and I'm not about to let little Tom's tantrum stop me from doing whatever I want. Even if I end up not returning to teach next year, it will be my choice and not some random bullshit screwing with me. Might seem selfish, but can you honestly blame me? Voldemort's puppet died, serial mind rapist, liar, con man, and dirtbag self-lobotomized, werewolf teacher gets dream job and tons of benefits, an insane fanatic who helped murder my parents and kidnap me gets his soul sucked out. I think things work out quite well, all things considered. Everyone got what they deserved in my opinion. Except maybe Quirrell, but I couldn't really do anything about him, nor did I know what type of person he truly was. I couldn't track every forest in Albania, my network was still in its growth phase and Tom would have just found someone else to take over in the end. But now I have some free time, the power, the knowledge, and all the stuff I need to kill a soul fragment. Plus it'll serve as good practice for when I'll help Harry deal with his own. Not letting my lil bro get Avada Kedavra again just so he can get rid of it. So anyway, I arrived at the Roar with no trouble whatsoever. All students are either in class, the library, the Great Hall or their common rooms, with sparse few in other places when they have a free period like myself. Thus I found myself back in a place I haven't visited in a while, the Room of Hidden Things. Ever since I found my time turner, I haven't spent much time here. I knew exactly where the diadem was since I hid it until the time was right. But the room gave me a sense of nostalgia as I could almost see my first year self searching through the pills of lost or discard objects in order to obtain his prize. 7 years, hey! It already feels like a lifetime ago. So much has changed from back then. I thought with soft smile on my face as I looked around. I then proceeded to walk towards today's goal as I looked at the room full of little hidden treasures waiting for someone to return for them. I couldn't properly sense everything back then, but now I could feel the magic coming off of the artifacts in the room. It was like they wanted me to take them, but it was too bad that I had no need for what lay in the room. I could obtain better or even make better items myself, so why not let them be found by someone who would need these little treasures and appreciate them? It was quite easy to find the diadem in this room. Even if someone had moved it by some chance, I could feel it. In fact, it is the most distinct magical signature in this room and it was one of temptation. The Horcrux wanted to be found and worn. It wanted to be used by someone believing in the effects of Rowena Ravenclaw's legendary diadem. Also it could easily access the mind of the wearer. After that there are only two options, the first is for the Horcrux to help the wearer and become indispensable, later forming a sort of dependency as the wearer slowly gets taken over by Tom's soul, or the second which aggressively breaks the wearer and turns them into a subservient puppet. Magical mind parasite or brainwashing. Sounds like Tommy all right. I thought with a sigh at the sight of the now cursed object. Just like I remembered it too. The beautifully cut oval sapphire which would rest on the wearer's forehead as twisting bands of enchanted silver supported it and wrapped around to form the elegant diadem bearing its original owner's colors and motto. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Wit, truly it is a great treasure, but it can also lead to great suffering. Aren't I correct, my lady? I suddenly said aloud as I gazed upon the cursed diadem. You knew of my presence. A woman's slightly echoed sounded from behind me. Yes. I always feel everything around me, a benefit from over a decade of practice. I replied as I turned around to face none other than the Grey Lady. She floated there, a few inches above the floor, with her black waist-length hair and full-length cloak swaying lightly as a breeze was playing with them. One could see her beauty, her pride which was engraved into her very soul, but it was heavily impacted by her guilt and sorrow which laid hidden behind her serene facade. Did you bait me? She asked with a bit more of an edge in her voice. If you are asking if I purposefully spoke aloud back in my office, then yes. If you are asking if I lied, then no. I answered with confidence. Just like I just said, the Grey Lady is still a rather curious ghost. Not in a sense of weirdness, but she still retained her curiosity and desire to learn even after her death. She regularly listens in on classes she finds useful and can be found reading in quiet corners of the library. And I've always known she had an interest in me to a certain extent, mostly because I could often sense her near me throughout my years as a student. And I have a few ideas why. All from a distance of course. And why would you do this? She asked with suspicion this time. Because I knew you would be near desperate for someone to fix such an important link to your mother, even if it holds bad memories. I answered, but in a softer tone of voice this time. How do you know about that? She asked in a freezing tone of voice as her hair seems to rise a bit in response to her emotions. I know the tales of all the ghosts in this castle, the past of the professors, the stories behind the paintings, the reasons behind the castle's enchantments and architecture. It is in my nature to want to know. I answered as the look in my eyes softened the more I looked at her, but the answer made her pause. That statement is actually true. Hogwarts itself is one of the things I have studied the most in this life. How the castle works, how it has partial sentience, every secret passage, why Peeves is a thing, what defenses are in place and how the wards function. I know the place inside and out. But I'll never say I know all of its secrets, and I know I don't actually want to know all of them because then it would lose some of its wonder. Then prove it. You say you know my story and my past, so tell me. She demanded as she put up a strong front, but I could see the emotions in her eyes. Helena. You are not to blame for your mother's passing. You were a child raised to reach standards which were not your own and it slowly crushed you until you knew not how to escape from the pressure. This pressure slowly turned to resentment of its source, but that is normal. It is normal for humans to want to reject what causes them pain and when a person becomes desperate to escape it, they act rashly. That is all you have done. You wanted to escape the expectations and pressure put on you by others to become someone else, with those around you ignoring the fact that no one can become another, they can only be themselves. And that is why I was saddened by your story, Helena. Because even you forgot that you were not just Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter in the end. I said softly to the woman who has lived in regret and guilt for almost a millennia. What do you know? You're just like her. You can do anything. You think you know everything. You think you know better than everyone. How could you possibly know how I felt? Helena yelled as she lashed out due to her emotions. Because I can feel your pain, Helena. Because of my gifts I possess a form of empathy allowing me to feel the emotions of others, and ghosts as well apparently. And your story is one I think about often as well. If I am even able to have children anymore, I want to avoid having them living a life like yours as much as possible. I want them to be able to follow their dreams and hopefully lead happy lives, not try to become me. I gently answered, causing her to lose a lot of her hostility. You can feel my emotions? She asked in a surprised manner as her eyes widened. Yes, my lady. I softly answered with a nod and gentle eyes. Wait a moment. Aren't engaged with your Slytherin friend? What do you mean if I am even able to have children anymore? She then asked. Shit, I let that slip by accident and she picked up on it. I haven't even brought it up to Tori yet. I thought as I mentally scolded myself for the blunder. I'll just say that there is always a price to pay for excellence, that is why it is never called perfection. I answered with a bit of a sad smile. A price to pay. Helena repeated softly as she took in my words so far. But as much as I enjoy having deeply emotional conversations, I should probably do what I came here to do in the first place. I suddenly declared as I recovered from my own emotions and noticed she was still mulling over her own. I then proceeded to clear the area around me with a wave of my hand, causing all the clutter to move aside and the floor to be cleaned. Gasp, where is your wand? How could you do this level of magic without one? The Grey Lady suddenly asked as she noticed what I just did, and of course she did. She spent over 900 years in one of the best magic schools in the world, so she knows a thing or two. I became one with it. It was the only way which would allow me to keep progressing along my path as a wizard, hence we merged. I was almost certain the founders achieved the same thing, was I wrong? I answered before asking her out of curiosity. Well, yes they did, but that's not the point. You're not even 20 yet, how in the world did you achieve something even Mother couldn't before she was 50? She asked in shock. Like I said before, excellence has a price. I answered with a bit of a self-derisive smile, resulting in her flinching a bit as a result. But then I put my attention back towards my task. I needed to test a few different methods and see if what I wanted to do to Harry was possible. So I was going to mess with Tom's soul a bit. The first thing I did was set up a magic barrier using the best containment runes I knew, in this case it was actually based on the Room of Requirements itself. The Roar has the most powerful runic enchantment I've ever seen, capable of self-expansion, modification, minor awareness, some legilimantic abilities, summoning programs, nearly indestructible from the inside and fully contains magic within the room. So I studied them in great detail and came up with different models based on my own runic binary language to suit various needs. In this case I wanted something to completely contain the soul piece should it try anything. It activates using a simple mental command from the creator and forms a cage which can shrink or expand on command, hence is perfect for the occasion. Now I can check all the defenses on the diadem and the link to the Dada curse. I already knew everything from Tom's memories back when I had my subscription to VTV, but I am not taking any chances when it comes to this level of the dark arts. Especially when it comes to something containing an piece of a soul. I don't want any unexpected mutations in the defenses as a result of its long life. But I was happy to see that the Horcrux was just as Tom remembered, weaker than that actually. My guess is that powering such a curse like the Dada one, him actually dying once and having to survive as an incomplete soul for a decade put a lot of strain on his Horcruxes. The only way I could see them getting as dangerous as they were originally is to go down the diary route, meaning using the life force of someone constantly using or carrying a Horcrux. But with that step done, I can begin setting up my different methods today. My first is going to be about half of what I want to use on Harry. The reason I say half is because I can't test out the other half in this situation since it requires the person to be in Harry's situation and what I have is just a diadem. But I'll be testing a way to essentially isolate the soul from its connection to Harry and Tom, then set up what is basically a seal to control the soul fragment to render it completely harmless without outside interference. This will be achieved using a specially created rune disc which will imprint temporary runes onto the diadem. I have a few different versions to test which has the best performance. The second test will be to see how much my white magic affects a Horcrux in general. I want to see the effects various spells have on possibly the darkest enchanted object in modern history. Hopefully I won't destroy it, but I'll start from minimal power just in case. I honestly think the thing will act like a shadowy symbiote from Marvel when this happens. And lastly I will be testing the effect of holy water on the thing. Of course I won't just dunk the diadem into a bucket of the stuff since I am certain that would cause the thing to disintegrate if the soul piece isn't removed beforehand. No, I'll be testing version levels of diluted holy water to see how strong its effects will be. And to do that instead of one bucket of holy water I have a dozen or so buckets out at the moment with different numbers of drops put into normal water. What is with those buckets? Why can't I be near them? Helena suddenly said as she backed away from where I put the buckets down. Wait, you can't come near them or does it hurt you to be near them? I asked Bai to clarify something. It feels like I'm being pushed back. Like I'm not allowed near them. It got worse and worse as you pulled out more buckets too. She answered while wearily gazing at the buckets filled with what looks like normal water. Fascinating. I didn't expect it to have ghost-repelling properties, maybe even ghost-trapping utility is used properly. Should test the limits later with a volunteer. I muttered to myself as I started doing some hypothetical scenarios and mental calculations on the subject. Do not just ignore me. Tell what is in those buckets. I've never heard of anything capable of doing something like this before. She said as her curiosity got the better of her and tried to get my attention. It's an alchemical solution my fiancé and I created when we were trying various things. As a result of its effects we named it holy water, because of its appearance and the fact that it acts very similarly to what the Christian faith says its holy water acts. I answered automatically as I was still deep in thought, resulting in a short and to the point introduction. You mean to say a few buckets of your holy water can actually deny a ghost? That rather impressive. She responded with an appreciative look on her face. Those buckets aren't full of holy water, they only have a few drops at most with the lowest only having one. I offhandedly replied to the ghost. What? She shouted in shock again, which is interesting since today she has experienced more emotions than the last few centuries combined. Oh sorry, I wasn't paying much attention when I went off into my own little world and was responding automatically. Mother often scolded for that since I am apparently quite direct when that happens. I said as she broke me out of my thoughts because of that yell. Never mind that. Did you just say a few drops of you holy water is strong enough to keep me a good 20 feet away? She hurriedly asked with some intensity in her ghostly eyes. Damn, I told you about the water. But yes, it apparently can. I also have a hunch on the effects the water would have if it came in direct contact with a ghost, but I'm probably not going to verify that anytime soon. But please don't mention this to anyone, we didn't really plan on people knowing about this anytime soon. I answered with some regret, but I felt like I should just be honest with Helena or she would be coming back later to satiate her curiosity. Yes, no one even talks to me anyway, so who would I tell? Now explain what that solution is and what you are planning to do with it. She enthusiastically asked as she seemed to become much more energetic. I don't really have the time to explain the water now because I have a class later. As for its use today, I want to test the effects of the diluted water on such a corrupted object in the hopes of cleansing it without destroying it. I answered after a moment's thought. It can actually do that. Then Mother's diadem can be free from that bastard's corruption. She said in a mix of emotions, resulting in a tear consisting of ectoplasm to actually roll down her cheeks. I did say that's what I was going to do, didn't I? I responded with a small smile. Well, it is natural to forget about that after our discussion. That got her quite flustered surprisingly. Who knew teasing a ghost could be fun? I thought to myself with a chuckle. But anyway, I would suggest you distance yourself, Helena. The magic I am going to use is very closely tied to the holy water and I don't want to accidentally harm you while I work. I warned since I'm almost certain white magic would adversely affect a ghost. Yes, very well. I'll be over by that pill to make sure Mother's diadem does not get damaged. She responded with a bit of a delay, but she did as I asked. Let's see, there is one major connection to the Horcrux which is undoubtedly Tom, and then there are 5 smaller connections linked to it. This means Tom already has Nagini as a Horcrux on top of the cup, locker, ring, and Harry. I already ordered Jennifer to signal me if Tom feels any of what I'm about to do, so here goes nothing. I thought as I began my various tests. My first task went well from any angle I could look at it from. The moment my rune disc activated, all connections I could observe were severed, even the ones the diadem had to the school, meaning this could actually break the Dada curse of its own. I also reserved no notices from Jennifer's end, so I could only assume no significant changes occurred, but this might just be because I hadn't actually destroyed the Horcrux yet. Overall the effect was as I wished, and I'm certain I could achieve the same effect for Harry by having carry something on his person at all time to block Tom from his mind. Next up was testing the white magic on the thing, since I would find it ridiculous if only thing like basilisk venom, fiend fire, or killing curses could actually destroy these damn things. And as it turns out, I am right. These things couldn't handle a spell casted by something at the level of second core white magic without showing signs of stress. This was while I was being extremely careful and closely observing the soul inside the diadem, meaning a second level core wizard giving his all could actually destroy a Horcrux of this level using white magic. On a side note, that soul piece was screaming like a little bitch when this was happening, and boy was that satisfying. I was kind of starting to feel a bit of sadistic glee when I started the last tests, if I was being honest. Something about actually being able to make a piece of Tom's soul feel like it was constantly about to drown was just so satisfying. I could feel its panic and fear as I slowly killed it by dunking the diadem in the progressively stronger concentrations of holy water. I would have had Harry experience this if he could feel the thing's emotions like I could. Would have been therapeutic for the kid to learn that the man wasn't all-powerful, nor was he fearless nor indestructible. I thought with a sigh as I dunked the diadem into the 8th bucket, only to finally feel the last vestige of all the darkness fade away. Well, would you look at that, I guess either 8 drops was enough or the progressively strong dosage managed to kill it gradually. Either way, this thing is now as wholesome as it was supposed to be. I declared with a happy smile on my face at the great successes of today. Deciding to check the time because I kind of forgot myself when I got into testing, I noticed I only had 3 minutes before my class started. Bollocks! I forgot the time. I loudly said as I lost composure for a moment. Wait. It's fine. I just need to get out of the room and flame myself to my office and I won't be late. I thought as I quickly found a way to cheat the system. As a result, I hurriedly put away everything I used into my shrunken trunk and ran towards the exit, leaving a completely stunned Helena behind me as she numbly approached the diadem I decided to leave behind to retrieve later. He actually did it. I faintly heard as I ran for the exit, not noticing the tears of relief and happiness coming from the Grey Lady. 172, ch 172 happenings before the holidays. The following week saw 2 interesting bits of news for the residents of Hogwarts. Hagrid had officially returned to the castle, and it seems like I was basically being haunted by the Grey Lady now. I am not kidding, Helena has been following me pretty much everywhere besides the restroom since I cleansed the diadem, so it looks like she's haunting me. But it was kind of fun to catch her following a few times by accident so she can quickly try to hide from me looking all flustered. Felt like I was in an anime instead of Harry Potter, and it gave me a few chuckles. And during my haunting, I decided to go welcome Hagrid back from his mission since it has been a while since I saw my large friend. I also want to check if he's alright because he had returned with some injuries in the cannon and I wanted to help the man. He couldn't go see Poppy because she just didn't have the raw power to bypass Hagrid's natural resistance to magic as a half-giant, something shown when he could just tank stunners from half a dozen auras in cannon, but I have both the power and skills to heal, so why not help a friend? Wonder if my new stalker is going to follow me outside. It would be difficult for her to hide once I'm out of the castle, and it appears she still didn't realize my sensing range is a lot wider than she imagines, probably because I never react to her. I thought with an amused smile on my face as I walked the path to Hagrid's hut. Reaching the hut, I found out that I wasn't the only visitor today, something I should have guessed knowing them. Knock knock. Who's there? A cautious-sounding Hagrid asked. Hagrid opened up. I wanted to see how you were doing and give you some papers your substitute left with me. I answered clearly. The papers thing was true since I was probably one of the people with a very good relationship with Hagrid, and I volunteered. Oh Aiden, give me a moment. He replied as I heard some stumbling about from behind the door before it opened. Damn Hagrid. One of your beasts really gave you a good hit, or was it the giants? I asked as I saw the bruising on his face and the busted lip, making him freeze in place. Giants. A triple yell rung out from the hut. Oh, is that the kids? This'll save me time later when they come to ask me about you. I said as I looked at the now nervous half-giant. They shouldn't know, top secret, Dumbledore said. The very large man tried to say like this was a big deal. Hagrid, it's okay. After you left I had a meeting with the headmaster and the order in which we agreed it was for the best that the kids close to everything should know things to better prepare themselves for what is to come. I've been training them too, so they can all be safe when the time comes. I reassured the man as he visibly calmed down. Oh, all right. Come on in then. No point in talking outside. He finally said as he ushered me in. Hello to you three as well. I am guessing you snuck out like usual when you heard our jolly not-so-green half-giant return to the castle. I said in greeting to the golden trio. Haha, yeah. We couldn't wait to see Hagrid and ask where he's been all this time. Harry sheepishly admitted straight away since he knew better than try half-baked lies against me. But blimey, you went to see giants Hagrid. How are they like? Asked an astonished Ron. I read that they are a rather barbarous race who tend to employ violence to solve all their problems. Goodness, is that what happened to you Hagrid? Hermione followed up as she suddenly guessed at Hagrid's bruises. No. These are from something else. But yet are right Hermione, giants do solve a lot using their clubs. Hagrid said as he looked thankful for the concern. Yes, giants are a race that tends to embrace their aggressive side. I am sure you three remember the troll back in your first year yes? I asked, getting a small shiver from Hermione due to the slightly traumatizing event but they all nod anyway. Well although many wizards compare the two, the differences make giants far more dangerous than trolls. For one, giants can be 1.5 to 2 times bigger than trolls on average, with the great strength that comes with a being of that size. They are also much smarter than trolls, although not at normal human levels, and are capable of crafting their weapons, tools, clothing, and sometimes armor. And they also possess a natural resistance to magic comparable to dragons, thus making them a lot more dangerous. Then how do you take one of those big bastards down? Ah, no offense Hagrid. Ron said as he digested the mini lesson. Well, if one is alone against a giant then things like stunners and non-lethal spells are completely useless unless you have raw power like mine and Dumbledore. Your best beat would be conjuring weapons to shoot at vulnerable points, creating a trap while buying time, transfigurating the ground to harm it or slow it down. But if you only need to escape it or distract it, one only needs a bit of showy magic to attract their attention or giving them something else to chase since they have very poor eyesight. The conjunctivitis curse can be rather useful against them as well now that I think about it. I answered in professor mode, to which they listened to with great interest and Hermione even bringing out a notebook from who knows where in order to write down what I just said. But why did you go to the giants Hagrid? You even missed so much of the school year for it. Harry asked as he looked over to the big man. I can answer for you if you aren't comfortable answering. I said as I gave the man an encouraging look. No, I can say it just fine. This stays between us though. Hagrid said as he declined my offer. He told about how giants followed Tom back in the First War and that Dumbledore wanted them to be at least neutral this time, but what followed was pretty much the canon except McNair was already dead so they sent some other Death Eater to convince the tribes in Minsk to join their cause. The Death Eaters succeeded like the original and Hagrid came back with his half-brother. He didn't tell the trio about that last part, but I knew for sure since I used my network to make sure he would be able to bring him in secretly. I mean honestly, the only way he could have possibly achieved this in the original work was if Dumbledore somehow helped. It's not exactly easy to sneak a freaking giant into an island nation after all. But that did remind me to have my people pay extra attention to the points of entry even in the Muggle world. I want to know the moment a giant enters the country cause those things aren't coming here through Floo, Apparition, or Port Kayat, so that pretty much leaves boats as the only way to get fully grown giants into England without anyone knowing. Once that explanation was done, the trio's curiosity was satisfied and I was able to convince them to at least leave for the night so they wouldn't get in nearly as much trouble if they simply got caught wandering, since getting caught after curfew can be quite strict especially with the toad around. I then proceeded to heal the injuries of the big lug, something he tried to reject because no healer has ever actually been able to properly work on him, but he was quite grateful for it working this time. I even told him that he could always look for me when he gets hurt, because I know he'll get himself hurt when he plays with the big beasties he likes so much. Now I only had one last thing to do before going back home and that was to have a chat with my new stalker. One who apparently decided to snoop on my visit as soon as I went inside the hut. I can only assume she doesn't think I can sense through walls or something at this rate. So when I reached my office I simply called out, "My lady, could you please come out so we can have a proper conversation?" It took a few moments but she came in through the door, meaning actually through the door without opening it. "How long have you known?" she cautiously asks as she maintained a calm demeanor. "Since you started the day after the diadem cleansing," I truthfully answered. "And I kid you not, I actually saw a ghost change color that day due to embarrassment." Well, that is because." She struggled to answer through her emotions and thoughts going wild to try and find an excuse. "Helena, it does not bother me in the least. I actually found it somewhat cute that a lady such as yourself could act in such an innocent manner. But I would prefer to be able to talk with you instead of you simply following behind me," I said with a gentle smile as I did my best to calm the ghost in front of me. "I am sorry for displaying such improper behavior," she finally said as she did a small curtsy, showing her upbringing was still going strong. Like I said, it wasn't a bother. I even have a new rumor about being haunted by you now, which gave me a laugh as well. I replied with a bit of a chuckle. Nevertheless, I have not exactly shown much in the way of proper behavior since our last meeting and I thought an apology was in order. She stubbornly said as kept her curtsy. Alright, I understand. Apology accepted, Lady Helena. So can we now talk about why you have been following? I asked as she finally returned to her neutral stance. Well, after you were successful in restoring Mother's diadem, I became curious as to what you were truly like. Even though I knew of you during your school years, I did not truly pay attention nor try to really learn more about you, thus I resolved myself to rectify that. I also said some rather harsh things to you in a heated moment and did not want to carelessly repeat past mistakes, hence I followed you. She answered eloquently as she basically apologized for what she said last time. I didn't mind that as well, you know. It wasn't even the first time someone told me something similar. My fiancé was quite antagonistic towards me before we became friends. I said with a smile as I remembered that day in the infirmary. She truly said something like that to your face and you are now planning to marry her? She asked in an incredulous manner. Why yes. She is a bright, passionate, and determined witch capable of naming every bone in your body as she breaks them and I wouldn't have her be any other way. I answered with a brilliant smile at the thought of my raven-haired beauty. Then it is too bad I was not able to properly meet her during her time in the castle. I am sure we would have much to discuss. She replied with a small smile. I'm sure I can arrange that if you both want to meet someday. But anyway, how goes your observation? I am curious as to what you've decided to think of me. I asked as I move on from my love life. Well, I do believe it was inappropriate to simply say you are like my mother. She answered with a bit of a sigh and some melancholy in her eyes. If you didn't know, my mother was not an affectionate or emotional woman. She was cold, calculating, she never told me she loved me, never told me she liked me. Guess the Easter egg, she was systematic in everything she did, from learning, to teaching, to working and to life. She would explain everything at the level she believed you should be because that is where she was at the time and never cared much for what others thought. The only time she did something for others is when she and my uncles and aunt built Hogwarts to help teach future generations. Even then her reasoning was because she believed that this was the soundest methodology available from her calculations to make sure magic continues to improve, not because she truly cared about children being hunted down and burned at the stake. But you are not like her. You actually remind me more of Uncle Godric when you teach your classes since he always believed that books can only do so much and that without training your body you were a sitting duck. But then you also reminded me of Auntie Helga when you try to help everyone equally and even treat the house elves well. All this even when you clearly have a mind-rivaling mother without the advantage of the diadem. All you were missing was some more cunning like Uncle Salazar and I would have thought you were the spirit of Hogwarts come to life. That is high praise coming from you my lady, but I can assure that I do have quite a bit of cunning and ambition. The ambition is actually help this country be a great place to live in for all races and standing, while also having Hogwarts truly become the best place to learn magic once again. While my cunning is to be used against my enemies and those who stand in my way. I replied with a bit of a savage smile on my face making my guest quite surprised. Oh my, it does seem like I was mistaken about you not having any of Uncle Salazar in you. But I must ask, who do you consider your enemy? She seriously asked. Tom Riddle and his ilk. Their stupidity has been slowly rotting the very core of our society and it is time to prune them. I coldly answer as eyes flash with power for a moment. Also, I do not blame you for the Horcrux. Although Tom's ideals are completely hopeless, he was nothing if not clever, manipulative, and driven. He would have done anything to find your mother's diadem in order to fulfill his psychological need to feel superior to the founders. He even worked in a pawn shop for some time before he got his hands of Helga Hufflepuff's cup. He turned Auntie Helga's cup into one of those abominations. Helena hissed in anger at the revelation. And Salazar Slytherin's locket as well. I added in. He dares besmirch not only Mother's legacy but theirs as well. She said in a cold rage, showing just how pissed she was. Yes. Luckily he was not able to get his hands on Godric Gryffindor's sword or he would have completed his twisted needs. I decided to say in order to placate her slightly. Like that cowardly slime could ever summon Uncle's sword. It would sooner chop him in half than be held by him. She snorted as she dismissed the possibility of him ever getting the sword when even goblins haven't been able to force that thing to return to them. True, but please do not anger yourself too much because of a snake like him. All Horcruxes are going to be taken care of within the next 2.5 years, you have my word on that, and then Tom Riddle shall truly die. I assured her as I basically told her the maximum amount of time to end him. Good. I believe a man of your caliber will not speak idle words. She responded with a firm nod. I don't. But if it is all right with you my lady, I would like to return to the original reason for our talk. I said as I steered the conversation away from Riddle. Yes, we should take care of our own situation first before speaking of others. She agreed as she cooled down significantly. Alright. So my preferred solution is that we become friends and you can simply approach me whenever I am not teaching. I think it would be quite enlightening to be able to talk to a woman of your caliber. We can discuss magic, life/death, general happenings, you know, things peers do with one another. I suggest with a smile on my face. What? She simply asked with a really confused look on her face, like what I just said didn't compute. What's there to be confused about? I asked in response, as I wasn't sure what the problem was. You want to be friends with me? She incredulously asked as she looked at me weirdly. Yes. What's so wrong about that? I responded with a raised eyebrow. I am a ghost. She stated like that was a completely valid response. So? I shot back as I looked at her weirdly now. What kind of person wants to be friends with a ghost? She then asked with a slightly higher tone of voice this time. Me? I don't really care where someone is from or what they are, as long as I want to be friends with them, then the offer is there. I replied simply as I looked straight into her eyes. Why would you even want to be my friend? I am not smart like Mother, I can be cold and even gloomy, I am not sociable like Nick, and I am certain you could have more fun with the other people you know. She explained as if comparing herself to others would stop me. Why should I care about who you're not? I want to be friends with the woman who did not even let death stop her from improving herself. I want to be friends with the woman cares so much for those she loves that she has stopped herself from moving to show her regret. I want to befriend the person who would help others from behind the scenes while not expecting any recognition. So do not degrade yourself in front of me, Helena. I asked you to be my friend because of who you are, that's all. I passionately countered as I pushed my point across so the woman can understand. Do not judge me. From my understanding of her character, she should have a sort of inferiority complex, hence she doubts herself. So a very direct approach is needed. Are you sure? She asked with some warmth in her eyes. Yes. Helena, will you be my friend? I simply ask. I would be honored. She softly answered with a warm and gentle smile spreading on her face. 173, ch 173, A Dream of Snakes. What came after that day was me gaining a friend which I could discuss many topics with. Helena, being very enthusiastic about gaining a friend, took every opportunity to enjoy it. This resulted in her being present for all my classes and watching me teach with a small smile on her face, while also taking notes in a notebook I gave her. Then when a class ends we can discuss freely. And I was not joking when I said Helena never stopped learning ever since she returned to Hogwarts as a ghost. I might be a master of modern magic, but she has had the time to learn things long forgotten by others. So we discussed old magic, interesting or important individuals, as well as contemporary views on historical events of the last 1,000 years, and most prominently my dozens of little white magic projects. She gets really enthusiastic when we talk about my new stuff and also enjoys hearing about what my friends can do. What was somewhat unexpected was that I apparently felt warm to Helena. From what she described, she felt like she was next to a gentle flame slowly warming her up. This was fascinating to hear because ghosts typically feel the cold of being dead and can only almost experience past sensations, as was demonstrated during nearly Headless Nick's Death Day celebration. So that led to a few tests and we found out that my azure flame could interact with spirits and souls, hence why she could feel its heat. As a result, Helena was more determined than ever to stay near me since she could attain the warmth she lost long ago, even if it was sometimes unconsciously. So as a result of all this, I was now no longer said to be haunted by the Grey Lady. However, I've heard some strange murmurs from the female students saying my looks can even charm the dead before running away. And there seems to be an increase of girls getting really into amateurish looking books while either blushing or breathing heavily. Been a while since that happened. Wonder what those books are about, especially since I've never seen any guy with one. Whatever, it's never been important since it just looks like pleasure reading instead of anything useful. So time passed relatively peacefully as the holidays neared. I was enjoying teaching, the orderlings were getting better, the Toad was suspiciously silent but I was keeping an eye on her, the Ministry was still trying to put out the fire under its arse, and my time at home was fulfilling as I cherished each little moment with Victoria, even if her mother was still there to kill the mood sometimes. But then, only a few days away from the break, I felt a spell try to come through the wards I had set up for the house whilst Tori and I slept in our bed. I knew exactly what it was, so I let it in, and a moment later an ethereal silver phoenix hovered in our bedroom. Aiden, I require your immediate assistance in my office. It's about Harry. My floor is open. Dumbledore's voice said from the patroness. I'm going to spike that old man's lemon drops. A cranky voice murmured from besides me. He wouldn't do this if it wasn't a big deal. You go back to sleep, love, and I'll be back soon. I said to her as I gave her a kiss on the forehead. You better be. It's cold without you. She said in a slightly childish manner as she wrapped herself in blankets. Then I'll have to be extra quick. I responded with a whisper to her ear. Good. She simply said as she made herself comfortable again since she was losing her pillow, meaning me. I quickly put on a simple outfit of white t-shirt, jeans and sneakers, then covered myself with a black wizard robe to stay warm. Walking to the fireplace, I activated the flue setting, dismissed Dobby, who appeared thinking I would need something, then flashed away to the headmaster's office. I walked out of the fireplace to find Dumbledore, Harry, Minerva, and the Weasleys all looking at me. I then noticed Harry's emotions were in great turmoil at the moment. "Harry, it'll be all right. Whatever happened, we will be able to help you. Now can I know precisely what just happened?" I opened with as I needed to look like I didn't know. "It appears Arthur was found wounded in the Ministry. It was his turn." Dumbledore answered seriously, just leaving enough information for someone who was in the know to understand. Obviously I knew about the event, even if I wasn't sure it would still be the exact same as in canon. But I also warned the Order about Tom's interest with the prophecies, so they kept me informed about their plans while I fed them information to facilitate everything. "Alright, that explains all the Weasleys, but why Harry and me?" I asked this time as gave my bro a questioning look. "I had a dream or a nightmare. I saw Mr. Weasley get attacked. Like I was the one attacking him. But it wasn't with magic, it was like I was a beast." Harry answered as he struggled to put what he saw into words. "Alright, so that gives validation to a few theories and kills a lot of them. But this isn't the first time, so why call me now headmaster? I know Harry has had these types of dreams before," I say as I turn back to my current boss. "You know what this means, Aiden. Harry needs to learn to protect himself, and you are without a doubt the most qualified. Severus would be far too hard on him," answered the headmaster with a serious look on his face. "But Aiden's already teaching me how to fight. How's learning more going to help me with this?" a nervous Harry asked as he looked between Albus and I. "Not self-defense, Harry, but occlumency. You need to learn to close your mind before it is too late," Dumbledore answered with a look of concern. "I've tried, but Aiden said I wasn't in the right place to learn it properly. But why do I need to learn it now? What's happening to me?" he asked. No, almost pleaded to know. "Harry, as you know, you and Voldemort have connection. Through your fates, your wands, and now even your blood. What the headmaster and I fear is that after his revival, this connection might have been strengthened. We believe that this is why you were able to see tonight's attack on Arthur Weasley. And the reason the headmaster believes it is urgent for you to learn occlumency is because when Voldemort realizes this new mental connection, he will try to take advantage of it. He is one of the strongest Legilimens in the world, and it would be easy for him to try and mess with you if you don't have any defenses," I explained as delicately as possible. I knew that if I was not careful, Harry would start seeing himself as dangerous or try to do something rash. Then what am I supposed to do? I tried every year to see if I could learn occlumency, but I could never get it right. How am I supposed to master it when I can't even do the first step? He asked as he began getting more unstable. "That's where I come in, Harry. I didn't want you to have to worry about this, and I always believe in being prepared for every scenario, so I created this little beauty," I answered as I took out a necklace from pouch. The necklace was quite simple, so either gender would be comfortable wearing it. I just asked James to make me one so I could enchant it. Fully made from goblin silver, the silver chain held a smooth locket in which I decided to put a picture of Harry's parents. The thing was enchanted with mental shields, soul piece containment, poison/potion detection, and a 3-use shield capable of blocking the unforgivables before it needs to recharge. Perfect for a chosen one. "A necklace?" Harry confusedly asked as he looked at me weirdly. "Don't look at me like that. I enchanted it myself and James made it. It is basically a Lord ring on steroids. This thing can protect your mind from pretty much everything, and it can shield you in case someone tries to harm you. It can also detect if someone spiked your food or drink, and there's an additional surprise inside," I explained as I tossed the thing over to the teen. He was caught off guard by the sudden projectile, but he caught it nonetheless, and he apparently felt its effects because he already looked a bit better. "It was supposed to be your Christmas gift, but things happen," I said with a shrug. "A marvelous piece of enchantment, Aiden. You truly have a gift with runes as well. Such a shame you did not feel a need to learn alchemy," Dumbledore said as he looked at the locket, undoubtedly sensing the magic imbued in it. "Well, at least James is working on it while in France," I answered with a smile. Yes, young James had a particular interest in creating things, didn't he? I do hope Severus didn't make his time learning the art more difficult than necessary. Alchemy needs some new blood after all," Dumbledore said as he caressed his beard. But then we suddenly heard something from the portraits. It was close Albus, but they found him in time. "He should be all right. Thank heavens for that," he responded with a sigh of relief. "Is Dad okay?" Ginny suddenly said as her worries got the better of her. "Yeah, is he okay? Can we see him?" Ron followed up as he stood beside his sister. "I will work on getting permission for all of you to go to St. Mungo's to visit him, but have no fear, your father is all right," Dumbledore said as he tried to calm the redheads. "I'll ask Tori to take a look at him tomorrow. She's the best they have, and I'm sure she'll have back up on his feet in no time." I added to help the quartet relax since this was someone they knew and had gotten famous over the last few months. Thanks, Professor. Fred said honestly. Yeah, and with the Queen on board, Dad's going to have to fake it in order to escape Mom's clutches. George then said, getting a chuckle from his brothers and sister. Seeing as they were capable of joking around, I would say their fears were at least taken care of for now. But these kids have nothing worry about since I'm sure he'll be alright. With that, I turned my attention back to Harry, who was lost looking at the picture of his parents I had placed in the locket. Now, before anyone thinks negatively, I have done what I could to make sure Harry would know about his parents and have what I could find regarding the two. So this isn't the first time he's seen them, and even if I wasn't around, Hagrid had given him that photo album back in Harry's first year. What was different this time was that the photo in that locket was one from when Harry was only a few days old, resting in his mother's embrace as she gave him a look of pure love, and his father gently hugging her shoulder as he looked at the two with infinite warmth in his eyes. It wasn't a moving picture, but it was the one I thought Harry needed with him the most. Feeling better? I asked with a soft smile on my face. Yet. Sorry, I kinda lost focus there. He replied as he snapped out of his daze. That's all right. They'll protect you from now on, so make sure to keep them close to heart. I said as I saw him look back at the picture. You're wrong, they've always been protecting me. Harry said with a small smile making its way onto face. You're right. I simply said as I looked at my little brother. What happened following that was everyone returning to their rooms since nothing could be done at the moment. Harry put on the locket, Dumbledore made sure everything was in order, Minerva then led her lions back to their dorms, and I went back home to my girl in bed. The next few days might be a bit more stressful for the Weasleys, but overall everything would be okay. 174, ch 174 Lively Holidays. With Harry's current dilemma taken care of, the few remaining days before the break were spent rather calmly. I had no doubt the brilliant idea of taking off the locket to try and see what Tom was up to would flash through the kid's head at one point, but at least he would be protected whenever he wanted to be. Harry was just too reckless sometimes, hoping to prove himself for various reasons. The other part of the incident was being taken care of as well. Victoria was quite willing to go see Arthur Weasley, after I explained why he was hurt and that it would be better for everyone's spirit if he could be there for Christmas at the very least. The injuries were dangerous, that is certain. The movie didn't really show the attack properly, but Nagini's fangs are truly deadly and have been enhanced through poison and curses, making healing her bites a nightmare for almost all healers. The wounds are incredibly difficult to close, causing continuous bleeding from the large puncture wounds, and the poison is quite easily able to kill a grown man. I am not actually entirely sure how they managed to have Arthur be able to be home for Christmas in the canon, but the liberal use of blood-replenishing potions had to be one of the reasons. I even think they might have overdosed him to get the poison out through brute force, since curing it is very difficult. Thankfully all of that was no problem for my beauty. She easily closed the bites using white magic, cleansed the man's blood of the venom via a very dumbed-down version of our holy water, which acts as a blood cleanser, not holy water, just a potion they made in an effort to create less powerful stuff, gave him some blood-replenishing potions, and then fixed a few old or mild problems just because she could. The man would actually be feeling better than he had in years due to his visit to St. Mungo's. I even had a funny thought about him trying to make another Weasley because he would feel younger. This was very good news for the Weasley clan members still in Hogwarts. Arthur was basically going to be released after spending only 3 days in the hospital, but Dumbledore still thought it best to allow them to go and visit in the evening since I had reported the fact that he was no longer in any danger. Beyond that, nothing else happened and everyone was free to enjoy their holidays as they pleased. From what I knew, my friends were all returning to their homes for the break. Harry and the Weasleys would be going to Grimmauld Place, where Susan would follow since Mother was living there with her new husband for now. Neville would go to his family, but would be joining us for a Christmas party held for all willing Order members. I convinced Hermione to go spend time with her parents, promising that they could come to the party as well. Luna and Cedric were going to be spending time with their fathers. Last I heard from Christian was that his family and was going to go to Alaska in order to look for a Yeti colony said to be there. James on the other hand was paying for his family to fly over to France for the holidays, wanting to introduce his girlfriend and help them enjoy Christmas in a different way. Finally, Tori and I would be enjoying our time together since she was able to take most of the break off, probably leading to mother-in-law nagging us later. But soon enough everyone parted ways for now, excited to spend time with their families. Especially Neville and Harry, who had that taken from them, letting the two appreciate it all the more. My first few days were a bit busier since it was time for the biannual report of everything happening. Breaking Grounds was completely dominating the European market and making its name more prominent in Africa. It was also making a sizable stockpile of potions for battle injuries and poisons of all kind. But we have also stopped any expansion plans to put enough attention on the coming problems at home and to properly solidify our positions before moving forward. Constantly expanding is never a sustainable option. One must stabilize their gains to not lose everything. Natural cultivation is seeing success across the board, even in pushing certain legal decisions regarding the rights for our underwater city. Aside from that, the various biomes like the Siberian farm for herbs which grow only in the cold, the one in the Egyptian deserts in our island, were all going splendidly as we were able to reap our rewards. This had the effect of many herbology masters wanting to be employed, just to be able to partake in such fulfilling work. I even sent Professor Sprout an offer to your various cultivation biomes as a Christmas present. Beyond that, Creature Island project was slowly taking shape as more and more beasts were successfully acclimating to this new environment. If our estimates are accurate, we could have a sustainable source of magical creature material within the next 2 years at most, giving the company an even better edge in the field of magical ingredients. The Herald was going a bit crazy during the political nonsense happening recently, with many in the staff enjoying being able to slap the daily profit and the ministry so much. They've even been able to take advantage of my orders to drag Fudge through the mud to take down various incredibly corrupt or inept figures within the ministry, allowing for more of my people to gain better positions. This situation is basically the wet dream of the true journalists in the paper, almost giving them free reins to go after actually corrupt people. Firm was keeping the course as they helped fill ministry positions which were being opened due to all the recent scandals. Not to say they were getting high-powered jobs, but positions were opened because of my people getting promoted. This was slowly allowing more half-bloods and muggleborns into the ministry and taking power slowly but surely from the inside. We've also been able to open a few different magical rec centers for those who live in muggle communities, but still want to practice magic from time to times. These centers help those who can't regularly go to Diagon Alley, also offering course and seminars. They would also serve as safety zones for muggleborns and their families should they feel it's too dangerous when Tom officially comes back. The Muggle Toy Box was successful in creating protected versions of televisions, game consoles and games, something they've been advertising for a while and recent figures showed it would be a wonderful earner during this season. Beyond that, the projects revolving various automobiles were making significant progress, with a variety of models ranging from unassuming to luxurious being prepared. Then I have my Spy Master's report. Scandals allowed for an increase of some of our agents' authority, more people are willing to talk and offer information as Fudge's ship is slowly sinking and more Death Eater sympathizers are being identified lately. Sherry was apparently, and I quote here, really enjoying playing with so many naughty people. I even asked if she wouldn't prefer for me to pay for a vacation, but she denied with an excuse on poor kids being forced to work on Christmas are such delicious prey and could not be allowed to be gobbled up by others. After that I just let her have her own brand of fun. I'm glad she actually enjoys her job, but I think I helped awaken something which might traumatize some men in the future. Jennifer was very much enjoying having a house and Scott to herself after being able to take a break from her infiltration. She's still getting reports from her second, but nothing is really happening for now because of the recuperation of the jailbroken Death Eaters and the fact that Tom was focusing on messing with Harry right now. Pretty sure he'll find out soon that he can't get in anymore, so that'll be interesting to read about later. Elaine was gaining increasing prestige within Mother's department, especially with the all-time high cohesion of the place. With the cleaning up and the prestige she and her team had, the Golden Wand is quickly becoming the person of choice for the next head of the Hit Wizards due to her skills, fame, and reputation. My guess is that when Mother becomes the next minister, she might set up that promotion to support someone she likes and as a political maneuver which could help her gain the supporters of the Golden Wand. Then I have Fortress Protection still on high alert, just in case an unexpected or spontaneous attack occurs. I know Tom is not even close to ready for the war yet, but most of his people are either fanatical or desperate, so not waiting for thought-out moves from that group. Besides that, I have people patrolling every key area of our community under disguise or working undercover in shops after being recommended by firm. This is the beauty of having multiple influential partners working together. And I have my elite shadows protecting my important people such as Mother and Susan, my friends and their families, my key subordinates and colleagues, all without them knowing of course. It can be a bit boring for them, but that's a good thing in this line of work, plus we do alternate them so it's not a big deal. And finally Bonesworks is getting its predicted Christmas boom in profits as people saved up to buy our brooms. But in the branches outside of Britain, wizards and witches were rushing to buy the books on white magic which had been officially approved by every single ministry they had been sent to. This book had people fighting to get it in order to feel safer in the face of the dark arts and their practitioners. It was also immensely popular within academic circles for the entirely new field of study and the flexibility of it. From herbology to transfiguration, white magic could be applied to all of it in order to form new magic unseen in this world before. The fervor also resulted in the name Aiden Bones resounding across the magical communities of the world again. As a whole, my fame, power and influence were growing across the entire magical world in a way no one had seen since the founders, Merlin, Flamel, and Dumbledore after taking down Grindelwald. All that was left was for me to give a true show of power for the world to completely acknowledge me to be part of the greats. But that show was coming and my wonderful helpers were all gathering together to help me with it. Crack boom. A flash of light and then the sound of thunder resounded as it broke me out of that train of thought. Maybe I should tone down the sinister way of thinking for a while. I feel like that lightning was because of me and I'm not a goddamn cartoon villain. Though as I finished going through all of my reports. Anyway, after having dealt with all my business/lord work for the break, I fully relaxed with my girl. Took her out on few dates, went to some nice places, took her shopping and even managed to get her mom out of the house for the day by getting her a full spa treatment. Unfortunately for me, my mother-in-law saw through that and convinced Victoria that it would be great for them to have a mother-daughter day at said spa, leaving me alone for most of the day. Can't win them all. But I could at least make the most of it and enjoy playing with magic itself. Besides all of that, Christmas was a lot livelier than before. The main reason for that was Mother's marriage to Sirius. This meant she and Susan would obviously be spending Christmas at his place since the newlyweds moved in together. That also meant Harry would be there since he lives there too, then the Weasleys come as a bundle, add some other order members, maybe Dumbledore, and that means Selene, in-law, Tori and I would now be partaking in a very active atmosphere. It was also kinda interesting when I thought about how many people Tori healed were going to be at the party. Arthur was the most direct and easy case, the Longbottoms were the first patients to go through her process, and then Selene would also be there. 4 people were joining a gathering which many thought they would not, for most of them they were told that it would never happen again too. Just proves that my girl is great. Arriving at Grimmauld Place wasn't hard at this point. But coming in was an interesting experience. The place was decorated extensively, with garland on the walls, a roof someone enchanted to make it snow, mistletoe above pretty much every doorway, a wonderfully decorated tree in the living room, some stockings above the fireplace, some flying Santa ornaments having a dogfight I have no doubt the twins were involved with, and people talking or walking all over the place in festive outfits or jolly moods. I saw most of the men together with some fire whiskey as they laughed, the group involving Sirius, Lupin, Edward Tonks, Arthur, Bill, Charlie, Theodore Granger, and Frank Longbottom. They were enjoying a men's-only gathering. The ladies were having their own private talk as Mother, Molly, Alice Longbottom, Felicia Granger, Tonks, Andromeda, and now Selene and Victoria also went to join in. It seems that the house elves are the ones preparing the food this time instead of Molly. Good thing since I even sent Dobby and Winky to join Tilly and whichever other elf was already working just to make sure everything could be done on time. Not sure if Mother and Sirius actually kept Creaker at this point, but I can feel the Horcrux in the house so I'm sure he's around. I then noticed the younger ones in their own group, talking about what they've been up to during the first few days of the break. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Susan, and the twins were all having their own fun as they enjoyed the atmosphere. But since I was now a fully functional adult, I decided to join the gentlemen while we waited for the food. The conversation was light-hearted and interesting. Stories about things we all did during our school days, funny workplace stories, good family moments and plain old male, metaphorical, dick measuring as we talked about our badass moments. Basically bragging, embarrassing, and trying to show up one another. Typical guy behavior. What followed was a scrumptious and active feast as over 20 people gathered to the real dining room of the place, not that tiny table shown in the movie, and started to pass plates around as we filled our own. You could see everyone talking to each other as they ate in glee. Toasts were done in high spirits leading to wives glaring at their idiot husbands, others chowed down like food was going to be stolen from them, gossip was being discussed by some of the women, laughter rang out from time to time, and all around you could see people smiling. It was a good meal which brought a warm smile to my own face. I still think I might prefer a quieter Christmas with my truly close and loved ones, but this was also nice. Reminded me of the big family get-togethers I had in my past life, which gave me a moment of melancholy, but I moved past it as soon as I felt Tori's hand in mine. Another feeling which hit me was a small sense of disbelief as I looked at all the people I came to know and talked with, people who were only characters in books and movies before, and now I sat amongst them. It was a rather strange thought, but I couldn't really think of them as characters since they were my family, friends, and loved ones. Overall, I think my constant smile showed how I felt this Christmas, and I believe that this is all that should really matter when I will look back at this day. But in my mind I had already made a promise to myself. One, to make sure each person here was going to make it through Tom's stupidity. These people did not deserve to die because of his idiocy and I would make sure of that. 175, ch 175 Mother and Son. Aside from running a vast business empire, an intelligence network, having my magical fun time, research, and spending time with my loved ones, I didn't really have all that much going on during the break. All things considered, it was pretty light compared to what I usually have to deal with. I had a short meeting with the headmaster in order to inform him that I had destroyed a Horcrux which I had found within the castle and end the curse on my position at the same time. I simply told him it was the Ravenclaw diadem and that is why I had become close to the Grey Lady. He was quite happy about the news, a Horcrux being destroyed and the fact that even if I left my position as a professor he could fill it permanently. He said it was a very good Christmas present indeed, even better than the socks I had sent him. Made sure everyone from the business side of things was doing all right, which they were. I'm pretty sure Jennifer is wringing Scott dry at every opportunity, her happy face and his eyes having dark circles told me that. No real movements from anyone since Death Eaters still need to uphold the facade of upstanding citizens, meaning winter events and family gatherings. While the ministry was basically going through the same thing even when the minister's ass was on fire from all the Herald articles. Him trying to force ministry employees to work during the holidays because of his own fuck UPS really didn't help his standing in people's eyes too. Meanwhile, I knew two people I am involved with were certainly having some more important moments. Narcissa Black, formerly Malfoy, POV. Currently residing in Spanish Villa located near Barcelona. The last few months of my life have probably been the most pleasant I have ever experienced. Although I had to leave the country, this villa Lord Bones gifted me can more than make up for it. The two-story villa was not grand or ostentatious, but rather comfortable and warm, something I never had the opportunity to experience due to my upbringing. But it seems the young lord does have good taste. This was especially true when I was enjoying the various furniture as I lounged about on lazy days, indulging myself in the comforts brought to me by the enchantments and original quality. The plants decorating the villa might have mostly been from Muggle origins, but they gave the place some life which could not be denied. Soothing pieces of art hung on the walls, the abundant light coming from all the windows, the pleasant and vibrant colors of the decorations and the sounds and smell of the ocean all lifted and helped heal my spirits as they clashed against the memories of the dark, cold, and silent homes I had inhabited in the past. Having a private pool and hot tub in my private inner courtyard was most appreciated as well, because sometimes one just feels like taking a dip without being ogled at, another thing which was relatively new to me. This villa was located on the Spanish coast near the city of Barcelona, within a protected area exclusively for those with magic. So I naturally enjoyed spending time on the beach since it is only a short walk away and all amenities were already present. What I did not expect was the various instances of men approaching me to proposition various uncouth activities when I partook in sunbathing or the sea itself. It appears I was able to maintain my figure quite well, even after having Draco. A small amount of pride was added, even if I would never agree to their advances. I have only just been freed and I will not chain myself down for some man's short-lived desire. Later I was informed of the influence one needs to even learn of this place's existence. From what I gathered when listening to others gossip, brag or just when I talked to some of the other women over drinks, this place is exclusively for some of the wealthiest or most ancient families in the wizarding world. It offered many services and entertainments, house elves for residents, delivery service for whatever one requires in a good environment. This meant that the young lord certainly did not plan on treating me badly. To respond to this very favorable treatment, I siphoned off the majority of Lucius' money and businesses for him. A move he rather appreciated since I was rewarded with a personal chauffeur to bring me wherever within the country and I was given the opportunity to learn whichever subject I wished. The former I used to go visit Spain's El Rastro Escondido, the magical market in this country. My guide informed me the Muggles even copied the original name of El Rastro for a market they still hold every week after they heard some wizards talk about how great the market was, only to find none and someone decided to make his own, resulting in wizards adding Escondido or hidden to their own market. The magical market itself was much livelier than the Diagon Alley I was accustomed to, with vendors specializing in many goods from many countries having set up booth and the permanent stores hawking their wares as people look from one place to another. It made me compare how dreary England is again after my visit, making me think that Lord Bones certainly has valid reasons for thinking of Death Eaters as rot. Then for my second new privilege, I decided to use my abundance of free time to study potions and ancient runes. I was rather gifted in the two fields during my younger years and the idea of potentially becoming a potion mistress was appealing, with runes being more of a hobby. Not even a week after that decision I was informed of 2 tutors coming to help me with my endeavor, a pleasant surprise if I was being honest, and one I did not refuse. Goals and hobbies are perfect for staving off boredom after all and it was all paid for. It was a good move to fool Lucius, earning me personal wealth and more freedom. And I am not so foolish to lose such a good position by trying to undermine the young Lord Bones. He is not soft like Dumbledore, but also not iron-fisted like the Dark Lord, knowing when to kill and when to forgive. I could understand that when I met him. Although he treats me very well for someone he only has contractual obligations with, I did not forget the cold and emotionless look in his eyes when I begged for his help and the feeling of having death waiting to claim me at a moment's notice as he pressured me. He would have killed me if he did not deem me to be an injured party instead of a silent supporter when it came to Lucius' activities, of this I have no doubt. But overall, Aiden Bones has treated me better than my own family and ex-husband by far. A slightly sad thought, but I hold no love for most of them. Andy I envied because she could escape from the black name and find love, while Bella at least tried to protect me when she hadn't completely lost herself in her so-called devotion. And I doubt Sirius would ever really treat me like family, not that I've ever given him a reason to do so. But I hope I can truly reconnect with Andy one day at least. We've been talking, but I'm just hoping she can forgive me. On the topic of family, I was informed of my own son's desire to see me and his impending arrival, something which brought me some hope in the matter of taking him away from Lucius. If I could help it, I would not have my child anywhere close to the Dark Lord, forced to act as a servant, scared of dying whenever he is angered and only causing death wherever he goes. But his cowardly, Morgana-damned, two-faced, incapable, bitch of a father had thoroughly influenced him. But I won't give up on my child. I will do whatever I can to protect him, even if I hated the man who fathered him. Mistress Black, the guest scheduled for you has arrived. Shall we let him in? A squeaky voice asked from behind me as I was brought out of my musing. There stood the house elf in charge of my care and well-being, Jose. Unlike the Malfoy elves or Kriaker, Jose was well dressed in a button-up shirt and dress pants, had proper training as a servant and was capable of making appropriate decisions without explicit orders or punishment. He would probably feel insulted being compared to how Dobby was during his time under Lucius. Yes, Jose, bring him in please. I calmly answered, but I could feel some nervousness in my heart. I could not help it. This might be my best and only chance to change my child's fate away from being a slave in all but name. Only a few moments passed before Jose reappeared with my son by his side. My growing boy looked thinner than I remembered, his blonde hair a bit too long, properly dressed in one of the black suits I had gotten him last summer, but I could see some usage on it, telling me no one was taking proper care of it. I could also see worry in his grey eyes as he was also anxious. Lucius cannot even properly take care of my son. The worthless flobberworm is probably too busy groveling before the Dark Lord to even care. I thought with fury and disgust as I looked at my baby boy. Draco, come here and let me take a proper look. I softly said as I beckoned him closer. As soon as he came within my range I began to look for any signs of Draco being hurt. Humph, that useless man cannot even make sure you're properly dressed. You also look hungry, so let's have Jose make some food for us. I already told him about all your favorites. I need to book you an appointment at the stylist and order some new outfits to be made for you. I muttered as I fussed over my son's neglected state. I'm fine, mother. I'm more worried about you. You left without saying much and haven't returned home in months. Then you tell me Professor Bones is the only person who can help me, and he is protecting you for some reason. Draco said as he struggled a bit to get away from my fussing. I am well, dear. In fact, this has probably been some of the best times of my life. The only thing which could make it perfect would be having you with me. I replied lovingly as I looked at my son. But why did you leave? Draco asked in an emotional tone. Sigh, it would only be fair to tell you everything properly. Come, let us talk over some tea. I simply said as I guided Draco to the pergola I used for my relaxation. Jose had already set up everything as I ordered previously. The tea I usually drank with Draco, his favorite sweets, a nice view and comfortable chairs. I think it was mostly for my own nerves that I prepared all this. I just didn't know how Draco would react, and it scared me to think about losing my son. Only after we both sat down and tea was brewed did I decide to begin this talk. I know young Lord Bones has talked to you about my situation. Ask whatever questions you have, son. I gently said as I put my teacup down. Is what the professor said true? Were you only with father because of a contract? He asked with a lot of confusion in his grey eyes. Yes. I only married Lucius because of a contract. I calmly answered as I did my best not to let my own emotions show. Then is it true that the contract also made you father's servant? Draco followed up. Unfortunately it was so. I confirmed with a small nod. And am I simply part of that contract? My own son asked with great difficulty, almost making me hug him that very moment. You have to understand that even if Lucius and I did not love each other, we would still need to fulfill our roles and produce an heir. This is the basis of most pure-blood marriages, just as you were taught. The biggest problem is Lucius' own preferences, but the contract forced him to produce an heir with me. This resulted in him doing everything in his power to fulfill that clause in one try, even performing rituals and drinking potions. As a result you were born, but Lucius never even touched me again. I explained slowly as I did my best to not make my son break down. Is that why you left? Because father never loved you? If so, what about me? My darling boy asked in great turmoil. I love you more than anything, Draco. You are the reason why I had the desire to live through the pain I suffered under Lucius. Without you I would have been broken a long time ago. I responded as tears started to form on my eyes at the sight of my son struggling so much. Leaving you behind when I left was one of the hardest things I have ever done, but I knew you would be safe for now. My only hope was that you would be able to break free from the shackles Lucius placed on you after seeing the truth of what the Dark Lord and his followers truly are, master and his slaves. Not allies working towards a noble goal, but a tyrant desiring power at all cost, and those who have deluded themselves into thinking they are his generals, when in truth they are simply pawns. If that's what you believe, then why didn't you take me with you? Draco asked with doubt in his voice. Because of how much you believed in it all. How far gone your father had brought you into believing the pure-blood supremacy rhetoric. You were only starting to show more independent thoughts on the subject when you attended Hogwarts. But without seeing the truth for yourself, I knew you couldn't break the chains Lucius had made for you, so I left in the hope that it would help you break free. I answered as I got up to sit beside my son. I was relieved to see him not reject me as I sat down next to him. But what can I do about it? I saw what they do, people, and father would disown me as soon as he heard about me leaving. I don't know what to do, mother. Draco said as his body deflated from lack of hope. Talk to Lord Bones, Draco. I know he offered you sanctuary from everything if you desired it. I am also certain he would be willing to send you here to live with me. As for your father disowning you, I can assure you that you will not be missing out on much. I reassured Draco as I gave him a path. I know he brought you here, but can the professor really protect me from them? From him? And why wouldn't I be missing out if father disinherits me? My son asked with some fear and doubt. On the latter, because I already have almost all of the Malfoy accounts, businesses, and properties under my own name, leaving Lucius with an empty noble title. That means you will never have to worry about money. And on the former, you are still underestimating your teacher by a large margin. I seriously answered while holding my boy's hand to support him. How can that be? I know he's a prodigy, but how can he fight against the Dark Lord? Draco loudly replied as his disbelief overpowered him and his fear of the Dark Lord made him look invincible. Because he has already fought him to a standstill and come out of it without a single scratch. The Dark Lord does not believe he is a true threat, but that will be his downfall. All of them severely underestimate Aiden Bones. At the age of 18 he was able to almost casually fight against the Dark Lord. His business has ties throughout Europe, through multiple governments, grants him an enormous revenue and displays his genius when they sell his products or books. His political influence grows every day as his fame, titles, and power help him gain more and more allies, all the while his own mother figure completely controls the DMLE and no one has ever heard of any kind of negative event regarding him. Do you know what this means? He has complete control over how he is viewed and no one actually sees him as a threat. Do you understand how terrifying that is? The Dark Lord only truly sees Dumbledore and Harry Potter as threats to him gaining power while Lord Bones is only a minor threat which can be killed later, and Fudge believes he can easily sweep the young lord under the rug whenever he's done with Dumbledore. Meanwhile he has been doing who knows what from the shadows and no one is noticing any of it. That is how I know he can protect us. I have stood in front of the Dark Lord and Dumbledore, but only he gave me the feeling that he was unfathomable. I replied with all the seriousness I could muster. The look on Draco's face told me he finally understood just how absurd all of this truly is. He was most likely blinded by how the young lord acted while in school, forgetting that even while he was heavily involved in the business and political worlds he never sustained even a blemish. This is not even mentioning the suspicion I have regarding a possible link between him and breaking grounds and natural cultivation. The two businesses simply had too many innovations for it to be a coincidence, while the books on both herbology and potions he wrote follow many of the same developments. The thought of no one knowing that the young lord was connected to two of the most powerful players in Europe sometimes left me with goosebumps. And then this new book I found in Bonesworks store branch here in Spain on so-called white magic. Just this book alone tells me he could most likely easily deal with the Dark Lord. If what you said is true, mother, then isn't he the most dangerous person to be around? Draco nervously asked as the gravity of what I said sunk in. Only for his enemies. His allies will prosper and those who remain neutral shall be untouched, this much I know for certain. And I have chosen to be an ally so that the both of us can live lives free of all our restraints. I softly said as I tried to soothe the fear I had given my son. Can I really just leave all of it? My son asked with some hope and hesitation as he looked at me. Of course, Draco. Even if you are no longer the heir of the Malfoy family, so what? You are a bright and talented young man, capable of so much more than just following Lucius' shadow. And once you're free from all that pressure, I am sure you will be able to truly enjoy your life and not have to live the life of heir Malfoy. I answered with a gentle smile as I held his hand. It took a few minutes of thinking before Draco talked again, properly going through everything he learned and his options. Then can I stay with you for the rest of the break, mother? I really don't want to be in the manor anymore. He hopefully asked, making joy spread through me as my boy made a good decision. Nothing would make me happier, Draco. I answered with a warm smile. We then spent some time finishing our tea and having some less serious conversation, enjoying catching up since I've been here. Oh, I can't wait to finally show the ladies my handsome son. They have been bragging about their children for weeks now, but we will have to get you cleaned up properly. Then I can introduce you to some lovely young ladies I had the pleasure of meeting during my stay. I am sure we can finally get you into a relationship. I said as I started planning the rest of the day in order to get my son to be as handsome as he should be. Mother. Draco said with red creeping on his face. Now don't you worry, dear. I will take care of everything. I replied with a happy smile as I dragged him into the house to prepare for some socializing.